Welcome, everybody. Welcome.
Hello. It is time.
It is so time.
We've been waiting.
Over there. The chat's working this time.
Hey, we got it. Let's go.
Yeah, we fixed it.
All
Welcome, everybody, to the second season of the Robot Rampage League. It's finally time to get some virtual robot fighting going. I'm so excited.
Finally don't have issues so we can actually start this.
Yes. What was it? We were going to do it last summer, and then you moved. And then I moved.
And then you needed time off work.
And then I had to work like 30 days straight. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
time to do Robot
Finally
Rampage
get to
fighting. Hello, everybody. I see Cora and Razor259 and Hex and Balex and Motmod and Zester and all kinds of people. Razor notices your t-shirt.
Yes, I have a Sinister Creation shirt. I got to rep my squad.
Yes.
See how they do this time.
He's repping Sinister Creations. I'm repping Heavy Metal this week. So, I know Voya has a shirt for his team. Razor259 has a shirt for his team. Very cool. So, what should we expect this week?
So we have some very interesting matchups and stuff going on this week. So, we're starting off the stream with a rivalry. Tennessee and Syndicate and Heavy Metal Robotics, both from basically the same part of Tennessee, can finally get the season started and see how the rivalry is going to go throughout the season. Immediately get the matchup right out of the way.
Yep, and it's going to... One team is going to start it off on a high note, the other team is going to start it off being like, curse you.
And it's going to be a Cold War the rest of the way. It's going to be great. Later in the stream, we're going to have Kinetic against Halifax Supernovas, which means we're going to have a team of all spinners facing a team of all flippers. That's going to be a fun matchup. It's BattleBots versus Robot Wars, basically.
BattleBots versus Robot Wars is the best way to describe it. Yeah, Robot Rampage League has a rule requiring teams to have different weapon types on their team. You can, if you have a vertical spinner, you can only have one vertical spinner on your team. So we have like 4 different categories of spinners. We have 4 different categories of flippers. Technically, you can make a whole team of flippers if they're all different types.
Yep.
Same with spinners, and these are the only 2 teams that have done that.
Yeah.
And they're facing off in the first week.
Very timely. So later on, we're going to have the Pelagic Wanderers take on second place, which we're going to have a middleweight flipper battle between Breach and Yeetus.
Breach is one of the coolest looking robots this
season. But it's very Creighton-esque robot, so that'll be a fun match.
Yes.
Even later in the stream, when No Beanie Robotics faces the Wiltshire Magnums, we are going to have the first multi-bot fight of the entire league. It's going to be Phobos and Deimos against Banana Splitter and the Minibot Cherry and Kramer. That's going to be really fun.
We've had multi-bots last season.
Never got to fight them.
Never had multi-bots in the same weight class fighting each other.
That's going to be really cool.
So we're going to have that several times this season, I believe.
Yes, definitely. One of my personal favorites that I'm looking forward to when we get to the lads in Team Sanctuary is Tuka Chad against Fire Prince. I think that's going to be fight of the week kind of candidate right there.
Definitely could be.
And then another interesting matchup that's not going to happen the rest of the league. Roadman against Random Acts of Violence later in the stream. The only time saw spinners will fight.
Yes, that's one of our spinner types is with the saw blade components, as we call them saw spinners.
Yeah.
We have a few of them in the league this season.
Definitely.
But this is the only week that they fight each other. So...
Be a fun way to start it off. Why not?
Yeah. So, chat.
What do we have?
We want to know what your predictions are for this season. What teams do you think are going to do well? What teams do you think are not going to do well? What do you think?
I'm thinking we're probably going to have like division winners. I'm thinking the Jubilife Jigglypuffs have a really good shot. They're looking really strong.
Yeah, Division 1, I think I'm leaning most towards Jubilife winning that one.
Yeah, they're looking like they're going to be really strong in that division. I think Division 2 is going to go to the Pinwheel Pulsars. I think they have a really good roster to try to consistently run through the league.
Okay. I could see the Pulsars doing really well. Heavy Metal's got a good shot. They're the division champions from last season.
Definitely, yeah. They could be up there for sure. I feel like Pulsar's got a good chance against them. Division 3 is honestly wide open already. Like,
I can't... we
really don't know.
Honestly, I feel like maybe NYC Pride or Sinister Creations, maybe.
But like...
Most of Division 3 is pretty equal.
Yeah, it's going to be... like whoever's going to come out of that is going to be a total surprise this season. Like, they're just going to come out of nowhere.
Yeah, the Division 3 is going to be really fun to watch the playoffs.
Division 4, I think it might be a 2-horse race. Either between Pink Chaos or the C-Force Circus.
Okay.
Both of them seem pretty high damaging and also pretty consistent, but
Well,
we have no idea.
We'll see how Pink Chaos does with Dysfunctional Stepsister this season, if it's fixed or not.
Yeah, we'll see if it actually does better.
I know a lot of people are expecting the lads to do well in Division 4. I'm expecting them to be top 3, so they have a shot.
I could definitely see top 3, but I don't know. I have my doubts.
We will see how that goes.
We will indeed.
So, chat.
What's chat thinking?
What do you think in your predictions? Let me scroll through here.
I predict violence. That sounds about right.
Yeah, violence is probably going to happen. Psycho, nice hair.
Oh, yes, nice hair.
You guys haven't seen the new hair yet.
It looks great.
So, it's a lot shorter than it used to be.
Definitely.
It used to be down to like my mid back, lower back, and now it's quite a lot shorter. But now I have my Sawblaze hair.
Sawblaze green.
Yeah, I got green and black
Bright
everywhere.
And vibrant.
So, from a distance, it just looks like normal hair, and then it's got the bright green under it. It's really cool.
Very nice looking.
Chrono style hair. I mean,
you're not wrong.
Not wrong.
Pretty similar.
That would be if I did all my hair just going one direction.
Mm-hmm.
Just all on one side. Then it would be Chrono's hair.
Definitely. The season will be more unpredictable. Definitely. Kind of like the rule of the RRL is whatever you think will happen probably will or won't.
Yes. It either will happen or it won't happen, and either way you'll be surprised.
Yeah, and the sillier the robots, the better the fights are. So, like, it's the inverse law.
The inverse rule of fail race applies to this channel.
Yes, it does.
So, Razor says my hair is sick. No, technically it's pretty healthy.
It is, actually, yeah.
Marvel villain. Yeah, my stylist was saying that if he dyed my goatee green as well, I would be straight up a movie villain, which would be fun.
I could see that, honestly. That's on brand.
Yeah, I was joking. It's like, or maybe like a grass-themed Pokemon gym trainer.
Yeah. That'd be pretty good.
I get one win, the universe will end. Well, Jim, you've got a good shot. You've actually made some pretty good robots.
You got a pretty good opening week, too.
Let's read a little bit more chat before we get into this.
What we got?
Hex predicts that Rosewater self-Udas.
You know, I don't doubt that.
There's almost twice as many teams as there were last season. Mm-hmm. We're probably going to see more Sludge Fests than last season.
Honestly, yeah.
So,
or just silly stuff with robots just flying out anywhere.
Yes, there's going to be so many restarts.
So much shenanigans.
Which is why the restart limit is
5
now.
It might get out of hand.
Yeah. All eyes are on the lads, Razor259 says.
Yes.
All right. Are we ready to get started?
I think we might be. Finally get to the first fight, the first match and everything.
Yes. Who do you reckon will get the first Sludge Fest?
Probably a Flipper, because why not? It's going to be something random. It's not even going to be a rammer. It's just going to be something random.
Good point. So, right before we get into the fighting, I would love to thank our Patreon stream sponsors. This is a $10 a month tier on Patreon where you can officially sponsor the Robot Rampage League. We've had quite a few new additions to this list. Some people going from a lower Patreon tier to a higher one. Some people are brand new patrons. Thank you for supporting the league. This literally keeps the lights on here.
Yes.
The money that I make off of Patreon and off of YouTube goes into me building my own robots, which I have some on the shelf behind us.
Hit and run.
And some months I make enough money to actually pay my internet bill with this stuff. So you're literally keeping the league running with your Patreon donations, with your super chats. I'll love to see super chats once again.
Yes.
Thank you, all of you, for your contributions. We do have a Robot Rampage League shirt and other merch in the MS2 merch store as well, if you want to check that out. Mm-hmm. I know some people have already gotten theirs.
Yes.
So, all right. With that out of the way, let's get the game started.
Let's get her going.
And get these Leafeon upgraded just for this. Yeah, you got to get your name on the list right above 4444444. I don't know who that is, but I love the Patreon name. Okay, what's our first matchup here?
Our first matchup is going to be the Tennessean Syndicate up against Heavy Metal Robotics. The War of Tennessee is going to open us up.
Is it in that order? Because I make sure I get it in the correct order.
Yes, it is.
Tennessee first.
Syndicate will always be first.
All right.
Similar to how we had Stormlab always going first, we're going to have Syndicate up first. So.
Tennessean Syndicate against Heavy Metal Robotics. I think Heavy Metal's 9 in here.
9.
Yes. Okay, chat. Our very first fight of the season, we have Whammy on the Tennessee and Syndicate. It is a sit-and-spin robot. The AI has been updated this season. They can now break the count and keep a fight going. So the opponents can't rely on bad AI this time.
Yeah, definitely not this time.
Whammy's got the 2 long weapons on the ends. Heavy Metal Robotics has the returning Voidwalker, one of the most powerful lightweight spinners last season, unchanged.
Completely unchanged, because it was one of the best.
What do we predict? Who do we predict are going to win between Whammy and Voidwalker in this very first fight?
I'm thinking if Whammy is able to keep Voidwalker at a distance with the hitting, it should be able to get the chassis hits right away. But if Voidwalker can get in at all, those spikes on Whammy are coming right off. So,
yeah, that's a distinct possibility.
I feel like this is going to be a very one-sided fight, regardless of how it goes.
Because Whammy has the reach to get through to Voidwalker's chassis, but Voidwalker also has the reach to get the weapons on.
Yes.
Voidwalker, Whammy.
Quite a few whammies I'm seeing here.
Could be difficult already, says Quora. Flavo Marginata.
Flavored margarita?
Something like that.
It's somewhere in there.
Yeah.
We'll get it right one of these days.
That's apparently Latin for, like, yellow-bordered turtle.
Yes.
Yellow-bordered turtle. Something like that. It's a Chinese turtle.
Yeah.
Turtles run the circus this season. Okay.
Yeah, that's fitting.
Lots of predictions for Voidwalker, so let's get this first fight underway. Here we go. Voidwalker up to speed. Whammy
immediately
loses the weapon immediately. Loses both of them immediately.
Voidwalker lost one of its spikes already, though, so it's going to be unbalanced.
Okay, so...
That is not what I expected at all.
Voidwalker's having difficulty getting the weapon up to speed, but they're getting the hits when they need it. And Whammy is struggling to stay alive here, and I don't think it's going to...
Its drive power is definitely going to make it hard to hit, though, because it's really going to be moving around now.
Although keeping that remaining wheel facing Voidwalker's weapon... Oh, it skipped over the wheel with that missing spike. Okay, then. How long can Whammy make this last? So, for the Robot Rampage League, a KO, which we're about to see, is worth 3 points to the team. And there's the KO.
49 seconds in.
49 seconds for the KO. Let me type all of this in because I don't have paper notes this
Yes,
season.
we have it all in front of us this time.
Voidwalker wins.
I put in a time for you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so...
Well then, that is 3 points to Heavy Metal to start off this rivalry.
Yes. As I was saying, 3 points for a control board knockout. If a robot's immobilized and gets a 10 count, that's 2 points for a TKO. If it's thrown over the walls, that's also 2 points for a ring out. And if it goes to the judges, it's only 1 point.
Yep.
So, a robot that gets basically dismantled has an advantage in that if it pushes a judge's decision, they can prevent the other team from getting points.
Only get them 1 point.
So, keeping the fight going is in everybody's best interest.
Definitely.
So, up next, we have Immortal Corruptor. On Heavy Metal, the new robot on the team.
Yep.
And the Syndicate has Exceptionally Gifted. So, this is a 4-wheel drive, high-speed rammer with a bunch of axe heads in the front.
Yes.
And Immortal Corruptor is a giant fuck-off vertical spinner. Predictions, chat. Lightweight matches tend to be the least exciting ones. Yeah, there's not a whole lot of weapon power to bear in the lightweight
and they're
fights
also
usually.
The drive's a little slower, so it's not quite as much action, but it is what it is.
That's why we have 4 weight classes in every match.
Yep. I'm thinking with how wide Exceptionally Gifted's front thing is with the axes and the sides of the spikes, it's going to have a really easy time getting to the side parts of Immortal Corruptor's chassis. So, unless Immortal Corruptor can snipe the connector, I think it's going to have a bad time.
Yeah, I feel like Immortal Corruptor is going to have a hard time getting through the front end of Exceptional.
Yeah, we will see.
So,
got to pour one out for Heartbreak and Seance. You know, they were cool and all, but I want to try something different.
Yeah, sometimes teams just got to shake stuff up. So let's get this middleweight fight underway and see
lot of people going for exceptionally gifted.
Yeah, let's see if the Syndicate can get some points back here.
Definitely need 3 points here to get back in the match.
Default camera setting. So here we go. Exceptionally gifted, deflected by the wedges on the front of Immortal Corruptor.
It's pushing it by the wedges. That's actually really helpful.
It's going to push it back to the grinder in the corner. Not quite into it.
Oh, but now it got under it a little bit. Got away, though.
Immortal Corruptor exposing those wheels, but those wedges are denying chassis hits to Exceptionally Gifted.
Might be able to move it around a little bit with how Exceptionally Gifted is kind of pivoting upwards a little bit.
Tried to get around to the side and get those wheels, but not quite. Those. Oh no! Is it going to do the thing?
Oh, it got so close if it didn't touch it there. The wedges are now off, though.
Yes. So
now the chassis is bare.
The chassis is exposed for Immortal Corruptor.
It's going to be a lot more unbalanced as well. It's going right into the connector, though, so it might be able to hit it if it gets a good shot.
Okay. This could be interesting. See if if they stay down the center, then they could absolutely take the weapons off of it. Exceptionally Gifted. Oh, did it get stuck on the wall? It's stuck on the.
It's stuck on the wedge lid.
On the wedge lid on the floor.
And I think now it's stuck on the ram plate. Oh, but it got off.
It got free.
That was very close.
Okay, this is Exceptionally Gifted is coming back. It's got it into the grinder. The rear armor's protecting Immortal Corruptor pretty well.
But Exceptionally just pressing it in there. That's definitely doing some chassis damage.
Trying to get as much damage as possible with the grinder. The rear armor has come off.
And now it's
Immortal Corruptor gyroed over.
Control board hit there.
Okay, control board hits.
At least one on Immortal Corruptor. Now it's also Spike. Another hit.
And there's
that is it.
The end of the match.
That is 132
end of the fight.
32 seconds.
No, that is 92.
92. I can do math.
You can do math. That is 92 seconds. So, where is my thing on here? I don't know.
Now we have an even match. 3 points to 3 points.
That's quite a lot of damage points for the middleweight.
For a middleweight, yeah. Very fitting for a Syndicate to get KOs. The mob is not messing around here.
Yes. So, the match is all tied up now. If any of you are in the Discord server, you can go into the pinned messages in the Robot Rampage section and find the spreadsheet that we have all of the information in. We're typing that in live.
Yes.
You can watch us type this stuff in if you want.
Yeah, we're having it up on our laptops and everything.
And while you mess around with that, I'm going to pull up the heavyweight fight.
Is Exceptionally Gifted on 4 HP drive. It is not. It is standard Z-Tech drive, so it is a little bit more controlled than normal. So not quite as Sludge Fest-y, possibly. We'll see.
Mob versus the Metalheads. Yes, Metal Mob.
Having a great time.
Why don't you go ahead and introduce this fight?
Right, so in the heavyweights for Team Syndicate, we have Relentless Heartburn. It is a dual vertical spinner. Very basic-looking robot, but it has really good wedges and a really effective weapon. And for heavy metal, we have the returning Vacuity, which is an overhead axe. It has lots of defensive features on the sides and in the pontoons on the back, generally made for pushing judges' decisions. We'll see how that goes against a big, damaging vert. So, predictions, please. Who do we think is going to get this one? Break that axe Vacuity. Vacuity does have a more improved access time, which might last for about 5 more seconds. We'll see. Vacuity, Heartburn. If Vacuity wins, it'll be a blowout, but if it loses, it'll also be a blowout. Yeah, I mean, that's a lot of those, I think.
I need to get... Sorry, I'm dealing with sending links to people at the moment.
That's fair. Seems pretty split, actually, so we'll see. I'm thinking Vacuity's going to do its trademark thing of pushing a judge's decision, because that's all it knows how to do.
That's taken care
Good.
of. Let me just change some options in the game real quick. Status messages off. Default camera type.
I don't know. I don't think Orbit's the right one.
I forget which one goes to the... I think I need to hit the button.
I think you have to hit it anyway. So.
Yeah, okay. So, here we go. Heavyweight points. Tied up match.
Tied up match. We'll see how this goes.
3-3. Here we go. Can Vacuity get a win?
Or, if anything, prevent a loss.
Nope. Buttons. There we go. Big collision.
Wow.
Both of them
fell
flipped over
right away.
And Vacuity's axe is down. It can't. Okay.
Well,
Relentless Heartburn is moving enough to break the count.
And Vacuity is not.
And Vacuity is not moving at all. Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes this nonsense happens.
Just RA2 things.
Welcome to Robot Arena 2.
That was 35, so 26 seconds.
That's one of the fastest TKOs.
That was one of the fastest TKOs because it's right on the top. Well,
and one of the lowest scoring heavyweight fights we've ever had.
Unfortunate. But ultimately, that was only 2 points for Syndicate, so if Heavy Metal can come back and get a KO, that is a match win.
Yes.
So that could be a little costly, even though both robots just fell over. Oh, what can you do?
Yeah, sometimes it be that way.
I spotted a super chat over there.
Oh, super chats are
from
coming
Midnight
in.
McLeod. No message though, but
no message. But thank you for the $10 super
very much
chat.
Appreciated.
I saw one earlier from Tamabris, which I can't pull up for some reason because I'm in the game right now.
Unfortunate.
Can you find it in the stream on there?
I should be able.
Might be able to scroll up and find Tamabris.
I go all the way.
And his super chat. Oh, thought I saw blue.
Yes, 5 pounds from Tamabris. Voidwalker, first super chat of the season.
Voidwalker was the first win and the first super chat of the season. Excellent. Thank you, Tamabris, once again for being here.
Yes.
Very loyal viewer of the Robot Rampage League. So, in the final fight of this match is One Father representing the Tennessean Syndicate. It is like Rotator. It's big horizontal spinners, top and bottom on offset sides. Heavy Metal Robotics returns with Aqua Dementia, which was number 1 ranked.
I believe it was.
Last season. It's a side-hinged flipper. Has a lot of chassis that's exposed.
It does.
But it has weapons protecting the side of the chassis from horizontal spinners.
Definitely. And I'm thinking the ground game is going to be important here for Aqua Dementia.
Yes.
As always for a flipper.
So, chat is predicting a lot of Aqua Dementia here.
It might be close because One Father has a lot of spikes on the front, so it could do a lot of chassis damage over time. Aqua Dementia has to do a quick KO if it wants to last here.
Yeah, and the thing is One Father has a lot of armor spaced way out from the chassis.
Yeah, so it's going to be hitting that instead.
Aqua might not be hitting the chassis.
It might not be. We'll see.
Well, here we go. Let's see if Aqua Dementia can get the 3 points.
We will see.
And give Heavy Metal a win, or a 2 points, it'll be a tied match, and it'll be a draw.
And there will be no bonus point. Goes right under it, wow.
So, One Father immediately thrown over, getting those weapons into play. Aqua Dementia gonna bounce it off the grinder a little bit and throw it
back over now. There's at least one spike on the floor. I believe that's Aqua Dementia's.
There's quite a few spikes coming off all over the place now. It's hard to tell who they're coming from. I think they're...
Oh, there's a wheel.
I think they're coming off of that one disc, yeah.
It might be, yeah.
Of One Father, who is now one wheel.
There's now a control board hit.
Yeah, Aqua's getting deep under there and getting the control board, and I think...
And I believe that...
Yep, that's our KO.
In 34 seconds.
34-second KO. Heavy Metal takes the match win, 6-5.
Heavy Metal starting off quick.
Very important for Heavy Metal to get the KO and not a TKO.
And they've won over what is likely to be their division rival.
Yes.
GG Team Syndicate.
7407 is the super heavies did not get as many damage points as the middleweights.
Sometimes it happens. You never know.
Despite there being more weapon
We've seen
power.
like middleweight fights where there's 0 points scored entirely because sludge happened.
Yep. So, very first match of the season is won by Heavy Metal Robotics, the team that I'm repping.
Right back, yes.
So if your team loses, then I win the stream.
Crap.
That's how that works.
All right, great.
All right, Heavy Metal will never die. Absolutely.
Righto. On to our next match.
Yes.
So next up, we have the Levantine Alliance against the Jubilife City Jigglypuffs, my pick to win Division 1.
So, our first Middle Eastern team in Levantine.
Yes, Levantine being from East Palestine, I believe.
Yes, and then...
Up against our first fictional team. They're out of the Sinnoh region of Pokemon.
Yes, Jubilife City.
Jubilife City, yes.
Jubilife City Jigglypuffs. Can they lull the Middle Eastern team into false sense of security with their beautiful song and then just kill them?
I can see them doing that, yeah. Very Maz thing to do.
All right, so our lightweight fight is VSSV, which is a vertical spinner.
It is.
Very compact, very efficiently made vertical spinner against Y2K, which is a front hinge flipper, and I only very recently found out it was apparently supposed to be an axe. And they just didn't tell me that.
Huh.
We have axes that are like shallower weapons than this.
Yeah.
So
it's
it was
really
like,
hard to
it's
tell. Is it
probably
an
a flipper.
axe? Is it a front hinge flipper? Either way, they had the space on their team, so it's fine.
Maz says break the walls down. Yes.
You're not Jericho, though. That's fair.
I like the reference, though.
I'm thinking, I think VSSV is going to have a good chance, because even though it's a vert, it is angled very slightly to give it more motor protection. So even though it's going to go right up Y2K's wedge, it's going to do a lot of damage anyway. So.
I think the difficulty Y2K has here is even if it gets VSSV upside down, the weapon is still going to be hitting.
It's still
Y2K.
running anyway, so we shall see, though.
So let's see how it goes. Chat is mostly leaning towards VSSV here.
Battle of the abbreviations, yes.
Yeah, let's see which acronym wins. As expected, Y2K goes right under. It is
going right for the motor.
Going directly for the motor on purpose.
Now flipped it over. But this is where VSSV is the most dangerous because its weapon is inverted.
Yep, and it
kind of acts like a top axe spinner almost.
Absolutely hitting the top of Y2K quite a lot.
Goes back up now.
Trying to get some distance to turn around, and Y2K is just not able to get far enough under to attack.
Good defensive driving from VSSV, especially keeping him in the center, getting away from the grinders. Oh, there's a hit on the motor now.
Yes, getting...
Oh, but the axe came off.
No.
Oh, no. So now it's going to be a control game for Y2K.
Yeah, and I think VSSV has too much weapon power to...
Yeah, the weapon's low enough just to hit it. There goes the front wedge.
Yeah, this is going to be a short fight for Y2K from here on out.
And I believe that is it. Yes, 50 seconds. KO for VSSV. Small Rabid Fox. I mean, I guess so. Rabid Fox lives on in spirit, even though it doesn't deserve to. I want chaos, says American Killjoy. Yes, that is what the RRL is for, is chaos.
Okay, so first 3 points of the match go to Levantine Alliance.
Good start for Hex.
The Jigglypuffs, your pick to win the division, start out behind.
Yes.
As we go to the middleweights.
Right, so in the middleweights for Levantine, we have aforementioned Rosewater, which is both a rear hinge flipper and a piston poker, so it can both flip and do a little bit of damage at the same time. And for Jubilife, we have Polybius, which is a rammer, but different from other rammers, it has kind of like scooped wedges, so it can control stuff, put it around the grinders, do a little bit of damage with the spikes on there. So who do we believe is going to win here between Rosewater and Polybius?
Rosewater's dual weapon type.
Yes, it is.
It has flipper and a pneumatic spike. And that may be to their advantage.
I believe so, yes.
Because one of the difficulties of flippers is once they get an opponent thrown, they can't really do damage with it.
Yes.
And that spike is so quick, they should be able to get damage before they go.
And it's definitely going to do damage underneath as well.
Yeah.
So, we shall see.
A lot of the chat is leaning towards Polybius.
Kind of seems split almost to the end, too. So we shall see.
So let's find out who gets the middleweight points. Polybius is so tiny. Oh!
Compared to Rosewater, definitely. Rosewater's already flipped over.
They had a wedge stalemate collision, and now Rosewater is upside down on those spikes and not able to get free.
Yes.
But that pneumatic spike is able to come out and get a few hits.
Polybius just pinning it to the corner. It's going to have to back up soon to break the count.
Yeah, to avoid a pin, Polybius is going to have to get out of here soon.
I think it has. There was one of the front wedges on Rosewater now, so it's just stuck upside down.
The flippers are coming apart on Rosewater being stuck upside down against that spike strip.
Luckily, because of the wheels, it is invertible, so it doesn't matter as much if the flippers come off. It can still drive around and shoot the piston.
Not if it loses them on the grinder, it can't.
God, it doesn't now.
It's stuck on top of the grinder.
The very corner of it.
And Polybius is going to take full advantage. There goes the last of the flippers.
Yep.
Rosewater is now trying to maneuver out of there. Wheel physics is getting angry with it.
Flip itself over with wheel physics. That's not bad.
Okay. Robot Arena to wheel physics.
Not giving it any room to move.
Polybius using that patient pusher game to just hold them on the spikes and do damage.
Back up to break the pin. It does.
Just go under and get those spikes there. One more control board hit, I believe. Oh, but
now it's got on the side.
Rosewater
right
going
by
to the
wheel,
side
too.
of the wheels.
This could honestly change the matchup, even though it's so close.
Going right into the chassis, and Polybius is not able to
And
turn quick enough, and it's lost a wheel now. So
okay,
Rosewater,
this is very different now.
coming back hard here, and getting that second weapon type into play.
Definitely doing damage. The right side of Polybius is messed up.
Polybius just cannot get turned because of that lack of drive power now. And look at all the smoke coming out of it.
It's absolutely pouring. This is going to be a huge turnaround if Rosewater can get a KO here.
Absolutely. Or if Rosewater can get the win at all after the start that it had. Yeah, Polybius is getting away from that corner and just not able to get around.
Yeah, it can't do it, though. And, like, now there's control.
And Rosewater's going to get the KO here soon with less than a minute to go. Wow, what a turnaround and that was.
Unbelievable. Rosewater was able to get the KO
left.
in, what is that, 143 left. 17. 137 seconds, I believe?
Yes.
137 seconds. Unbelievable comeback for Rosewater. That was really nice.
And that is how unpredictable the Robot Rampage League can be.
Yeah, you can see how one-sided that was for Polybius, and then it just couldn't get around it from the side, and Rosewater took advantage with its second weapon type. I never would have thought a flipper piston poker. And it worked perfectly the first time. That's awesome.
What the hell, Polybius? Maz is unhappy with that.
Maz is unhappy,
I can see that, yeah. It was a little bit of bad driving by Polybius, not able to get around that corner.
No, it wasn't. I'm sure Hex is very happy with that.
That was a hell of a come-from-behind win. Indeed. And that ties the match.
This tie the match. No, that leads to the match, because VSSV is on Levantine.
Oh, that's right.
So now, because it is 6 points, Levantine cannot lose this match. The worst they can do is a tie. So Maz is really going to have to come back with 2 KOs here if they want a chance. But honestly, they got a good shot with their lineup.
See, this is why there's 2 people doing this stream now and not just one, because my brain doesn't work anymore.
Yes, it's fine.
So, heavyweight time. We have on the Levantine Alliance Almudamir, which is a big overhead horizontal spinner with a wedge in the front. Indeed. It looks similar to Brutality or Hazard from BattleBots. That's because overhead. It is similar. It's basically the same weapon type. It's got those spiked clubs on the end. It's got reach.
It's got a wedge, too. That'll help.
It can do some damage. The Jubilife City Jigglypuffs have I Love You, which is a double vertical spinner with long pontoon wedges on the front.
Definitely.
Very good at getting under other robots.
Yes. And
can self-right from almost any position.
Yes, because it has little extenders off the side. So it can it's really versatile for a dual vert.
Yes, it has a little bit more weapon power in terms of weapon component count.
Yes.
And it can self-right, and Almudamir can't. So, predictions for horizontal versus vertical.
I'm thinking Almudamir is going to have a really hard time here because of how long it's going to take to spin up. And I Love You, like, even though it has, like, the long wedges, they're all made out of ram plates. So it's going to be able to take the hits no problem. So, I think...
I just want to point out, and I think this might have been Maz's intention with the name of his robot. Chat, I love all of you, too.
Aww.
Everyone is saying I love you. I love all of you.
I love you too, guys. Y'all are great.
But let's see who wins this fight. And away we go. Almudamir a little slow to spin up, but gets
able to get
underneath.
Under I Love You. That's huge.
So I Love You is trying to use those pontoon wedges to stop Almudamir's weapon. It might be at risk of being flipped over, but again, it can self-right from those positions.
Really good for control points.
Can Almudamir get it over? It cannot quite crank I Love You over here.
Getting very close. And
that reach is giving it contact with the chassis. Mm-hmm. Maybe not impact, but contact, so there might be some chassis damage happening.
Very minor damage, but yes. Mostly, though, this is huge for control points, just being able to keep I Love You at bay.
Yeah. So there was a 10 count that had to be broken, and now we have a wedge stalemate. So, both weapons up to speed. Neither robot able to get under the other.
Even though Almudamir's 4-wheel drive, I believe it does have weaker motors.
Oh no, Almudamir blinked first, and I Love You pounced, and now...
It's really close to a ring out.
It's up on the corner by the grinder. It's bouncing around.
Not letting out.
On top of that weapon.
All the way over now.
fully upside down.
There was one of the arms.
This is I Love You's fight to control.
Definitely.
It's doing the thing in the corner, and I Love You is just going to rip it apart from below.
Just gut ripping entirely.
Absolutely took control.
And I believe that is it.
As soon as Almudamir blinked.
103 seconds, I believe that was.
103. All right, so
I don't know if that was 103. We'll see. I can do math. Not 103.
No, that would be more than 90 seconds.
Yeah.
60 seconds plus 17. 77.
77. Whatever. We'll get it right one day.
Yes.
So we put all the time in seconds rather than how much time is left on the clock, so. Love hurts. Yes, it definitely does irrational. Ouch, just one mistake and it was over. Well, that's what happens when you face really high-impact spinners. You make one mistake and it's over.
That's how robot fighting be sometimes. You make one driving mistake and that's all it is.
Still huge for Mazda. 6-3 now. KO here ties the match, prevents the bonus point for winning the match.
Yes, the team that has the higher points total at the end of the match gets a bonus point for winning the match. And if it's a draw, there's no bonus point at all. Yes. So preventing bonus points is just as important as winning. 73 seconds.
73 seconds, okay.
Okay.
Thank you also, chat, for if you mark the time down, because we're going to screw it up at some point. So. Yes.
Both of us have had COVID in the past, so we all have COVID brain here.
Yeah, it happens. And like I don't do math on weekends, so that's how it goes. Don't have to do math until tomorrow.
Yes. So, super heavyweight time. The Levantine Alliance, leading by 3 points, has Androctonus, which is a double side axe and an overhead axe,
yes.
Right?
Almost like a scorpion tail.
Yeah, it's like a big scorpion tail looking thing. Jubilife Jigglypuffs have Hello World, which is for our purposes, it's called a horizontal spinner. In the old RA2 community, it would be called a juggler. It's a wedge with horizontal spinners on an angle on top, and the whole purpose is to keep a robot on top of the spinners and grind away from below.
And push them around to the grinders and stuff.
It's a very classic Robot Arena 2 style weapon. Chat, go ahead and leave a prediction while I read off Midnight McLeod's super chat. Death, painful gut rip. That's how it goes.
That was a very painful gut rip.
That is how vertical spinners get their points.
Indeed.
Thank you for the $10 that will go towards paying the internet bill.
I'm thinking the main key here is Hello World's drive power, because I think it should be able to get under Androctonus pretty easily and just move it around. But Androctonus also has the weapon power to really mess up the front of Hello World. So
they also have the overhead axe, so they could take the discs off from above.
They really could. So
which could be dangerous. So here we go. Let's see if Hello World can get the 3 points they need to tie this up.
Oh, wow, it didn't get under it right away. It's now on top of it.
So the wrong robot is up on the wedge, and Androctonus is just beating
Hello
the
World
top
lost a wheel already. This is huge.
Look at the damage to the top of
It's lost two. Both of Hello World's back wheels are gone because of the side axis now.
So they can't reverse off of there now.
No, they can't. This is entirely Androctonus' fight.
The side axes are not really making contact.
One of the wedges is gone, and that's going to really hamper its ability. So the drive power is basically equal now that Hello World only has 2 wheels.
Yes, and that Scorpion Tail is still getting in there and getting some damage in. The side axe is hitting the side of the chassis. The one on the right side is kind of trapped in the middle of Hello World's chassis. Some ineffective strikes taking place at the moment as Hello World tries to get in there and get underneath.
Part of the Scorpion Tail has come off now. That might come into play later. Oh, both of it's now. So now it has to be the side axe for Androctonus.
Okay, so the main attack method for Androctonus has been lost, the overhead.
Yep, there's more of it now. Now it's really just down to... Oh, there was one of the horizontals off Hello World.
Yes, so the side axe is still doing damage. Look at the side of Hello World. It is so caved in. Ah, physics got in the way.
Why do you do the things that you do?
That's our first restart of the season.
Thank you, Havoc's Physics Engine, for what you do.
That is one restart. And away we go. And this time,
Hello World gets right under it
World
right
is
away.
Immediately under and has Androctonus trapped against the wall. It can't even retract the Scorpion Tail to attack with.
Absolutely pinning it down, grinding away at the bottom.
And this is what the jugglers are designed to do, is to stay underneath and just grind away at the chassis.
Definitely.
They've taken the whole right side axe off. I think Androctonus might be able to get the Scorpion Tail down, but it just can't get it retracted.
It can't retract right now, so it can't fire it. And even if it does... Oh, we got one of the discs,
Whoa,
actually. Wow.
Look at that.
Okay, so it might be able to get back in this fight if it can back
already, up. Hello World has lost half of its weapon power here.
And it looks like the side axe on the... Oh, no, the left side axe just came off right when it was hitting the disc. But now it's just the Scorpion Tail left and Androctonus.
And it's taken so much motor damage, internal damage, that it can't retract it now.
No.
So Androctonus is really struggling here.
And there it goes.
And it's done.
The KO.
It is done.
54 seconds.
54-second KO to tie it and get a 6-6 draw.
That is the curse of the Havoc physics engines, where one fight you're dominating, then the next you get dominated. That was still a really good fight, that first, before it got restarted.
And that is why I say you cannot predict what the Robot Rampage League will do. Because...
Unlucky.
You could run a fight 5 times and get 5 different results.
Yeah. So... Hashtag RA2 things. Yep.
Welcome to the Havoc Physics Engine. Every time I see a game with the Havoc Physics Engine, I think, oh no.
Oh no. Glitches. Things being thrown everywhere.
Got a lucky physics break. Yeah, that's how it happens. The way that we run things here at the league, the very first legal fight result is the official result.
Yes.
If a physics problem happens, we restart. Because we don't want to have to make a judgment call, well, this robot was kind of winning and that robot was kind of winning.
Want something conclusive.
We want it to be conclusive and valid. So...
Right. On to our next match. The next one we are going to have the Pinwheel Pulsars, my pick to win Division 2, up against the Robot Rebels.
No, we're not.
But first,
the
game crashes.
This game crash brought to you by our stream sponsors.
Thank you, stream sponsors, for helping us when RA2 lets us down.
Exactly. Let's get this back up here. Now that you have 2 commentators, when are you hiring Farouk to loudly announce the fight with bad puns?
Do you want me to tell you why we're not going to do that? Because it's 10 a.m. and there might still be people asleep.
Yeah, like my wife.
Yeah, who's really over here.
Have Farouk's booming voice right on the other side of the wall.
Oh, that'd be legendary, honestly.
First, the traditional crash of the stream.
Every time.
First crash of the season.
Yes. A little earlier than I expected, though. Only 2 matches in.
Yeah, normally we had, what, 2 per stream last time?
Yeah, and that was 9 matches, so okay.
Pinwheel Pulsars fighting
Robot Rebels.
Robot Rebels, a returning team.
Robot Rebel Ranch.
Yes. The Robot Rebel Ranch is back. So, Pulsars have Nightmare Fuel in the light weapons. This is side axes, except they don't come in, they go outwards.
Very interesting.
Very different take on an attack style from Nightmare Fuel here. Robot Rebels bring Overclock back. It has the piston spikes on the front. Last season it was kind of angled down wedge-like. This time they're straight ahead. So should do a little more damage, but maybe a little less control.
Yeah, we shall see.
We shall see how it goes. Chat, who do you think is going to win between Nightmare Fuel and Overclock?
Nightmare Fuel has a really interesting pontoon design for lightweights, because most lightweights just fit right in there and can't really hit it, so it's got a good shot, but Overclock also has the reach with its weapon, so
yes,
I think Nightmare Fuel's got the best chance, but you never know.
Yeah, you never know how these things are going to go. Yeah. Chat at the moment is pretty split so far.
I saw a silly comment further up from Quora. It was like, imagine you're sleeping over here and you hear your husband scream, "It's I love you!" I love that.
I'll do that next week. So, here we go. First fight of match number 3. So,
Overclock definitely looks like
Overclock is getting hits directly down the center of the chassis, and Nightmare Fuel cannot get...
Oh, but it got the weapon off.
Oh,
no.
They couldn't get the chassis before,
Not
but
quite.
They can now.
This is definitely Nightmare Fuel's fight now. And there's a KO shot already.
Yep, the control board hits are coming, and I think it's going to be right there, 29.
29 seconds.
Short, but destructive.
That was still very close for Nightmare Fuel, though. Like, if it didn't come off when it did, it was in trouble. I'd be really interested to see how close Nightmare Fuel was to getting control board hits there.
It had like 10% of its armor left because the status thing came back up.
They look like pinball flickers. Honestly, I see that now, yeah. I'm not going to be able to look at Nightmare Fuel the same.
Well, I'm going to look at Nightmare Fuel as a winner with 3 points.
Yes. Puts Pulsars up real quick.
Yep. Turn those status messages back off.
Do they keep resetting every time you go out of the game?
Only when the game crashes because it doesn't save.
Dumb.
Yep, that's Robot Arena 2, the unfinished pile of crap. Middleweight time.
Well, now.
We have 2 unique setups here.
Definitely.
So, the Pulsars bring Vika, which is a whipper. This is the first whipper we've had in the league. This is a weapon style that was in the AI for the original stock Robot Arena 2. It's a robot with fixed weapons, and it drives them around the opponent, and then it flicks back and forth with its drive. They're not hinged weapons, they're static, and the robot turns back and forth.
Kind of pivot side to side.
Yeah. First whipper that we've had in the league. The Robot Rebels bring a new robot called Woodrow Kilson, which is a literal hammer saw.
Yes, it is.
It is 2 saw blades on a hammer.
Yes, it is.
And it is named Woodrow Kilson after Jevin Woodrow, the World of Woodrow channel, because he hates the term hammer saw.
And now he has one named
after him.
And now it is officially canon because it is online.
Yes.
Was RA2 stock an unfinished game? Oh, you have no idea, Hex.
It is so unfinished.
Unfinished is being nice, honestly. But even for being so unfinished, it's probably the best robot combat game we have.
I know.
At least consistently?
Like, this is the most consistently good, realistic thing. Blackbird71 in the chat saying, what's up, and hi chat. Yes, welcome. So, Razor259 predicts Jevin to take this fight.
I think Jevin's got a good shot, you know?
Got a good shot because Vika's got no protection up top.
Yeah, it doesn't have the best ground game either.
But Woodrow Kilson's got those big exposed wheels right where Vika's weapon hits. So,
we shall see.
Let's see how this one goes.
Immediately slides right under it.
Huge hit from Woodrow Kilson to start. And immediately Vika is trying to swing back and forth. It's taken one of the stabilizing arms and a wheel off. And Woodrow Kilson cannot get the hammer saw down to land contact.
Not quite. It's going to lose that second
wheel. Vika's going for the other wheel now, too. The last stabilizer on the front is gone. The last wheel is gone. So now, is Vika going to go for a KO or go for the guaranteed 2 points?
It's going to be real important here. It's got to be careful because it can still get big hits from the hammer saw.
Yeah, if it goes to the front, which it's doing.
Still able to get side hits, though, so that's a bonus, I guess.
Vika does appear to be trying to get the KO here, but it's not being particularly careful about it. It would get 3 points.
The wall now.
Trying to keep Woodrow Kilson from moving.
Looks like now the damage has prevented Woodrow from being able to lift the hammer saw back up.
Yes, and they're going to wait the
TKO count now.
TKO.
So because Woodrow does not have any wheels, this is not a pin.
Yes.
I didn't see the time.
That was 155 left, so it's 65 seconds.
65 seconds. The stream is a little on the fuzzy side if you look here. Anything we can do about that?
Why is it fuzzy?
Might be the recording.
Let me see what I can do about that.
Rear Rebel eat Jevin's wheels. I could see that happening, honestly. Zika, but still wrong. Yes! First ever Whipper victory in RRL. That is quite historic.
So I am going to close the game for the moment so that I can deal with the stream and find out why it is...
It's a little fuzzy.
Fuzzy.
See if we can make it just a little bit clearer, because it'll make it a little bit tougher doing highlights if the stream is actually fuzzy when we download it.
Yeah, let me move some stuff around here. You
Was
go
that from
ahead.
having the recording up, maybe?
Keep reading chat. I'll dick around with this while you read chat. I'm putting it out at 720, so... Maybe it's YouTube being dumb.
Maybe.
What? Oh, Auto 240?
They should be fine? I don't know. I saw people earlier mentioning it might have been a little fuzzy, but...
I know that the webcam's fuzzy because the webcam's low resolution,
Yeah,
but the stream itself should be coming out at 720p.
Okay.
So...
Stream looks fine. Okay, well...
Chat seems
Guess just
fine,
me.
mostly the game.
I just want to double check for when we're doing highlights so we can actually, like, have a clear shot for that at least.
Yes.
So...
Because I know we had one stream last season that came out fuzzy because it was at a lower resolution for some reason. Yeah, if the stream seems low resolution, check your little gear icon on YouTube and see what setting it's playing it at, because it should be coming out at 720.
What we're hoping for anyway.
So it is heavyweight time.
It is heavyweight time. Pulsars are first.
Pulsars are first.
This is also our first multi-bot appearance.
Yes.
Gotta switch over to team match.
Switch over to team match.
Gotta love this. There you go.
There against the Rebels.
Alright, so the Pulsars for the multibots have Leslie and Gale. Leslie is an overhead spinner, very similar to Voidwalker in a way, just a little bit smaller. Gale has 3 front hinge flippers on spike strips, so it can do a lot of damage. Also a relatively well-known DSL robot for some of you that might know. The Rebels have Jaws of Death, a rebuilt Jaws of Death. Now has a wedge in the front and ram plates with side axes that go in the side. Pretty damaging when it can get stuff in front of it, but it's going to have 2 multibots to deal with. So...
Yeah, Jaws of Death's weaknesses last season were it had exposed chassis right up front, and it was easy for stuff to get under it. And the new builds addressed that. It has a ram plate on the front, and it has a wedge on the front. So in theory, it's protected from the front, but Leslie and Gale can attack from 2 different directions at the same time.
So who do we believe is going to win this?
Yes, predictions for the multi-bot pair versus Jaws of Death. So, multi-bot rules in RRL are a little bit different than real-life rules. Both robots need to be eliminated to end a fight. Doesn't matter what their weights are. One of them could be 5 pounds and the other one 800. They both have to be eliminated to end the fight, and they can only get the 3 points by knocking out both of them. If one of them's TKO'd, it's a TKO.
Yes, it is.
If it's rung out, it's a ring out. You can only get the 3 KO points by KOing both parts of the multi-bot.
Yes, so seeing pretty split between the two. A lot of people pointing out Gale's eyes. Yeah, Gale has very soulless eyes. It's very much the haha I'm dead inside.
Yes. Well, the AI might be confused by the multi-bots.
It will not be. We changed the Axe AI, so it is actually more consistent this time.
The Axe AI is fixed this time, yes.
I think we used Omni for it this time, because the side axis shutting down was very annoying last season. Okay, stats messages are off. We're good.
Here we go. Heavyweight points.
Multibot Chaos.
And Jaws of Death. Get the
Goes
KO
for
on
Leslie.
both of them. Going for Leslie, which it's gotten stopped. But
it's
it
not
took
the
some
one that needs to
damage
win the
from.
ground game over. And now Gale's underneath.
And now
it.
Gale's underneath.
Has
and
inverted it now.
Thrown Jaws of Death on its back. But now Gale and Leslie are close to each other, and there can be some friendly fire
Definitely some
here.
friendly fire here.
Jaws of Death is struggling to land hits on Gale.
Now that it's inverted, yes. If it was upright, it would be a little more okay. Leslie's still doing a little bit of damage to Gale. Oh, Jaws using his rear armor there.
Use the rear spikes to
now it switches right over.
Stop Leslie and knock some spikes off of it.
It's lost one of its axes, though, so that's going to hinder its damage output for sure.
Did Gale lose spikes?
I can't.
No, they did not.
Yet.
All of them are still there.
Just having a really hard time getting under that ramp.
Leslie trying to go for the wheel on the side.
Oh, hello. That was the wedge coming off of it there.
Oh my. So,
huge impact.
Jaws of Death down to just a club and a spike for its axes. It's got Leslie into the grinder.
But it turned its back
Gale
to Gale,
is gonna
which is the wedge.
That's the thing with the multibots. You turn your back to one of them.
And you're having a bad time.
And Gale's able to throw Jaws of Death around.
Leslie has lost all of its damaging weapons now.
So this is between Gale and Jaws of Death.
Gale is still taking a lot of chassis damage, so...
Yes. And Jaws of Death is still doing some damage with that remaining spike.
Oh, there goes the ram plate off the front, so... That's going to make it a lot easier for Gale to get chassis hits now.
Yes, if they can get under.
It's having a hard time. It's just a stalemate right now.
Leslie is trying to be annoying as best as possible at the moment.
Yes. That's the perk of multibots, being annoying.
And Jaws of Death is just not sure what to do about it.
Now it's hitting Leslie pretty hard. That's control board hits on Leslie.
Control boards on Leslie. Got in the wrong part of Jaws of Death there and bailed out of it.
Oh, but control board hits on Jaws now from Gale.
Gale finally able to get those front hinged flippers underneath.
Taking a lot of damage, having a hard time retracting those.
And
there is
I think that's the last one.
That was 58 seconds left.
122 seconds. So, the multibot with the win. And this is a shutout so far.
Indeed. This is why I'm thinking the Pulsars are the favorites for this division. They have some pretty good robots that, even though they have challenges, obviously, they can really pop up with it.
95-75 combined for those two.
Yes.
And the Rebels have lost the match, and they have one fight left.
Another thing of note is we are 3 KOs in already. One more KO gives the Pulsars our first perfect win of the season.
They had a TKO.
Oh, they had a TKO?
They had a TKO with
They did a TKO. I lied. Still, very, very close, though.
So, cannot get a perfect
Still could get very close and really put themselves ahead in their division.
But absolutely, they'll be leading if they get this fourth fight and get a shutout.
All right.
And they have a really strong super heavyweight.
Definitely.
And the Rebels, not so much. But the lads already fought. The lads fight later in the stream.
They're in like the last hour of the stream, so you still have a little bit, Navi.
Yes, they are. Which match is it?
I think it's 13. It's gonna be within like the last hour, so you still have like a little while.
We're a ways away from the lads.
If you look at the schedule where we have it posted, it actually shows the match order.
Yes. So super heavyweight points. We have the Pulsars with 787B. Mm-hmm. It is a rear hinge flipper designed like a race car. It's like P1 if it was good.
Yes.
The Robot Rebels bring Heart Attack back. It has been reconfigured a little bit because of weapon component limitations, but it is still basically a grabby pusher rammer.
Yes.
It's going to look to get under 787B and push it into the grinders mainly.
Yes, it will.
It can sort of drive inverted.
Yes.
But it doesn't have the weapon power that 787B does.
No, not quite.
So, how dare you say P1 is not good? I didn't say P1 isn't good. I said
787B is P1 but better.
Yes.
Because it can do damage. Also very topical that we get the Le Mans style robot on the day of Le Mans.
Exactly.
Very fun.
Someone made a Mazda. Yes, they did.
Yes, they did.
And we're going to get to see it fight.
Final match of it.
Lots of 787B predictions.
Yeah.
Probably because they're all fans of Le Mans.
I don't blame them.
So let's see how this one goes. Can the Pulsars get the first shutout of the season? It's a stalemate on the wedges, and Heart Attack is pushing 787B, getting into those wheels with those.
Now it's under the spike strip. That's actually a big deal.
But now 787B has Heart Attack pinned against the wall and can get around to the side of those wedges.
Very close to the wheels now.
Yes. Little bit of a pushing stalemate here. Heart Attack's going to back out of that.
Rolls right over the top of it. Wow.
Backed over it and got thrown onto the wall.
Does like a skateboard trick off wall. And it is over.
There is the first ring out of the season.
32 seconds.
Heart Attack with the driving mistake backed over the top of it.
Yes.
And
787B has more than enough power to put it over.
Yeah, and they're just like, yes, thank you.
You made
free throw.
Put you on a T, thank you.
Okay,
so talk about a yeet.
That's our first match shutout of the season.
That is our first shutout to the Pulsars. That is, what, 9 points total if you include the bonus point?
Let me see.
Two KOs, two pointers, so... Almost had a full sweep of ways to win in a match there. Just missing a judge's decision.
Yeah, they just missed out on the cycle.
11-0, right.
That is an 11-0, well, 10-0 win with the bonus point. It's 11.
So. Are these 5-hour streams now? Basically, yes.
Yes, they're very long.
They're going to be quite a while.
We've doubled the size of the league,
Yeah,
so it's doubled the size of the streams.
Long.
So everyone's aware, we are going to do a midstream break.
Yes, we are.
When we get through the first 2 divisions, the first half of the matches, we're going to take a 10-minute break to rest our voices and stuff.
Yes, and get a drink or whatever.
And then we'll be back with the second half.
And feel free to pop in and out of the stream. We know people are busy on Sundays and everything.
It's a long stream. We'll be here all day. Yep. Take your time. After this, we have the Anthracite Colliers.
Oh, yes, the Colliers are here.
Fighting the West Elizabeth Warbears.
All right.
So let's pull that match up. Jim won't be here all stream. We don't mind if you can't make it for the whole stream, but thank you for being here for at least part of it. We appreciate it. So, the Anthracite Colliers from Canada.
Yep.
The West Elizabeth Warbears from the Red Dead Redemption universe.
Correct.
From West Elizabeth. So, the Colliers bring Quick Pick. It is a vertical spike axe.
Yep.
It's got long pontoons. It's kind of a dustpan shape without the bottom of the dustpan in there.
Yes.
Very good at controlling. The West Elizabeth Warbears have Ursa Minor. It is a asymmetric horizontal spinner.
Yes.
Similar to Firestarter from last season. Can hit hard.
Can also get unbalanced pretty easily.
Can get unbalanced because it's only got the one tooth.
Yeah.
But the unbalancedness helps itself right.
It does.
So,
for sure,
but that weapon up top is vulnerable to an overhead axe.
Yes, and I'm definitely thinking with the pontoons that Quick Pick has, Ursa Minor's going to get unbalanced pretty easily. But that's if it goes all the way up. We don't know.
Yeah,
it could just straight up KO it by hitting the pontoons.
Yeah, it could go either way here. Both of them have advantages against each other.
Yes, for sure.
Most of the chat is
for Quick Pick,
predicting Quick Pick. Still can't figure out Ursa Minor from the image. Well, you'll get to see it right now.
Just a minute. There's a lot that you can't really tell the shapes of. All right.
So, Ursa Minor up to speed with that big, wide swing, going over the top of the axe.
But it's playing right into Quick Pick's territory, though.
Or maybe Quick Pick is throwing itself on its back. Landing hits to those chassis pontoons, but Quick Pick is getting
it right in the back.
Getting it corralled and attacking from above.
Although because the pick is so minor, it's actually missing quite a few times. But now it's really getting good hits in.
Yes.
Oh, but there it goes. Oh,
locked
no.
off from Ursa Minor, and now Quick Pick has to use that controlling aspect to try to survive this fight and push it longer, and maybe
it might be able to.
Maybe get a lucky TKO.
Could get a TKO, or could just push the judge's decision and limit the points here.
If it can get,
or could honestly just dominate the control game.
If it can get Ursa Minor into the grinders or get it flipped over, because it is getting unstable.
I hear 2 control board hits there.
Are we going to get another control board hit, or can Quick Pick pull this one back?
It's doing a really good job moving it around, but it's got to get it over to a grinder to do damage.
Not quite able to aim it, unfortunately.
Oh,
and that's our final kill shot.
68
seconds for the Warbears to get a KO.
Good start for the Warbears.
Good 3 points.
Commentator's curse. Yes. We will curse everything.
That's how commentary works. That's why we have commentary.
That's why there's commentary.
And so we move to the middleweights.
Oh boy.
Extender just comes off easy. Yeah, that's how it goes.
That's how axes go, honestly. You got to be careful with them.
Love the design of that spinner. Yeah, I love asymmetric spinners, especially in stock Robot Arena too.
It's really tough to make them.
There's so little you can do with the components. Like with DSL, you can choose densities and weights as much as you want, but like here, you're so limited. It's hard to do asymmetric spinners, so I really appreciate it. Middleweight time. The Colliers bring Tumbler, which is a nice tuna can full body spinner type of robot. A little bit defensive with the ram plates, a little bit offensive.
A little more defensive for sure.
The West Elizabeth Warbears bring Grismo, which is kind of a reimagining of a robot from last season called Gizmo. And it is a incredibly fast and aggressive four-wheel drive rammer. Gizmo, did Gizmo last season have a sludge fest?
It had quite a few, actually. It had like 3 at least.
Had a few sludge
It also wrung itself out just ramming the Iron Curtain so hard that it just pole vaulted over.
Yes.
So, could easily do the same here.
Could do the same to Tumbler, but Tumbler has the defensive features to absorb a hit like that.
For sure. So.
And then go and attack while Gizmo's bouncing around.
Yeah, so we shall see. This could be interesting.
Yes, let's see how it goes. Chat is predicting Gizmo. A few Tumbler predictions in there. All asking for a sludge fest. I mean, let's see if we get one. It could be the first one of the season.
Could happen. Don't necessarily need a wedge.
And here we go. Tumbler up to speed. Gizmo almost bounced over the wall.
Wow.
Almost did what does KJ call it? A Gizmo fest?
Yes, the Gizmo fest.
Tumbler getting pushed back towards the grinder.
It's still getting good hits on the side of
get away.
Gizmo, though. It might be able to catch the...
Oh, here we go. They've locked up.
That's interesting.
And Gizmo had to retreat to make an attack.
It does look like Tumbler's taking a couple of shots to the chassis when it stopped, but otherwise it's still looking okay.
Yep, both of them still have all of their components. But Gizmo not able to really get in there. Ooh,
bounces off the wall.
Took a big shot from the wall.
Oh, now it rams it over to the grinder.
Oh, a big
on top of the grinder
ram
now.
Tossed Tumbler through the air. And now Tumbler is unbalanced.
Still pretty controlled for being unbalanced, though.
Yeah, it's not throwing it. It's not gyroing around from.
It's not gyroing around like Gizmo is with its drive. Jeez.
So Tumbler going into attack. Gizmo retreating,
throwing itself around for sure.
This is what Tumbler needs to capitalize on.
Oh, but now it's been
flipped. This is probably going to be the end unless Gizmo throws itself out.
Might go for KOs too.
I think it's going to get the KO.
Oh, it did. 100. So 73 seconds on that win.
73. Gizmo with the KO of Tumbler.
A little surprising. I thought Tumbler might have had the defensive features to last a little longer than that, but
it kind of did. What did it in was getting flipped.
Yeah, definitely. Which that's always a problem when you're facing something as fast as Gizmo.
Yeah.
Blake Thyman, Tumbler looks like Slam from BattleBots. I don't know that one off the top.
Yes, it does, absolutely. That was a big purple and white super heavyweight with like wedge-shaped spinners. It was like Kronos, but with like internal combustion.
Okay, that makes sense. Warbears off to a really good start already.
2 KOs. Got a perfect match so far. As we go to the heavyweights.
Heavyweight fight.
Deeper into the hole the Colliers go. Colliers are very good at digging themselves out of holes, though.
Definitely.
So, they bring to the heavyweight Jackhammer 2 piston-poking sets of spikes on Jackhammer, some defensive pointy spikes, like a plow of spikes on the front. The West Elizabeth Warbears bring Warbear, which is side axes.
Namesake.
One side is a bear claw, the other side is a sledgehammer and spikes. So they're not going through Jackhammer's spikes, they're going around them.
They go around them.
They also have a wedge game that Jackhammer does not have, but Jackhammer is invertible, so we'll see how things go. Carjack versus Warbar. I mean, maybe.
The thing with Jackhammer is it's one of the lowest robots in the competition, and with how high Warbear's axes are, I don't know if it can hit it from like ground level. If it goes up the wedge, no problem, but it's gonna have a hard time.
I wonder if Warbear has the reach to get past all the spikes.
It probably does, but I don't know if I think that might be too high. I don't know.
It will be interesting to see how it goes. You don't usually see bears in a mine shaft. Where do you think bears hibernate for the winter?
They're just hiding in mine shafts. I love that.
Here we go. Heavyweight points time. Can the Colliers get some points back? Jackhammer's going to come out slowly.
Goes right up
drove
the wedge.
Right over it. So Warbear's going to try and use
already lost one of the
wedges to its advantage and just hold Jackhammer in place and go at the chassis from there. They don't need the reach if Jackhammer's on top of them. And Jackhammer doesn't quite have the speed to get away.
Warbear's wedge is a little better than I thought it was going to be. Just right under.
Jackhammer's trying to get in there. It's knocked a sledgehammer off of Warbear.
It's on KO.
But it is very much on the defensive here. Pinned against the wall.
And that is it.
That's it. 32 seconds. That left Bear Claw got it.
Oh boy.
Just too much weapon power from the Warbears today.
They are not playing around.
In fairness, it was a pretty bad, tight matchup for Jackhammer.
Yeah. Honestly, even for the Colliers, like, for an Axe, an asymmetric horizontal is kind of a bad draw, too.
Yeah.
Unlucky.
With a lot of reach. That's how it goes sometimes. That's why there's 15 weeks to the regular season, and teams fight all these different teams with all these different weapon types. Sometimes it's not your week, and sometimes you get a really good opponent that you match up well with.
Cora says, Minecraft would be terrifying if there were bears in the mine shafts.
Oh my goodness, can you imagine how difficult Minecraft bears would be?
Just round a quarter and there's a bear.
Can you imagine how difficult Minecraft bears would be? You put like 10 arrows into it and it's still chasing you?
Ugh.
Well, one more fight in here. Colliers, that's right. Jim Dramatic, definitely out of his league with the bots. Your robots are better than you think they are, Jim.
Oh, definitely.
We've seen the testing. So, in the super heavyweights, the Colliers bring Big Bore. This is a multi-stage drill weapon,
it is.
classified as a vertical spinner. It has a set of drills on motors that are on a motor. It turns them all around.
Yes.
They don't quite take advantage of some of the glitches with Robot Arena 2 that magnifies weapon power because they're not lined up with the same axle.
They're offset.
So that, and they have different motor types.
Yeah.
One of the things that we did to encourage creativity, but also limit the use of like game-breaking glitches here.
Yes.
The West Elizabeth Warbears bring Smashy McSmash Face 2. This was a very popular robot last season in the Robot Rampage League. Did not win a whole lot of fights, but won everybody's hearts.
Won everyone's hearts.
It has a bunch of axes on top, sledgehammers, Warpick style axes. It has some defensive features on the sides now for its wheels. Originally, it was designed to look like it was made in Robot Arena 1.
Yeah.
So, Big Bore versus Smashy McSmash Face 2. Chat is all cheering for Smashy. Smashy has won the hearts of the people and therefore has won.
Yes, it has. And honestly, this rebuild of Smashy is pretty potent. Like, it can really mess some stuff up now.
Big Bore's got a lot of drill power, so we'll see how it goes. Oh, Josh Doing Things YouTube. I agree with what you just said. I'm not going to say it out loud, but I agree with what you just said.
Yep.
So here we go. Super heavyweight points. Can the Colliers get a win back against Smashy McSmashface? They both play ground game, but they're kind of offset from each other. The Colliers get underneath Smashy, but Smashy is attacking the drill weapon and allowing its armor to absorb some hits from it.
The spikes on the drill are definitely taking direct hit from... Oh, wow, one of those hammers was just launched.
Some of the hammers and war pickaxes coming off of Smashy.
I do believe one of the axes is hitting Big Bore's chassis just a bit on the left there.
Yes, it's hitting that right side pontoon. We see some smoke coming out of Big Bore now. They're not able to get under Smashy's wedges at the moment, so it's just kind of a wedge stalemate.
Oh, control board hits now on Bore.
Oh my goodness,
That's
did Smashy sneak a KO here?
It did, wow.
It was the long overhead.
It was the long one that was able to
war
get it.
pick
I did not even
that,
see that.
On that like right side pontoon wedge.
Yeah.
Okay.
I did not see that coming there.
No,
I thought Bore still had enough armor to move around maybe. Wow.
Yeah, that was unexpected completely. I didn't expect Smashy to get a KO.
And that is a perfect 13-0 match.
It is. It's 4 straight KOs.
Wow. I did not expect that, to be honest.
Smashy didn't even have the higher damage total.
No.
They were just sneaking them in the right spots with that long axe. That is fortunate.
Indeed.
So, that's a perfect shutout in week 1. Didn't we have a perfect shutout in week 1 last season?
Yes, that was Team Smash opening up real strong.
Warbears look good. The Warbears have power. They also have a lot of weapon vulnerabilities. Though.
Yeah,
like they had a very good matchup here with the Colliers.
Yeah.
Coal miners not particularly well known for their ability to fight bears.
Not quite. Little out of their pay grade, I think.
Yeah, a little. It's over their pay grade for sure.
All right, on to our next match. It is the Avalon Resurrectionists against the Meme Team.
Oh, the memes are here. I'm glad Jim
it is your time. The Meme Team being Jim Gematic's team.
Yes. So, Avalon Resurrectionists. Are they the Cleveland, Ohio team?
Yes, they're from Cleveland.
The Cleveland, Ohio team of the Avalon Resurrectionists against the Meme Team, which is from a place in the UK. I can't remember which one.
Was it Brighton? I don't remember.
No, Pete Chaos is Brighton. We have a lot of UK teams this season. We can't keep them straight. I can actually look it up and check. Give me a second.
Anyway, for Avalon, they have Dane's Leaf, which is a rammer. It has kind of a fork-shaped rammer in the front, which should give them a little bit more range to actually hit stuff and keep it at bay. Whereas the Meme Team has Demagnetized Internet, which is also a rammer that has 4 of the pickaxe weapons on the front. Dane's Leaf is invertible. Demagnetized Internet is not, I don't believe. So,
okay, could be interesting. So, the Meme Team is from Lancaster in the UK.
Gotcha.
Or if I remember the way that you're supposed to pronounce UK place names, it's Lancaster. Lancaster. You don't pronounce any of the middle syllables in UK place names. So, Dane's Leaf against Demagnetized Internet. Like, you're 100 subs from 10K. Yes, I've been there for a while. I've been watching it fluctuate because I haven't been posting videos. We might get there during the Robot Rampage League. It's not Pain Shelf?
It's not Pain's Shelf?
It's Dane's Leaf.
That could be. Who knows?
Chat split. Lunksta is the correct pronunciation. Thank you, Jim.
I like that.
Okay, so wait until they find Worcester. Yes, I know. Here we go with the Resurrectionists against the Meme Team. Demagnetized Internet comes in from the left. Both of their weapons line up well, but Dane's Leaf retreated and took a shot to the wheels, it looks like. I feel like this is going to be a match of touching tips a lot here.
I can't tell. Dane's Leaf might be able to get those spikes right on the connectors for the outer.
Yeah, they kind of fit between Demagnetized Internet's ice pick weapons. So we'll see how that goes. They're both kind of taking turns pushing each other back. Demagnetized Internet close to the grinder, but it's knocked off one of Dane's Leaf's weapons, and it's now risking throwing itself around.
That's going to be a big deal. Oh, there is one of Internet's pickaxes.
Yes, so they're very even fight so far, although I think Dane's Leaf might be taking chassis hits now.
And there goes the other spike.
Yes. And Demagnetized Internet stuck on it.
Oh, no, but it freed it.
Dane's
that
Leaf
was
freed
so
it.
close.
That would have been a wild way to end that one.
Yeah, the Demagnetized Internet has very little ground clearance there, so it backed right over to get it if it gets stuck on it.
And Dane's Leaf
has a front flip.
Flipped over.
It's still invertible, though, so it's alright, but no damaging components left.
Yeah, Dane's Leaf is going to struggle here against Demagnetized Internet. Still pushing it around, but it's going to take chassis damage with every one of these rams. The last of the frontal components came off.
Control board hits now. Halfway through the fight.
And I feel like this is going to be it here. It is. It is 94 seconds. A win for the Meme Team. Jim Gematic thought he was outclassed, but he's not.
They've done it. They have gotten a win. And our internet did not crash, so we're good.
Yes. The internet did not get demagnetized. So
gotta
far.
hope network doesn't screw us over later.
Yes, network. If network fights demagnetized internet, we are done for.
Yeah, we may as well just wrap the stream up then. Size difference is notable. Yeah, Dane's Leaf is a very tiny robot, even for a lightweight.
Jim says if I got cobalted, I would have flipped my computer.
That would have been incredible. All right.
Middleweight time.
Middleweights.
Brain does not work in the midnight. I agree. Mine doesn't work now.
Doesn't work anytime.
Going for the memes. The memes are winning so far.
All right.
All right, the Resurrectionists in the middleweights bring Trishula, which is a... Excuse me. It's a piston poker. It has 2 spikes pointing up and 2 spikes pointing down.
Yes.
It can attack the same way, whether it's upside down or right side up. It can hit wedges. There's no wedge on the meme team's robot. It is On Your Own, named after your own Leverloo of the Petunia team, and the Reality team, and Tough as Nails, and
yeah, a lot of
every
teams.
Dutch team ever.
Every team.
On Your Own is a low-slung undercutter. It's very similar to PP3D, and it has ram plates on the front to protect the chassis.
Yes, it does.
So, predictions for Trishula versus On Your Own. Still don't know how I made an undercutter, but here we are. Hey, there's a couple undercutters
There are a
in
couple, actually.
RRL now. And you did a pretty good job with it.
Thinking On Your Own's going to have a good chance at getting Trishula's wheels, which will just help it corral it and maybe move it around to the grinders. I don't know if there's going to be a KO here. It might be a bit of a longer fight.
This might be a longer fight because neither of them really have the knockout potential we've seen in some of the other teams. I like Razor259's prediction of Hold My Beer.
Hold My Beer. Yes.
One of your own's robots. Right, let's get it started. On Your Own against Trishula. On Your Own, rather slow weapon speed. Trishula getting it straight to the grinder.
That's doing a lot of chassis damage
This is
already.
a fantastic strategy from Trishula. If they can't get through the armor, then use the grinders to do it.
Already control board hits. What?
And
that
that's
was
a
quick.
Fantastic grinder KO.
16-second KO.
And that was not Trishula's weapon that did that.
That was all using the grinder.
Strategic use of the arena hazards.
That's actually very impressive. I didn't expect the drive power to make that much of a difference.
Yeah, it really did.
Wow.
Trishula did a lot of damage points-wise, but that was all to the ram plates that are designed to take that kind of damage.
I did not expect the Resurrectionist to have what is the fastest win so far. That's very surprising.
Fastest win of the season so far, yes. And the match is tied up.
It is tied up. Good deal after the lightweight KO they had. Trishula is like EE from last year. It is a little bit. It only has 1 piston, though, whereas EE had 4. So, what is the fastest KO in RRL? 2 seconds.
Yep, there was a 1-hit KO in 2 seconds from Blood Eagle last season,
That's
which
why
is
Blood Eagle's not here.
not allowed to compete anymore.
So that was dumb.
Because that's why there are rules.
Yes.
So that, you know, fights can be fun. There's the meme team. Like Drigger, but good. You're not wrong.
You're not wrong, no.
Okay. So, heavyweight time. The Avalon Resurrectionist bring Phalanx, which is a rear hinge flipper. It's got this kind of like U-shaped chassis, really low slung, very sleek design. The meme team brings a multibot though. They bring 4-pound 90.
Yes.
4-pound is the vertical spinner on the bottom left, and 90 is a side axe robot. Can Phalanx deal with the double-sided attack from both sides?
I don't think... It doesn't have the components or the armor to really hold up to it, but if it can flip 4-pound over, that'll essentially take the vert out of contention. So it could at least make it a one-on-one match, which it should dominate because of the weight advantage.
Yes. I think the main advantage it's going to have is it should be able to get under them, because the multibots, if a multibot can get under the opponent, like we saw with Jaws of Death, there's nothing they can do.
Much they can do.
They can't turn and fight. So I think Phalanx might have an advantage here. Jim Dramatic says, I made the last 2 bots solely for you to constantly say their names on every single stream. Thanks, Jim. I appreciate it.
Fantastic.
This is because I detest the 4-pound 90 meme. It was so overdone in my friends group, and now I have to talk about it all the time because fuck me, that's why.
I like Razor's version of it better. 10 pence short of a fiver.
10 pence short of a fiver.
I like that better. That's funny.
So, let's see how the multibot does. Chat is leaning towards the multibot. Here we go. Multibot time. Phalanx is going for 90, which is the side axe.
Already flipped it over.
Throws it onto he threw it
right
onto the
disc.
weapon of 4-pound.
That's a clever strategy.
A fantastic way to get some.
Now it's really getting chewed up at the back from 90.
It's got under 4-pound, which is good. It's stopping the damage, but it's taking damage from 90 in the process.
Now it's just getting hit from both sides. Kind of move around a little bit. It's definitely smoking now, though.
Yeah, it's just not really equipped to defend from both sides at once.
Yeah, because they're both on the side, it was a lot harder. Now it's pushing 90 over to the grinder.
Might be able to get a wheel, but 4-pound with a huge attack in the
hit.
rear. Got a control board hit. 90's lost a wheel, so Phalanx might be able to ignore it for a little bit. Once they break this pin.
No. It got away from the pin.
Got away from the pin, but 4-pound got the KO. Phalanx just didn't have the speed to deal with an attack from both sides at once.
Not quite. Gave it a good shout at first. Throwing 90 overhead onto 4-pound was really cool.
That was... I think YouTube has a clip feature now. Can somebody clip that out of the stream?
Yes,
that was one
awesome.
of my favorite things that's happened in
that was pretty
RRL.
Good.
That's going in the highlights video
yes.
for sure. Also, chat, if at any time you feel like a fight deserves to be in the highlight video, tell us in the chat. Let us know that you think something's highlight worthy.
Yes. We will be doing the fight of the week in the highlights yet again, so...
Yes. Because we know not everybody can watch a 4-hour stream, 5-hour stream, so we'll do highlights every week. Do you have notes to write down the highlights-worthy stuff?
Yes. And I've taken none of them.
Thank you.
Should probably do that.
Yeah, I should probably do that. Who's going to the highlights? Well, certainly throwing 90 onto 4-pound's weapon is going to be part of it. That was really cool. And we move on to the super heavies. So that was a KO win for the meme team that I need to put in here. Meme team is leading 6-3. All right, 6-3 lead for the meme team, who brings in, as Jim Jametic quite excitedly says in the chat, Monk et Bannon.
Monk et Bannon.
I'm not going to pronounce it the way the meme is pronounced because
it's not worth it.
Memes. Return to Monk. No, evolve to crab.
Evolve to crab.
Everything evolves to crab.
Everything evolves to crab.
The Avalon Resurrectionists in the Super Heavyweights have Excalibur, which is a double vertical spinner. It reminds me so much of Heavy Metal Noise from BattleBots, and I love it to death.
Fantastic.
Monk Eat Banan is a rear hinge flipper, and it has wheel guards around the sides. Might be able to take the hits. Excalibur is invertible and can roll however it wants, so might be able to deal the damage no matter how it ends up.
We shall see.
This is a really even matchup here between these two. Monk et Bannon. Thank you, Jim.
It's going to be really close for Bannon's flippers, though, because Excalibur is obviously invertible, and the discs are going to be doing damage when it's flipping around. So, if it could pile up the damage on the top of Monk, then who knows?
Who knows? We're about to know.
It could even the matchup.
Yeah, if Excalibur gets a KO, it's a tied match. It would be a draw. It goes right up the wedge and gets flipped over, and Excalibur doesn't care. It's just going to keep attacking.
It has the wheels to do it. Definitely getting hits on the front.
Okay, Monk is going to kind of tip it upwards and keep it away, keep it at bay.
Ooh, it got high-centered on the wall there for a second. That could be a problem if it gets pushed to the wall.
Yeah, it's going to get pushed over by the grinder soon.
Definitely a big hit there. One
of the balance wheels has been taken off.
Still doing quite a bit of damage to the front.
There's
another one.
Damaging flipping spikes.
A lot of them are going now.
Excalibur taking quite a lot of damage here from Monk. Not really able to land hits. It's landed some. It's taken
one of the flippers off.
Flipping arm off. Still able to stay invertible. Another flipping arm's come off, so Excalibur is racking the damage up from above.
Monk's taking a lot of damage on the top, too.
And not really able to get flips without those extra 2 flipping arms now. Super heavyweight robots are heavy. Got the flipping arms kind of split and not able to attack with them, so they're kind of at a stalemate.
That razor tip on the bottom of Excalibur is holding it down as a wedge.
Yep. So they break the pin. Excalibur does a cool dance.
Does a little gyro dance.
And now trying to go for the corner to get around those flipping arms, but they have once again ended up split. And they're just going to kind of have a push of war at the moment and stalemate. Both of them trying to exercise aggression, trying to exercise control. If it ends up going to a judge's decision, they've both taken a lot of damage, so there's a good chance it won't.
Interesting that Excalibur has pretty even drive despite only being 2-wheel drive.
Yes.
It's able to
2-wheel drive, but able to match Monk's drive power. It's broken the pin. And they're going to go back in and attack, and right back to
More
where
the
we
same.
were. How does that keep happening? Always get surprised when I see Gyro in RA2, says Me57.
Happens very rarely. Oh, it's actually under it now a little bit.
Yeah, so Monk has Excalibur pinned to the wall, and if Wheel Physics takes over, that could put Excalibur on top of Monk.
I hear pin count now. It's able to break it. One of the other flipping arms has
Getting
come
pushed
off now.
back. It's down to one flipping arm.
Still
45 seconds
matched, though.
remaining. This has a good chance of going to the judges here. So this could be our first judges' decision of the season. Monk is losing the push of war, so perhaps running down low on battery power.
I don't believe Monk has very much battery power in it. So
No, it's
especially with using all the battery power for the snappers there.
for the weapon, yeah. So control is going to Excalibur at the moment, who's able to push Monk back to the wall. And it's dancing around trying to get any damage that it can. Monk is going to try and push back to break a pin.
I hear a pin. That's gonna have to back up if it breaks it.
Can Monk get away?
It did. It did not. That would technically be a pin as Excalibur was hindering its movement.
I think the fairest way to do that would be to count that as a pin.
Yes.
So the way that we classify pins here is when a robot holds an opponent for the 10 count that the game does and makes the fight end that way. And so what we usually do is restart it. There are some situations, like when a robot has no wheels left, that it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
In this case, Excalibur was in contact with Monk, preventing it from driving forward.
Yes.
So I think we have to count that as a pin.
I believe so, yes. So that would be a restart.
So this is a restart.
Probably didn't help that Monkey didn't have much energy.
It didn't have the battery
It
power
really
to push away from it.
But Excalibur was still in its way blocking it.
It's distinctly possible Monk didn't have the battery power to get away from the count at all.
Yes.
But we don't know because
It was trying to
Excalibur
go for
was
Excalibur.
holding it there.
Yeah.
So it's a restart.
That is a restart. Unlucky.
Unlucky, but it's a restart. And that's how it goes sometimes. So, good fight brought to nothing as Excalibur goes through the air and gets flipped over and is now attacking from above. Very similar to how the last fight went, except it's on its side
It's on
now.
its side, though. That's going to be a problem.
It is, because Monk can attack those discs and maybe get the whole weapon off. Or get Excalibur over the wall, possibly.
We shall see.
One of those balance wheels is off. As Excalibur wheels around, and Monk comes back in to try to attack. Excalibur upright once again. It's having trouble driving up against that wall.
Oh, it's gotten all the spike strips up now, so it can actually do damage now. Doesn't have to worry about getting flipped around here.
Yes, Monk's got the flipping arms pinned up in the air, so they can't really get under
Gotta break
Excalibur.
Excalibur.
Excalibur's got a fair amount of chassis damage going on now.
There goes one.
Monk is doing a lot of damage, and then
And
Physics got very angry, and we get to restart a second time.
Love that. So regardless of if it is because of a pin or because of physics, we cap it at 5 restarts.
Yes, and if we have 5 restarts and we have to restart again, we skip the fight, we run it after the stream is over.
Yes.
That time, it did not get flipped over, it got thrown clear over the top of Monk.
Yes. Immediately got one of the
did.
balance wheels off, and now it's just parking on top of it.
Not able to get those spinning weapons into play on Monk because it's
Not quite.
holding it off of the floor with those balance wheels. Monk is going to try and turn and get free and not able to do so.
Gonna have to break this with a count. Oh, no.
Excalibur
just
gets
off.
free, going for the wheel on Monk.
Yeah, it's actually, I think it's in contact with it. I might be able to rip that off.
We'll see what it's able to do with that. It's not hitting it, it's just kind of pressing against it. We'll see if Monk's wheel can take the hit.
I still think that's the sharp side of it, though, so it might be doing damage.
Monk might be taking some damage to that wheel.
We're in a
Could be
bit-
doing damage to the extenders over there.
Everybody's favorite part of RI2 is now upon us. It is a microwave.
Yes, the classic microwave fight
Classic
of Robot
microwave.
Arena
We are
2.
here. I will take this time to take notes.
Jim says, Monk Eat Banana is giving me misery. Yes, as memes do. All memes give me misery. That's how it works. So these two are kind of locked together. I think they could get free if they reversed, but
I think so too, but like,
there's no count coming, so they're not going to reverse. And we're getting to halfway through this fight. And if this goes to the judges, it's probably not going to go Excalibur's way.
No, unfortunately, if it does go to the judges especially, Avalon straight loses instead of getting a tie, so...
Yeah.
Anything other than a KO.
Avalon needs a KO, and they're not going to get a KO when they're locked up with Monk here, although they are making their way to the wall, and this is going to disrupt them.
A little bit. And now we're back.
Now we're back to the microwave. If they're getting close to that grinder. They're getting very close to that grinder.
It's going to be a big deal for Excalibur's big wheel. Yeah, it hit it
Yeah,
there.
the wheel hit the grinder. Now Monk's armor's against the grinder. Excalibur's trying to get free and attack
Able
the side.
to get some hits, but it's still kind of like... The disc, I think the one on the right actually is spinning downwards, so it's just wedging into the side the whole time.
Yeah. And Monk is trying to spin him around and get that wheel into the grinder. And instead it's driving...
It's gotten the armor into there at least. So that's
armor into the
something,
grinder.
But
they just can't get free
they
from
can't
each
break
other.
it free at all. Like, they have to completely spin the other way.
Excalibur's trying to get those weapons into play, and they're just locked up.
Not happening.
30 seconds remain. This is probably going to push a judge's decision. And is there going to be some grinder damage at the end of this fight to influence that?
What match are we on? We are at the conclusion of match 5 right now.
Yes, super heavyweight fight is going to come to a judge's decision in a few seconds here. And it is not a very interesting... we did get a wheel taken off at the very end.
That's going to be big for Monk's damage points right there, getting a wheel.
I think Monk might have had the edge, but that I think sealed it.
I think that's
going to seal the judge's decision for Monk.
A bit more.
We will find out the results of the judges' decisions next week because we have to consult with our judges after the stream is over.
Yes.
They're not able to watch live because that's what happens. People have busy lives. So that's a judge's decision. And we're just going to log the damage totals and leave it for the judges whenever they have time to get to us.
Yes.
So, we don't know who won that. No, we do know who won that match.
Yes, we do.
The Resurrectionists win.
We just need to see...
No, the meme team wins.
Yes, meme team have won. But...
The meme team have won because the Resurrectionists needed a KO to tie it. My brain do good think.
Yes, brain do good. Words do good.
So, but we don't have an official win yet until we get the decision. So,
right, on to our 6th match of the stream.
Yes.
So we are going to have the Angry Penguin Robotics up against our defending champion, the Orlando Commandos.
Angry Penguin, yes.
The Penguins are angry, and they brought robots.
Lost brain cells watching Monk eat Banana fight. Thank you, Jim. You can join me in losing brain cells watching Monk. I had to do all of the testing.
Yep.
Okay, so Angry Penguin Robotics brings kind of a similar team to the meme
Honestly,
team.
yeah.
They bring PogChamp in the lightweights. It is a 2-wheel drive rammer with some spikes on the front. It's invertible. It's fighting the Orlando Commandos more airtime. It is a piston flipper. This is our first piston flipper of the league this season. The way that pistons work in Robot Arena 2 is not how they work in real life. There are some laws of physics that are missing.
Mm-hmm.
So the weapon has almost no power extending.
Yeah.
It has all of the power retracting. So if more airtime gets flipped, it may not be able to right itself.
No.
But it might be able to throw another robot over.
Yeah, real weird.
We don't know. We'll see. Will a bot that has had the edge in the restarted fights, will that be taken into consideration? No. Officially, all of the restarts are irrelevant. It's only the final run of the fight.
Only the official one.
The official run of the fight is the last one. So, like I said, it's the fairest way to do it. We don't want to be like, well, this one was winning
for
when physics happened, therefore we declare that it wins, even though it was getting its ass kicked later. You know, we don't want to be making judgment calls on that. So
we're going with the most clear, concise fights we can have.
Yes. Chat is split on PogChamp versus Airtime.
It could be interesting. Like, Airtime does have a bit of protection in front of the piston, so it won't break off right away, and it could throw PogChamp around. However, it could also rack up the damage pretty badly. So
the thing is, you throw a fast rammer around and wheel physics takes over. Who knows where it will go?
Take over, who knows?
Hora's predicting a Havoc physics bomb.
I do not disagree with that whatsoever.
American Killjoy, the leader of the Orlando Commandos, is in chat. PogChamp comes in, airtime, misses the flip and flips itself. And PogChamp's going to attack the chassis from
and it immediately took the arm off of the piston. So
the flipper is gone. PogChamp's going to push more airtime into the grinder for more damage.
Putting its wheel in there now.
And the piston's gone. The piston was not moving at the time, so there should be no Havoc bomb.
You should be good there.
And now more airtime is weaponless and pretty much defenseless. It's just got its chassis armor to go.
Just got to suffer through PogChamp.
Yeah, it's a matter of can it prevent points from being scored against it, which is probably not likely. Because there's the
control board hit.
Control board hits. The wheel's gone.
One more hit will seal it for the Angry Penguins.
Yep, they'll be off to a fast 3-0 start if they get this next control board hit, which they're pushing.
Push it around.
Yes, so.
Huh.
Okay, they're dragging this out a lot.
Slightly faster microwave this time, but we shall see.
Oh, they ran into the wheel.
And there it is.
Airtime hit the spike. 68-second KO. Angry Penguins win the fight. Three points.
Shocking. A robot named Airtime getting KO'd?
Never would have guessed.
In this economy?
Airtime is a Robot Rampage League champion.
It is a champion. Can't make fun of piston flippers because the only one we had in Season 1 was champion.
Got a point. We move to the middleweights. Chad is saying poggers.
Pogs everywhere.
Yes. So the middleweights. Angry Penguin Robotics brings Stanley. It is a vertical spinner with big disc wheels. It's a lot like Huge.
Very similar to Huge.
If you like Huge, you'll love Stanley.
It's a tiny Huge.
It's a tiny Huge. The Orlando Commandos bring Barbecue, which is an evolution of Q from last season. It's a sit-and-spin robot. Sits in one place and spins around. I think this is only the second one we've had so far this stream.
I believe so, yes. Whammy was the only other one so far.
It has some ram plates for defense. It has some spikes for offense. The wheels are well protected. It was a really powerful robot last season. We'll see how it does this season.
Expect it to be pretty similar, honestly.
Stanley doesn't really have a lot of defense for horizontal
and
attacks.
Those discs aren't the most durable, so if it's able to quickly get in and maybe catch one of the wheels, that might be good, but it's going to have a hard time getting through Barbecue.
Yeah. We'll see how it goes. Anything can happen.
Yeah, we'll see. This will also be down to Barbecue maximizing points for 3. Because they could just take a TKO once it gets the wheels off. Who knows?
Yes, that's a big issue with sit and spins is they don't go in for KOs usually.
And especially because Stanley still has a disc, it might be harder for it to get TKO'd as well.
So even if Barbecue gets the TKO win, they'll still be trailing 2-3.
Yes, they will.
So I just saw a message in here from JC. Finally caught a stream. Woohoo! We finally saw your message in chat.
Yes, finally.
Orc Corp is in chat.
Oh boy,
cheering for Stanley. Here. Let's see.
Everybody loves Stanley.
Barbecue's got chat's prediction, but Stanley has chat's heart so far. Stanley's big compared to Q, which is pretty compact. It's knocked Stanley away. Oh, knocking Stanley away gets it stopped, so that could be to Stanley's advantage.
Starting to catch Stanley's chassis. It's just high enough with the spikes to hit it.
Yeah, Stanley's not quite able to get that vertical spinner
the right side disc. Yep.
And now the vertical spinner is going to pull it back into the grinder.
One of the stabilizers.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, it's just
Q's not able to go in and attack because it's in sit and spin range.
Huh.
There gets a couple of hits there on the stabilizer. Stanley just can't get away from the wall.
With the disc here, it's stuck going against the wall now.
I think the weapon has more traction than the disc does.
It might, yeah.
Exposed wheels in the air. Don't bring wheels to the arena. Even though there's no other choice in this game. Q is going to struggle to get in there and land attacks by sitting and spinning.
Yeah, because its range is so much wider because of the sit and spinner.
Just kind of waiting for Stanley to get TKO'd and going up and threatening it, but not attacking.
Yeah, Stanley's moving a lot closer to that grinder, which is on the last disc side. Oh, there we go.
Q's going to try and encourage it, but knocked it around the grinder.
Just taking the stabilizers right now. This could be pretty costly because this is wasting a lot of time.
If Q's not able to stop Stanley, and this goes to the judges, there's a count happening, but Stanley's shuffling a little.
Yeah, and it broke the count.
It got free of the count.
Bats it away again.
Oh, Stanley might be able to push this to a judge's decision and
limit to only 1 point.
Only really 1 point for Q. That would be really important to winning this match.
Definitely.
Although Stanley's driving, it's only remaining disc into the grinder. That's not good.
It's getting very close. Oh, Q kindly batted it away.
Approaching a minute remaining, and Q has not been able to put Stanley away.
Not at all.
Stanley is doing the vacuity thing from last season.
Just lasting to the judges.
Last to the judges, deny points.
There's a count going right now.
Can Stanley shuffle out of the count? It did.
It did, I believe. Yes, it did. Now smoking from Q.
Q has racked up the damage, but not fast enough.
No.
This kind of passive sit and spinner approach.
Stanley's
just gone straight into the grinder.
It lost one of its teeth on the disc, though.
This is not good for Stanley. The grinder can kill it.
And Q's putting it right back
And Q's going to make sure it goes into the grinder.
Although because of the last stabilizer, there was the last
There goes the wheel, so it doesn't matter if Q holds it here. That's an official TKO.
I do hear a count going.
So the reason Q stopped driving is because a TKO count was going, but because the wheel came off,
yes,
it's completely impossible for Stanley to break a TKO count.
Yes, it is. So
whether it's being held still or not. So this is a TKO.
That is an official TKO.
Official TKO and not a pin.
165 seconds. Very close to getting a JD, but that was very close.
Stanley tried its hardest to get that judge's decision, but
given the tight matchup of that, that was a really bad match for Stanley. Limiting it to that was actually really good.
Yeah, preventing points from being scored against is kind of their best choice there. So, because that was a TKO, Stanley and Angry Penguin Robotics still have the lead, 3-2.
Moving up to the heavyweights now.
So we go to the heavyweights.
Oh boy.
Oh boy. So, Angry Penguin Robotics brings E-Girl Power, a rear hinge flipper, to the heavyweights here. Pretty decent flipper. It's got some spikes to stop robots from going all the way over, so it should get some deep flips. The Orlando Commandos have Hot Mess, a vertical spinner which spins around the chassis of the robot. It's quite elevated off the floor.
It is.
It has a lot of exposed extender work and drive motors and such. E-Girl Power doesn't really have a lot of weapon power.
It might not need it, though, with all those extenders in the way.
Yes, correct. So, what do we think is going to win? Hot Mess or Bathwater?
Honestly, they're both kind of hot messes when you think about it.
You're not wrong.
I mean, see, the problem with Hot Mess is because the stuff spins around the chassis, anytime E-Girl Power is going to go in, it's going to run right into it. So, long term, that's going to be good for Hot Mess. But if it gets thrown around a lot, goes to a judge's decision, that's E-Girl's power. That's E-Girl's win right there.
Yes. We'll see how it goes. Chat, what are your expectations here? I see a few predictions for Hot Mess here. I see people complaining about autocorrect happening. This match is already pretty fucked, says Mr. Circuit. You're not wrong.
Yeah, it's been pretty fucked.
Well, let's find out how it goes. Chat is kind of a soft lean towards Hot Mess in this one. Hot Mess
pops it up.
Over.
It's over already.
And now it's attacking E-Girl Power from above. E-Girl Power is trying to flip it around.
Lost one of the flipper segments, but still has the arm with the spike on it, which is very helpful.
Yes, and it's gotten Hot Mess onto the grinder, and
lost
wheels
a wheel
come
already.
off.
That's really helpful.
Hot Mess is not able to deal with the grinder or gets
I believe
seated.
E-Girl has lost both of the flipping arms now, but it's got the pushing power right now.
So now it is just pushing wedge. Doesn't even have the spikes anymore, but Hot Mess has no ability to drive on only one wheel.
The only issue here is that with the snappers still there, Hot Mess has the ground game, as you can see here, but E-Girl still has the ability to control it around, whereas Hot Mess is just pivoting at this point.
Hot Mess can not even really drive. It's kind of stuck in one spot. Can it break a TKO count?
Wait for it.
Yes, I think so. It
Barely
has broken the TKO count. E-Girl Power trying to eke out a win however it can here without its weapons.
Yes.
It's not getting into the weapon of...
No, now it's flipped over. It's going to be harder for it to move.
Oh, no!
Are they both stuck?
E-Girl Power's wheels are off of the floor. Hot Mess is driving over it. Hot Mess has gotten free of...
It is off the floor. I thought it was
the wheels are off the floor.
No.
It's upside down on the wedge. And its wheels are off of the floor, and Hot Mess is going to wait for a TKO count.
I did not see that coming.
That's an unfortunate way for it to go, but maybe a mercy killing.
It honestly, yeah, because it's only going to get 2 points out of this, so 98 seconds there.
So the Commandos get a second win that is only 2 points.
So they're only up 4-3. So
4-3.
Anything for Penguins here gets them right back at least a tie, if not a win. I think they got a decent shot. Did not have enough bathwater. Shush.
That's because I took a shower instead. So, Angry Penguin is trailing 3-4.
Yes.
The Orlando Commandos have 4 going into the Super Heavyweights.
Hot Mess is one of the robots of all time. Yes, it is. When they talk about all of the robots, it is definitely one of them.
Yes. And the second crash of the stream is brought to you once again by our Patreon stream sponsors. We appreciate your support. We appreciate all of your super chats as well.
Fantastic.
And that's why I call that the crash page.
Yes, because it's what happens when the game crashes.
It's what you see when it crashes. So we go to the Super Heavyweights. We have Angry Penguin Robotics with Pingu's Death Machine. It is a horizontal spinner way out in front of the wedge, and 2 overhead battle axes. 4-wheel drive. It's a very tidy-looking robot.
Yes, it is.
With some like wonky weapons stuck to it.
Mm-hmm.
The Orlando Commandos bring King Drillosaurus, or as many people in the chat like to call it, Drillosaurus Rex.
Drillosaurus Rex.
It has 3 horizontal spinners on top of the robot,
yes, it does.
And some armor up front. Can't really get over the top of it onto those weapons.
Not really?
It's kind of hard to get those into play. So Pingu's Death Machine might have
a decent shot,
a good shot here with that horizontal spinner up front.
If it's able to get the axes in on the wheels especially, that'll be very helpful, because the wheels and motors are extended outward. So
yes, King Drillosaurus is lacking in defense this season. It's got some defense up front, but nothing on the sides.
I believe it does have some on the sides, but not over the top of the motors. So, like, for an axe to be able to hit it would be pretty good.
Yes.
We'll see.
Dinosaur versus Penguin seems like a fair match. You're not wrong.
I mean, yeah.
Expecting King Drillosaurus to take this, but Pingu's Death Machine makes surprise, says the Orc Corp.
Yes, the Pingu.
We'll have to see. We haven't seen...
We've had some interesting outcomes so far.
We've not seen this new Drillosaurus fight yet.
We have not.
Well, we have. They haven't.
I mean, shush. Oh, it doesn't have sidearm. Never mind.
So here we go. Pingu's Death Machine takes damage to the spinner right off the bat, and King Drillosaurus is pressing it into the wall.
It's actually got up in the air now, so it might be able to move it around.
Got it up off of the floor a little bit, but not able to get it into those spinning drills up top, and has to break the pin. Pingu's Death Machine going for the wheels and trying to undercut those armor panels on the front.
Might be doing all right, doing damage to the wedgelets in front, too. That might help it long term.
Drillosaurus Rex is taking advantage of its greater drive power here to
pushing it around.
Pingu's Death Machine around.
Bit more of a microwave again, but we shall see if they can break it.
See what happens here, especially if those weapons on the front of Drillosaurus take off the wheels.
It definitely looks like Pingu's taking damage on the left side just from getting pressed in here.
Yeah, the 2 axe heads are pressing in the side of Pingu's Death Machine here as it tries to get away from a faster and more powerful drive. Which division are these two?
Both Division 1.
Both are Division 1. Microwaving penguins.
I would not recommend microwaving penguins.
No, don't do that.
Don't do it.
Don't try it at home. Don't try it away from home.
Oh. Don't try it at all.
Really large division. 8 robots per division, so...
I mean...
The Division 1 and Division 2 teams fight each other in the regular season. So we've already seen some of those matchups.
I mean, for how large some of Orlando's robots are, it may as well be the largest division.
Yeah.
They're massive.
Largest in terms of, like, body mass.
Yes. Oh boy.
Shrink down a little bit here.
I'm definitely thinking Pingu's going to be getting close to having control board hits in a second.
Pingu might be out of armor points. There's a lot of smoke pouring out of that robot.
If they break it now... Oh, there's a wheel.
And a wheel's come off now, too. So Pingu is falling apart gradually over time here from this just relentless pressing attack from King Drillosaurus, who's just not able to wedge under them.
No, not really.
Pingu's Death Machine is just way too low to the floor for them to wedge under. Pingu's on fire, chat says. I mean, that's black smoke. It could be on fire for all we know in there.
Who knows?
A lot of internal damage has taken place. But 30 seconds remain, and King Drillosaurus has not gotten a conclusive win out of this yet.
Hasn't.
So this might go to the judges.
I would say Drillosaurus definitely has the edge for a decision right now, but really low point gain for Orlando right now.
Yeah, they haven't gotten a lot of points
if it's a JD, that's only like 6. Like, that's actually
Pingu's Death Machine getting around and landing some hits.
I got one of the ram plates now.
One of the ram plates is off. They're going to try and attack that left side wheel now. So Pingu's Death Machine trying to claw it back here in the closing stages of this fight.
But that is the end of the fight.
Judges' decision time.
That was disappointing, but very RA2.
Yes.
Man, that's one of the lowest scoring super heavyweight fights I've seen in a while.
Yeah, not even a whole lot of damage points caused. So, most likely Orlando have won the match.
I would say so.
Even if Angry Penguin gets the win, that's
that would only
a
be
tied match. It's a draw then. So it's either a draw or Orlando have won the match with 5 points they would have.
Yeah, 5 points.
It'd be 5-3.
That is a surprisingly low number for Orlando, considering they would stomp KOs on last season.
Yes, Orlando was very destructive last time in this. They've been pretty passive in this match. Might just have been a bad matchup for them against Angry Penguin. We don't know.
Yeah, it probably was. Righto. On to our 7th match.
Match number 7. Kinetic creatures are up.
Here we have arrived. It is the all spinners versus all flippers matchup.
All spinners versus all flippers.
You love to see it.
So, why don't you introduce this fight, or are you busy?
I can do it. So, for the lightweights for Kinetic, we have Network, which is a saw spinner. 2 spinning ones that go in. They kind of mesh together, almost like gears.
Yeah, they spin inwards.
Saw
blade components in Robot Arena 2 do steady damage over time. They don't do a lot of damage in big hits like the rest of the components do, so that's why we classify them separately.
Yes. And we've also seen, based on last season, that saw blades are somehow the best wedge for the lightweights.
Yeah, we don't understand that.
Like, Network somehow has a really good wedge despite having saw blades.
Yes.
Speaking of good wedges, Halifax Supernovas bring Tycho, which is a front hinge flipper, very similar to Axis from the Axis and Allies multi-bot last season. Damaging spike strip and everything, really good wedge.
So, one of the things we saw from Network last season when it would fight front hinge flippers, damaging front hinge flippers, is the flipper would go right between the saw blades and hit the extender and break everything off.
Yes.
This season, it has a spike protecting that extender.
It does.
So we probably won't see that, or we might. We don't know.
We don't know. It's a pretty tiny spike, so it's a good chance.
So, predictions for Network versus Tycho.
Good old Tycho.
Network. Shredder, but it's a pancake.
It is a pancake. Shredder de-evolution. I mean, yeah, I guess.
Going with Network losing.
Because of the grinder. Who knows?
Calling a grinder win. A lot of people going with Network in this one.
I could see that.
Network is the most well-known robot because we've seen it compete last season. Tycho's brand new to the league.
Tycho's got a really good wedge, so I don't know. We'll see.
We'll see how things go for Tycho and Network here. Oh, Network goes right up the wedge. Tycho's has not lost any of the extenders yet.
Hasn't, but now it's gotten to the front of it.
Good job.
And Tycho can't get under it.
Grinding away at the chassis of Tycho.
There goes one of the saw blades.
So now Network grinding away at that left side of Tycho.
But now with one of them down there, it can actually kind of stay pivoting, only hitting the left side of Tycho. So
yeah, if this microwaves, Network is in a great spot.
Yeah, it's doing a lot of grinding damage to Tycho right now.
Because Tycho can't get under it because its left wheel is going to drive right into the saw blade.
Yeah, it's taking a lot of damage right now, smoking even.
So Network is grinding away, doing a lot of chassis damage. Not going to get control board hits that way.
No, not really,
but racking up the damage points and doing a lot of internal damage to Tycho. Look at the shape of Tycho's chassis.
It's absolutely caving it in now.
And now there was a TKO count happening, and they had to break it
back up. Now it's flipped over to the other side.
So now Tycho can get under a lot easier, but Network's going to use it to grind away at the other side.
Wow.
This is great driving from Network, and Tycho's taken so much motor damage.
It can hardly move. It can't even sneak under it.
Yeah, Tycho might end up... This might be a TKO just on motor damage.
It's not going to be able to move.
Because...
Oh, there's a control board hit. So
control board hits happen.
I guess the saw blade is fast enough to get some hits, but I don't know...
Tycho can barely move. It's taking so much internal damage from... Look at all the smoke coming out of Tycho. Is the whole chassis squished in from the saw blade grinding away. Network is doing a fantastic driving job in this.
And especially keeping it corralled in front of it, too.
Yes. Like I said, if it microwaved, Network had a good shot at it, and it's taken full advantage. Can't remember seeing Network do that much damage. Yeah, Network...
It usually doesn't,
it takes time to pile up the damage, but if it gets locked in there, it can really do it.
If you can properly get saws just grinding away at robots, it can do a lot of damage.
I mean, that's why the grinders are so powerful.
Yeah.
Less than a minute to go.
Looking like a toothpaste bottle at the end of its life. Yeah, Tycho really does look like that.
So Tycho's trying to push this to the judges. Network might get some lucky hits and get control board knockout at some point. There could also be the possibility of a TKO if Network gets away from it.
It's now pivoted up in the air, though.
Tycho's trying to back away.
I think there's a count going.
Tycho did break the count. So we are going to continue, and we are probably going to go to the judges unless a knockout happens here.
Yes. Another count.
Network's average damage last season was 1,100 points. Let's see what it does this time. It's going to be a lot higher than that, I feel.
Yes. And it looks like it is going to go to the judges.
Judges time. All right.
Interesting.
It's going to be interesting to see how the judges weigh point damage versus, the damage points versus visual damage.
Yes.
Two different components of this game. So that is a judge's decision to start the match.
5,000 points to Network. That's pretty good.
That's a lot for a lightweight, but they had 3 minutes to rack up the damage.
Yeah. I mean, that's more than King Drillosaurus had last fight.
Yes. Drillosaurus was the most damaging robot last season out of the whole league. So...
Hell, it had more damage than Smashing McSmashface KOing a robot. That's impressive.
All flippers against all spinners, and it goes to a judge's decision because they're so evenly matched.
Very fun.
Yes. So we move on to the middleweights.
Yes. Middleweight time.
Go ahead and introduce your robots.
Righto. So, Kinetic Creatures has brought back Siege. It is a big vertical spinner with kind of the bar configuration. Has 2 ram plates on the front for a little bit extra protection. Not much of a ground game. Speaking of ground game, we have Kepler, which is a side hinge flipper, which flips outwards like this, kind of relatively known as like a pop-up. But it doesn't, even though it uses like pontoon wedges, they're not the best, and it has a tendency to wheelie sometimes.
It does not have burst wedges, correct?
It does not have burst wedges at all.
No, it's chassis wedges. So Siege, if Siege can get the weapon into those pontoons,
it's got a chance.
It can just rack up the chassis damage.
And especially with Kepler has really good drive power. If wheel physics take over and it just kind of moves around, like it's relatively good chance for Siege, or Siege just get launched in the air. Who knows?
Yeah, we have no idea. We could have another ring out this. We're probably gonna have a ring out in this match.
I would think so,
because we have 4 flippers fighting.
I would hope so. If they're all decisions,
oh my goodness,
that would be
the very first time we'd have a match of all judges' decisions.
That would be painful.
I don't think that's likely to happen here.
No, not with these teams.
Kerbal spin program, says Hex.
Yeah, pretty close.
So here we go. Siege just like face planted into. And it's attacking the chassis as it's bouncing around.
It definitely did some hits. It lost a wheel of the grinder.
Wheels come off.
And Kepler has thrown
Kepler says,
right
ring out
over.
time. 12-second ring out.
That is our second ring out of the season. First for the middleweights, though. Because 787B took care of Heart Attack earlier.
And that is a conclusive 2 points to the Supernovas. Kepler's not playing around.
Not playing around at all. Usually Kepler racks up damage throwing it around, but it's just like, nope, away with you.
So last season, the middleweights had the best flippers.
Did.
They had a bunch of good flippers. Could be the same again this season.
Really could be. Who knows?
So it is time for the heavyweight match with
Mini,
another
multi-bot.
multi-bot.
Love this.
A lot of heavyweight multi-bots in the league this season.
And another wheel for Rira, yes. Rira shall hoard all of our wheels.
Yes, we need to keep a wheel count for the season.
See how many of them go.
And just like keep Rira updated. This is how many wheels you've gotten.
First ring up by a side hinge flipper. This season, yes. Aqua Dimension had one last season.
Yes, correct.
So, in the heavyweights, Kinetic has the multibots Dunning and Kruger. Both of them our twin overhead horizontal spinners, spinning opposite directions. Both have a bit of a ground game, but otherwise just twin horizontals. Progenitor is a rear hinge flipper with 4 motors that just absolutely launch stuff up. It is a pure flipper, so it does not do damage with the flipping components. Who do we think is going to win this one?
Yes, Progenitor is what we refer to as a pure flipper.
Yes.
It's not a damage, kill things flipper. It's what you would see as a flipper in real life where it just throws things. It's against really small robots.
Yeah.
It can throw them pretty well. They're what, 300 pounds?
Yeah, the 300 each. The only issue I see here is that if it mistimes a flip, not only are the mini-bots going to be able to go under it, but the flipper arms are also going to be susceptible to the horizontals.
Yes.
So, like, I don't know about this one. This could be close.
Could be close. But Progenitor doesn't have knockout power.
It
so
doesn't.
Might
no,
not
so
be. Not get,
it's got to go for the Udas, really.
it might not get a lot of points out of this.
No.
That's the risk you take when you go with a pure flipper.
Yep.
So let's see how it turns out. Chat is leaning towards Progenitor on this one.
We shall see. Leading
calling
right
for a double ring
Dunning,
out.
immediately throws it up. Definitely, you can tell it definitely has the power to get him up in the air.
Is
But
that Kruger attacking from the rear?
and now it's gotten stuck underneath it.
And some friendly fire from the multibot now as Progenitor is trying to
Predator's stuck on top of Dunning, though.
spin around.
And that's definitely going to do some grinding damage on the side there.
Yes.
It's just in front of the ramp plate that has his wheel guard.
The wheel guard is protecting the wheel pretty well so far. But Progenitor has that mistimed flipper setup, and it's ended up on top, and it's going to take chassis damage while it's up there.
Yes.
Mistiming its flips, taking damage to the flipping arms.
Now it's got all of them down. Kind of got Dunning.
It's surrounded. It's just trying to throw the flipping arms and see what
really
happens.
tossed Kruger up that
Ooh,
time.
Kruger landed a big hit as it came back down.
Lost one of the flipping arms now.
It's going to lose another one here
And
in a
now
second.
it's kind of wedged between the flipping arms and the bar. That's interesting. Another
Yep,
flipping arm.
all the flipping arms are coming off.
Yeah, they're all off now.
So Dunning and Kruger taking advantage of random physics, but they've both
Progenitors
been
put
flipped.
both of them upside down.
They're both upside down. If it leaves them alone, can it get a TKO on them both?
It should be able to if it leaves them alone. I don't know if it will, though.
Yeah, they don't want to risk.
Risk taking damage as well from them being upside down.
It's going to push it into the grinder and try and kill it.
Try to get some damage out of it, too, yeah.
Try and get the weapon to come apart so it stays still. Progenitor starting to smoke, though, from those hits from the
hits
weapons.
Taken, yeah. Is it going to ram them into each other?
It
might be
funny.
able to.
It's going to push both of them into each other here. They're just going to bounce off each other and push them both into the grinder. So, Progenitor exercising control, maybe trying to push a judge's decision.
If it does get a decision, it definitely has control right now, but
Control
it's
and
still taking a lot of damage. Both bots have taken wheels.
Dunning is lost both of its wheels.
Yes, it has.
So, completely wheelless.
But now it's taking control. You need to back off Progenitor.
Progenitor is taking control board hits, trying to end this fight, and I think it might lose it as a result.
It's backed off from both of them for the moment.
Thought I heard a count happening. Progenitor's pressing Dunning into the grinder for.
I think it KO'd it?
For a control board.
No, not
quite killed it. 2 control board hits on Dunning. 28 seconds to go.
I hear a count going for
Kruger. He's going to try and push Dunning to the grinder.
But it got KO'd!
Oh, the control board. Dunning and Kruger get the KO because Progenitor tried to end the fight rather than wait for them to shuffle around. Tried to get 3 points, but that's the risk you take going for 3 points.
Yep. Hate that.
Those were your robots. All of those were your robots.
It's just painful to watch it. Like, you won the fight 2 minutes ago. Just let it go. 60.
You got the time in there, okay.
I had to go back and look for it, but...
So that gives Kinetic 3 points and gives them the lead.
We have our new galactic fabrication, boys. Yeah, well, that was fucking dumb. I agree, Zebcat. That was fucking dumb. I hated that. Well,
so
that sucks.
We know Kinetic has 3 points. We know Halifax has 2 points. There's a judge's decision up in the air.
Is there?
First fight?
Oh, yes, first fight. That's right.
Yeah.
Which probably is going to go to Kinetic. We'll see.
If it's Kinetic, it's 4-2.
Mm-hmm.
If it's to Halifax, it's 3-3.
Either way, going into this right now, Kinetic basically has a lead.
Yeah, Halifax needs a lot of points.
Yes.
In this next
They
fight.
need a big... And this is going to be interesting.
Interesting is the word I would use for this.
So, in the super heavyweights, Kinetic has Death Penalty, which is a giant four-wheel drive sit-and-spinner that is just full of nothing but sharp, pointy objects.
Yes.
Has 4 flails on there, which have razor tips, so it can do a lot of damage very quickly.
Attacks from the side because it's so wide.
All on the side. Halifax has Event Horizon, which is a piston flipper, which is 5 pistons in the middle that shoot up. Pretty good drive power in comparison, and really good wedging, but a lot of exposed chassis.
Especially on the side.
Especially on the side. So, what are we thinking here?
I think I'm going to welcome Harry Poppins to the chat, as I say, late to the party.
Welcome to the stream.
Welcome to the stream. We are at the conclusion of the match between Kinetic Creatures and Halifax Supernovas.
It's match number 7.
It's a close match.
It is.
It's only a couple of points between them so far. There's a lingering judge's decision to figure out later. Chat is predicting death penalty mostly.
It really depends, because I feel like Event Horizon has the ability to prop Death Penalty up on the wall, but if it doesn't do that and Death Penalty's up to speed, it's just over.
Yes. And let's see if that happens. Can Event Horizon stop Death Penalty from getting up to speed? That's the key to Halifax winning this match. It's gotten it in the air.
Goes right under it immediately.
Not able to
get up to speed really
flip it over.
It managed to get one of the large
it's
wheels.
lost a wheel.
And, yeah, Death Penalty managed to catch one of the wheels on coming down. It caught both of the large wheels, and now it's up to speed.
Now it's up to speed, and Event Horizon doesn't have the drive power to get in there.
It's just crushed immediately.
Crushed it to death. 19 seconds.
That was very close, though, at the start, though.
Halifax went for it, man. You can't fault them for that. They're like, this is our only hope. We got to go for it.
That's what you got to do with Death Penalty. You have to try to stop it before it's up to speed. Yikes.
4,039 damage points in 19 seconds.
That's what razor tips do, yeah. Death Penalty is very scary when it's up to speed.
And that wins Kinetic the match.
So it could be 7-8, depending on if they get the judge's decision or not. We shall see.
Yes. One of the fastest KOs this season.
Definitely.
This very young season.
Righto. On to our 8th match. We have the Pelagic Wanderers. They will be taking on second place Robotics.
Have yet to see if second place will finish in second place. Because
yes, we shall see.
A problem for the end of the season.
They're probably going to be in second place after this week.
Thought this was going to be more of a stomp, but you guys mercifully don't use Melty Brain AI for SNS. Yes, that's on purpose.
It's broken. So
it's just way overpowered broken. That's why we don't use it.
I think the one we use is like the full body spinner AI from DSL or something like that.
Yes.
So
it allows the robot to sit and spin in one place and then move to break
counts when it needs to.
But it still stays in one place. Yeah. Wheel snipe was an oof moment, yes. So, the Pelagic Wanderers from the Atlantic Ocean. Come in with Carcinized, which is a side axe robot. Carcinization is the tendency for everything to just evolve into crabs for some reason.
Yes.
Everything will eventually evolve into crabs. It doesn't care if you go back to Monk, it will eventually evolve into crabs.
Yes.
Second place Robotics brings Unknown X, which is a wedge-shaped claw axe crusher type of weapon. Got a good ground game.
Does.
Not a lot of protection from the sides.
No, and I'm definitely thinking if Carcinized goes up the front, that axes grass, so...
It'll be interesting to see how it goes. Because they're both vulnerable to the other's weapons.
Definitely, yes. It'll depend on which one is able to get the biggest chassis gets first.
Yes. What are the Div 2 points looking like? We can't tell yet because there are judges' decisions that we're waiting on. We won't know until the judges view the stream later in the week.
I don't entirely feel like number crunching in front of stream at the moment either.
Yes, correct. So, predictions for Carcinized versus Unknown X. We see a lot of people happy to see crabs.
See, Zester is here for watching her team. Oh, Voya's already on it. Nice.
Voya's on it.
7, 6, 5, and 0.
So here we go.
Yes, the Rebels in Division 2 got shut out.
Total shutout. Carcinized trying to attack the weapon
immediately
of
off.
Unknown X, and it's straight off.
But Unknown X has the ground game and can just shove it straight to the grinder.
So now Carcinized is going to
go to the grinder and lose a wheel.
Fall victim to good driving and the arena hazards.
Wow.
Unknown X taking advantage of just being a good wedge. It's taking a lot of damage.
I hear a TKO count though, so
no, sounds like they broke it. Smoke's coming out of Unknown X. Carcinized hasn't really moved much.
Taking control board hits now.
Oh, a lot of control board hits. That's a KO.
And a third one.
Unknown X was trying to make something happen and couldn't do it.
Not quite.
Very, very
close though.
Great use of the arena.
That could have been really bad if it was able to get the other wheel too. Like, wow.
I think that's what they were going for.
I have spotted the Baron Goat in chat. Can't wait to catch up on this later, but work. Mike, your hair looks lovely. Oh, your hair does look lovely.
Oh yeah, we haven't shown Nick my new hair.
Sawblaze hair for the win.
Yes, let me type in this last thing. Pelagic with a 3-point victory. So Nick, if you're still there in the chat, take a look at the cool
Sawblaze green
Sawblaze hair going on here.
Looks lovely.
Looks normal from a distance, and then it's got green underneath, which I'm very happy with.
Yeah, I just have a stealth ponytail, don't mind me.
Yeah, I'm just
a metalhead.
He's just trying to be like, well, my hair's longer.
Pretty much,
That's his approach to hair.
I mean, that's all I care about.
Right. Middleweights time.
Yes, here we are. The middleweight flipper matchup.
Flipper off. Nick Baron Goat. This is Code Silver's team competing. Second place Robotics. You're just here in time for that. So, middleweights. We have Breach versus Yeetus.
Yes. Both are rear hinge flippers. Yeetus has 4 spike strips, so it does more damage. Breach has 2 of the panel flipper wedges almost, which give it a little bit more surface area to flip, so it can get higher flips maybe, but less damage.
Yes, it also has one spike flipper in the center, I think.
So
Breach has enclosed wheels.
It does.
Yeetus has exposed wheels. So if it comes down to damage, Yeetus might take more serious damage if it gets tossed into a grinder or something.
Or especially for Breach if it gets propped up on its side and can't self-right.
If it can definitely do the
Yeetus
thing.
could use its wheels to move around.
So there are definitely some vulnerabilities to both designs.
We shall see.
Chat is predicting Breach, probably because it's the cooler looking one.
He does look very nice looking.
Baron Goat says Code Silver won't make the playoffs.
Who knows?
Can't finish second if they don't make the playoffs.
Either way this fight goes, I feel like it's going to be very one-sided.
I don't know. Flipper matchups are always a toss-up.
I gotta get...
It had to be done.
This guy and his dad jokes, man.
It had to be done.
Awful.
Here we go.
Oh, they kind of stalemate on the wedge.
And Breach is the first one to get thrown. It's trying to self-right. Look at those claw marks from Yeetus's flippers. Yeetus is
definitely
getting
some damage on the top and the
bottom.
bottom.
Advantage.
Huge hit on the front. Wow.
Breach.
But now Breach is to its side. It might be able to get under the wheel to flip it. Like that.
Yep. Breach is now the one in control of the flipping.
Now they're pretty evenly matched.
And
there we go.
Nice big toss.
Yeetus has been yeeted.
Yes. I like the bottom. It says 1 second.
1 second.
Oh, it's attacking.
That's attacking from above.
It's attacking from above. Breach needs to get out of there. It's going to get KO'd. I think Breach was hoping to get a ring out and just wasn't able to do it.
Taking a lot of damage now. I don't know if it's going to have the power.
Yeetus is up on the wall. Breach is on top of Yeetus.
Now it's been able to flip it over again.
And now Breach is at risk of the wall. This is going back and forth, and Breach is the one taking all the damage.
Getting very close to getting a ring out. Another KO shot. Oh, that was it.
That's the KO shot.
Okay, 67 seconds.
So Breach with the more damaging weapon power is what took that one.
Interesting indeed.
Or not Breach, Yeetus.
Yeetus, yes.
I know how words work.
Sir Yeetus.
All right, that ties the match.
Welcome to Robot Wars UK. You do not say.
Yes, welcome to literally every single UK live event to fight, where it's just flip back and forth.
Quite a toss-up indeed.
And eventually somebody wins.
Everyone's
Pun foul. No, there are no fouls here. There's no like yellow flags to throw.
No.
For a foul. There's no red cards.
There's no tall-ass yellow poles to hit.
Correct.
Yoink.
So, heavyweights time is Pelagic with Twin Gyre with the double horizontal spinners. I think they're angled enough to be classified as both horizontal and vertical because they're on a kind of an upward angle like this. Invertible robot. And they're facing Rumblebee, which is a front hinge flipper. It's a very steep front hinge flipper.
It is.
It has some armor on the front. It's got some armor around the sides. We'll see how it handles Twin Gyre.
We'll see, because the way Twin Gyre's weapons is set up is it's going to go right into the front wedge of Rumblebee, which has a ram plate, obviously, but that's going to take a lot of damage. But also, Rumblebee has the weapon power to flip it over.
Yes.
So, this could be quite a back and forth, depending on what happens.
Yep, and if Rumblebee's not careful with those flipping arms, they could get lopped right off.
Yes, they could.
A lot of people predicting Twin Gyre for this one. Me57 says the flipper fight can't be the UK because he sees exposed wheels. You're not wrong.
Not wrong.
Exposed wheels are a weakness. That's why they won.
Obviously.
Okay, Twin Gyre versus Rumblebee. Most of the chat going with Twin Gyre for this.
It is the spinner here, but we shall see.
Spinner doesn't have the ground game. Rumblebee throwing those.
Oh, but they're caught underneath
right
the spinner
into
now.
the spinners, and the spinners are just
it's
caving into
chewing up
everything.
the front of it. It's got the ram plates on the side for some protection, but it's still not doing much.
Chewing up the.
I think both of the arms
flipping
are gone
arms,
now.
chewing up the chassis.
Twin Gyre's kind of stuck on it.
Twin Gyre unable to drive with those axes under it. Rumblebee trying to just ram and hope to stop those spinners.
Maybe get up in the air and move it around a little bit, but
Twin Gyre just dancing around too much.
Yeah, definitely doing damage to the wheels too.
Look at the chassis damage that Rumblebee has.
Caved in. Rumblebee doesn't quite have enough drive power to move it around to the grinders.
Yeah, but Twin Gyre's just not able to bring the weapons to bear like they really want to.
No. Oh,
control board hits.
Ram plate's gone as well, so that was
physics was angry, but it didn't really affect the fight.
Not really, no.
And
55 seconds.
55 seconds. So we don't restart for every single physics bomb. It's only if it affects the outcome of the fight.
Yes.
And that really didn't change anything. They were both still right on top of each other.
Pretty much, yeah. Like,
that was a legal havoc glitch.
Yep.
So Twin Gyre with the KO and the 3 points.
All right. Windgyre has a very interesting weapon setup. Yes, it does. I really like how like a different take on an angled spinner instead of like just spinning on an angle. It's upwards instead. Very neat.
Yes. So, the Pelagic Wanderers lead 6-3. They cannot lose.
However,
if second place gets a KO, they can only draw. So
that's going to be tough for second place for what Pelagic has in the Super Heavies here.
Yes, I need to go back to team
because
match.
Pelagic has our only Super Heavyweight multi-bot.
Yes,
I believe.
And interestingly, both of them need to be control board KO to get the 3 points.
Yes.
So this is perhaps a match-winning strategy from Pelagic here to put a multi-bot in the Super Heavyweights.
Mm-hmm.
So, the Pelagic Wanderers have Sharp Snout and Blunt Nose. These are sharks. They both have kind of a spiked, swinging club axe type of weapon. Blunt Nose is the one with the armor up top. Sharp Snout is the one with the sharp pieces on the snout. I don't think they're invertible.
No, but depending on how they land, it could self-right.
Yes. Second place Robotics has Supernova, low slung kind of undercutter horizontal spinner. Lots of defensive work around the sides.
Yes.
It's going to be hard for the little robots to get through all that.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be hard for Supernova to kill two things that are attacking it from different directions. And that's what they need, is they need two knockouts to get 3 points to tie this. Predictions, please, chat.
Is this match number 8? Yes, it is. This is the end of match number 8.
Yes, and then after this, it'll be a stream break.
Right after
we'll
this
take
is
a
the
15-minute or 10 or 15-minute break. I see somebody just popped up subscribe to us. Excellent. Go Sharks. Sharks
a lot going for the Sharks.
Zester says, you two just need to survive. Pretty much.
Pretty much, yeah.
They just need to deny points, and I mean, like, they could both be TKO'd.
Yeah, and they'd still make it, so
Pelagic would still win the match because they're leading.
Just don't get slaughtered.
Yes. Here we go. Shark Gang, says Nightmare27.
Shark Gang.
Let's see what the Sharks can do against Supernova.
Going right in.
Both of them just swarming Supernova, stopping the weapon, attacking from above.
Something came off there. I can't tell what it was.
The weapon came off.
Sharp Snout lost its weapon already.
So Blunt Nose is the only one with the damaging overhead weapon, and it is getting it to the chassis of Supernova.
I would say that affected it.
That flipped over.
That flipped it over, yep.
Yep. That Havoc.
Physics.
That physics bomb affected it by flipping a robot over.
Yes, it did.
Ryan with the super chat saying, I'm glad this is back. $1.99.
Yes, thanks very much.
That'll buy more Mountain Dew.
It will. Both of them going right in, pinning Supernova straight into the wall right away.
Supernova wasn't even able to get out of its box.
No, it hasn't even left its box yet.
The multi-bot pinning it in place.
The disc already came off.
They broke the disc off. And Supernova's stuck on it.
Top of it.
It's broken the count, but the multi-bot is just
swarming it, not letting it go.
Now they're kind of friendly firing each other. This is the shark feeding frenzy is what this is.
It is definitely a feeding frenzy.
And physics.
Hilarious.
Too many things broke. So this is restart 2.
Yes, it is.
Supernova not able to get out of the box this time, but Blunt Nose has flipped
Fallen
itself over.
And it's not able to self-right.
Oh no. So this might win them the match. Because if it gets counted out, it's a TKO. They don't get 3 points.
Although with how it's still stuck upside down, so...
So is that a strategic loss?
It could be, yeah. Interesting that Sharp Snout is able to push around Supernova.
Yeah, Supernova is not able to do anything with Sharp Snout here. They took some chassis hits from Sharp Snout. And the weapons come off
of it, too. Interesting.
So Sharp Snout might be able to win this on their own.
Just soloing a robot twice your weight.
So the match is won because Blunt Nose got TKO'd. Which means Supernova cannot get 3 points.
Mm-hmm.
So they cannot tie this. So Pelagic have won with that strategic loss.
Oh, wow. The whole
and now can they win the fight with...
Can they get more points? Yeah.
Little Sharp Snout, can they get more points out of it? Oh, look at that. It's just waited and then charged.
Just poking Supernova to death.
Using that Sharp Snout. Those teeth on the front.
Breaking off ramp plates on the front now. Should be able to get to chassis hits sooner or later. And Supernova's like chassis design goes right into the snout. Oh no, one of them came off now.
Yep, and Supernova's struggling to drive here. Sharp Snout's taking advantage of it with its extra speed. Oh, physics happened.
I wouldn't say that affected very much though.
I'd say that's fair.
Because they kind of just reset, yeah. So
yeah,
I think that's
right
okay.
Away. Okay, we're gonna let that
watch
stand.
that for right now though.
So, oh, Supernova, why did you drive? That's why it's called Supernova. Drove right into the grinder, lost its rear protection.
All of its lower protection's gone too, so it can't really do any damage to Sharp Snout.
And that's where Sharp Snout still has those little wedgy spike strips. But it's taking chassis damage running into Supernova.
Yes.
It's got to survive 45 more seconds for a judge's decision. I don't think Sharp Snout is going to be able to get a KO here.
I don't think so.
But if it uses the grinder, it might.
Great job pushing around the larger robot.
Yeah, Supernova is just struggling so much.
Trying to get it stuck at high center on its dead brother.
That would be fantastic. To get a TKO stranded on a dead robot. 19 seconds remaining. Look at little Sharp Snout go. Taking it to Supernova here. Sometimes you just need to be a good wedge.
Yep. Should push him around a little bit.
And that's going to the judges.
Right.
So that means Pelagic wins the match.
Pelagic has won the match.
They might win the fight as well. We'll have to see what the judges think. I gotta do math again to total up multibots. Stop entering multibots. So I have 7839 from the little bot.
Not bad.
A little over 8,000 total.
It's an impressive number for being half the size. It's pretty good.
Yeah. And then 61, 68. Okay. Technically, we don't know.
We don't know the final
results.
results.
We don't know the final result.
Pelagic has won the match.
Pelagic won that match. Okay.
Righto.
Righto. So, before we take our midstream break, we just want to take another time to thank our Patreon stream sponsors for making the Robot Rampage League possible, helping us pay the bills here. This is a $10 a month tier on Patreon. It goes towards paying the bills for this, building robots. All of these lovely people are contributing at that level or higher.
Yes.
If you're on the fence considering Patreon, it comes down to about $2.50 a stream.
Yep.
Which is less than a lot of people spend on super chats. So if you want to spend a little bit less money and still get the money to us, I think Patreon takes less of a cut than YouTube does.
I believe so, yeah.
So more Patreon money makes it to us than super chat money. So if you want to take that into account as well. But we are going to take a midstream break. We're going to break for about 10 minutes so that we can rest our voices, that kind of stuff.
Take your time, get some snacks, whatever you want to do.
Yeah, use the bathroom, get some snacks, and we'll be back with the second half of the stream.
Yes.
Divisions 3 and 4 right after this.
Yes.
If I can pull up my stuff. back.
We have returned.
Hello. Oh, we gotta turn that big light on.
Oh, fuck, shit.
Cut, fuck ass bitch, shit. Welcome back to the stream. Tamabris is using the break to cook dinner. Yeah, we use the break to, like, replenish our drinks and stuff.
I'm using the break to put my fucking glasses back on.
Good job.
Totally didn't notice I forgot them.
We are back, yes.
We have returned.
Tamabris, Mr. Circuit, Razor 259. Welcome back, everybody, to the second half of the stream. The language is back, yes. If you are new to my YouTube channel, this might be a new thing to you, but I tend to swear quite a lot. I don't do it as much as I used to, but sometimes we do.
Yeah, it runs in the family.
Unfortunate.
Can't help it.
So, we are halfway through our first week of the Robot Rampage League. We've gotten through 8 of our 16 matches. They've been pretty entertaining so far.
Alright, yeah.
We've had some neat stuff. We had a multi-bot thrown on top of the other multi-bot
really
flipper,
cool. I
which
love
was
that.
pretty fun. We've had some close matches. We have some judges' decisions outstanding.
Yes.
Which we won't know the result of until later in the week.
Yep.
And we'll get those results posted to Twitter and the Discord eventually.
When we get them.
So, it's time to get
back into the matches.
Hop back over here. People said some stuff. Nice to see you streaming again after a long time. I really appreciate your TekonoAxe t-shirt. Yes, I'm a big fan of any kind of music that has the word metal in it.
Yes.
Rock, metal, is just whatever. If it's metal, I like it.
Yes.
TekonoAxe especially. I was hoping to go see them last month or a couple months ago, and then they canceled it.
They have a show in our area in August, and I really want to go see them.
Yes, me too. So, but I'm not wearing the TekonoAxe t-shirt right now. Because of the break, I can change which team I support halfway through the stream.
And I can't because I didn't remember I could do that.
Good job.
That's fine. The team I'm repping is coming up soon.
And right, McLeod, did we have physics?
Yes.
Physics took place during the break.
I think we had 5 or so, yeah.
Yeah, we've had a few physics problems here and there, but nothing out of the ordinary so far. It's been a pretty straightforward week of the Robot Rampage League so far. Argent metal.
I don't know what that is, but I want to know now.
Yes, me too. If it's anything like Maori metal, it'll be
Maori metal, yeah.
Great.
Hello, Navi. I see you in chat there.
That's Navi. Yeah, this is the half of the stream that has Navi's team.
Yes. They'll be coming up slab-ish. So, we're kicking off the second half of the stream with everybody's favorite Moscow Mantines.
Yes.
They are the first team to put in.
Moscow Mantines, and they are facing
the Night Vale Spiderwolves.
Night Vale.
How very spiderish.
I don't know what's... The only thing that's worse than a spider and a wolf would be a spider wolf.
Yes.
By a wide margin. Welcome back to the stream, everybody. It's time for our 9th match. The Moscow Mantines against the new team, the Night Vale Spiderwolves. So, the Mantines in the lightweights this season bring Metallica. It is a fast 2-wheel drive rammer with some spikes and kind of a W shape on the front.
It is speed metal.
Speed metal, yes.
It is speed metal.
Absolutely.
Love it.
If you like metal, you're going to like speed metal on the Mantines team. The Night Vale Spiderwolves bring Kevin. It is a sit-and-spin robot.
It is.
Entered by a relative newcomer to Robot Arena 2.
For the most part, yes.
And so we're not expecting the Night Vale Spiderwolves to be a major threat in their division, but their robots, especially a sit-and-spinner, could be...
They can be surprising at times.
Sneaky good.
Like, there's sometimes they can just pop up and do really well in a fight.
So, we have a rammer against a sit-and-spinner. Mm-hmm. Exact polar opposite fighting styles.
Yes.
Stay in one spot and go to all the spots. Mm-hmm. So, chat, what do we think is going to happen? Yes, McNackledack says keep evil disco alive. Keep disco evil, yes. Everybody's going with Metallica, except there's a couple going for Spiderwolves.
Kevin is rather unstable for a sit-and-spinner, so and it's not invertible, so if obviously it gets toppled over, it'll lose, but it can still rack up damage in that time, especially if it hits on the side. And if it catches a wheel on Metallica,
yeah, the wheels are exposed on Metallica for sure.
We shall see.
Let's see how it goes. Let's get this second half of the stream underway. Metallica not doing a box rush, and that's letting Kevin start spinning and not take any chassis damage from Metallica.
Kind of having the iron spikes at the Y shape is going to help it deflect the blows a little bit from Kevin.
Yep, it's certainly doing that. Kevin does have the ram plate on the rear for a little bit of grinder protection, maybe. Maybe protection from Metallica. I think some of those maces are getting above Metallica's
I think it's been hitting a couple of times, but Kevin's definitely taking more chassis damage so far.
Yeah, Metallica's got the speed
one of the
to
iron
get in
spikes
there.
just came off.
Lost some of the spikes on that right side.
And Kevin was just rammed straight
into the grinder.
The ram plate took the damage.
The ram plate took the damage
but it's not going to matter here.
But
already on Kevin's control board hits.
Kevin got caught off guard by Metallica with a big ram, and there's the kill shot.
51 seconds.
So Metallica, the speed kills.
Speed definitely kills. Given the weapon power difference there, that wasn't too bad from Kevin.
No, Kevin did all right. Actually did more damage in points than Metallica. But the Mantines get a quick 3 points to lead their first match of the season.
Oh boy.
McNackladak, are you check?
I believe he is. I don't remember.
Checks out.
Sorry. I can't with you.
We are of Czech descent, so that's why we make that joke. All right. Middleweights time. We have Falcon Punch in the middleweights for the Moscow Mantines. Falcon has gone on a massive diet and really trimmed up.
Oh, yeah.
And is now in the middleweights. Fewer fists for the Falcon Punch, but still sit and spinner, still powerful.
Yes.
The Nightmare Spiderwolves have Sheriff's Secret Police. It is a piston poker with a rack of axe blades on the front. And it's a triangle with the wheels angled.
Very interesting.
So the front wheels are narrower than the rear wheels, which means they're less exposed. So a little bit more difficult for Falcon Punch to maybe get around the side of that wide weapon on the front. Falcon Punch is well defended, but Sheriff's Secret Police can reach out.
Yes, can. We shall see.
So what is the prediction from chat? Falcon Punch, yes.
That's pretty respectable, I think.
Chorus has the same matchup on opposite ends. More or less. Sheriff's Secret Police isn't a rammer, though, but...
I think this is going to come down to weapon reliability, mostly. Those 8 iron fists are going to do Falcon Punch some good here.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes, though.
Is there still SNS issues? No, there is not.
Yes.
We have changed the SNS AI.
We use a different SNS AI that can drive away from countouts.
Yes.
So Falcon Punch bouncing over the top of Sheriff's Secret Police.
And it's able to
kind of clip some of the wheels.
It's catching the iron spike on the end there, which is good.
So Sheriff's Secret Police not able to get the front back around, and that's allowing Falcon Punch to get those wheels off the right side. Okay, so Falcon Punch racking up the damage, taking the weapon off. The triangle shape did not help as much as they thought.
No, it was just shaving away at the sides, and it made it a lot harder for it to turn around.
So Falcon Punch just going to kind of sit and wait for Sheriff's Secret Police to come to them. But if a countout happens, it can drive away now because the AI is set up that way. Getting some hits on the front of Sheriff's Secret Police.
Getting the other wheels now.
Who, unfortunately, the Sheriff cannot play with the AI and coax it into a TKO this season. This says easy dub. Yeah, this is looking like an easy win for Falcon Punch here.
At this point, it's just maximizing points.
Yeah, is Falcon going to be able to get the 3 points or not? Sheriff's Secret Police is doing their best to...
Yeah, it's still pretty maneuverable.
Stall.
So...
Like, all they need to do is avoid a countout, and they can stop Falcon Punch.
And it can be tough for the SNS robots to actually KO the robots that are just sitting in place.
Mm-hmm. That's a big issue. His points, you get 3 points for a control board knockout, 2 points for a 10 count out TKO, 2 points for a ring out, 1 point for a judge's decision win. So if Sheriff Secret Police can push this to a judge's decision, they can steal 2 points from Falcon Punch.
And that could be very helpful getting into later parts of the match.
And, that could be helpful for winning the match. That could be big when it comes to playoffs time.
Yeah.
Especially because the playoffs are stepladder format, so
better
the
seed matters.
Actually matters. Less than a minute to go as Sheriff Secret Police just keeps shuffling around, keeping in that zone that keeps Falcon Punch spinning.
I'm surprised it still has the battery power to move around so well.
Yeah, it's doing all right.
It's hanging in there.
Not sure how close it is on chassis points. But have Pink Chaos gone yet? No, we have just started the second half, Division 3 and 4. This is the first match of the second half of the stream. So
Pink Chaos is the next match.
Next match. What are you doing, stepladder? The playoffs are stepladder for the divisions. So the top 4 of each division go to stepladder playoffs to decide the division champions.
Very funny, Jeff. I believe that's Jeff. I don't know.
Guggles. I don't know what a Guggles is, but this is a judge's
decision.
decision.
That is a judge's decision.
So, Sheriff Secret Police has successfully stolen points.
Essentially stolen 2 points there. So,
and that could be big for...
you are, Jeff. I thought so.
Winning the match.
Just kill it already, please. Well, Falcon Punch tried, but, mercy killing by not killing it.
Technically, we have to get judges' scores for this.
Yeah, we do. But
so technically, it's not an official win yet. But
I don't know what that is.
That sounds like
a fire alarm. Hang on a second. What is happening here? Right. Hi.
Well then, hi, welcome back. So, the smoke detector in this room decided to just constantly go off. There's no smoke anywhere.
No, not at all.
And every time I tell it to stop, it just starts back up, no matter what room I have it in.
No.
So I couldn't take the batteries out, so I had to like open it up and take it apart to make it shut up.
Jeez.
That's never happened before.
No, it isn't. Sorry for deafening you. No, we're all good.
Well,
we're good.
That's going to be in the highlights video.
Dumb.
Just a mid-match fire alarm break.
I saw Guggles through in the chat. It's because the stream is so fire.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Oh, I love that. So.
Okay, where were we before the rude interruption?
I believe we were moving on to the heavyweights for the match. Smoke alarm powered by lipos. Yeah, honestly.
Oh man, that was. We've had them go off when it gets humid.
Yeah, but like.
But it's not humid.
It's
There's
not
no
humid.
smoke.
No.
I don't get it. It's just angry.
You guys are streaming for too long.
Yeah. It's the neighbors being like, "You're too loud."
Wait, Falcon is a middleweight. Yeah, Cap just decided to cut Falcon Punch's weight in half and make it a middleweight because reasons.
Reasons happen. Smoke alarm powered by 2019 Witch Doctor.
I mean, you have the 2020.
Smoke alarm powered by Invader and Captain Shredderator, where it just won't fucking stop.
I mean, I will say the 2020 Witch Doctor's right here.
Yes.
We have part of it.
We have part of it here.
Could be part of it.
Right. Where were we?
We were on to the heavyweights for the match. So,
Heavyweights.
Moscow brings 917, which is yet another Le Mans-style flipper.
Yes.
Has, I believe, 6 flipping arms in the center with spike strips.
Don't remember how many. It has rear hinge flippers.
Yes. And the Spiderwolves have Koshek, which is both a side axe and an overhead axe, both with kind of dual bear claws on each.
Yes. Can deliver a lot of damage if it can get a hold. Doesn't have a ground game.
Yes.
Probably can't self-right. So...
we shall see what happens. What is everyone thinking?
Yes, predictions for 917 against Koshek.
Koshek.
Koshek does not have the stinger on the tail like Cats should.
Does not have it does have a tail, but it's not a poisonous stinger tail.
Yes.
That's interesting.
That's apparently a reference that I don't get.
Most of the Spiderwolf ones are.
Yes.
I only recently found out what Kevin's a reference to.
Gotcha. Everyone... well, there's a few going for Koshek. Most people going for 917, so let's see how it turns out.
We shall see.
Hopefully...
Koshek can pour the damage if it's not up in the air.
Yes. 917
turn to
trying
the
to
side.
avoid the front. It kind of juked
Managed to get
Koshek.
right under it. Really tossing in the air now.
So Koshek trying to...
and they're kind of wedged.
kind of wedged. Koshek going to try and get off of the rear.
Has some side protection there.
Got a little bit of side armor there, but 917's going to
Wedged
toss it
and now
onto
it's
the
upside
grinder.
down onto the grinder. Top claws come off now.
Yep.
So we see
Not
what
able to
917
get
is
far
gonna do
enough
with
under it to like throw it out of the ring yet.
Not quite. It's also not quite flipping because it's inverted. We'll see if it actually throws it around a little bit. There we go.
There's a toss. There's another toss.
Is
it
it close?
it's
Oh, it was so
on
close
the
to going
wall.
out. There was the rear wheel.
917 taking Koshek apart here. The whole armor setup just came off.
Setup came off.
So Koshek is coming to pieces here as 917 continues its assault. Spin around and try and get a better angle here to try to get Koshek over the wall.
Got it back up right now.
Ooh, a
there's big
miss flip. So
Although because
is
of
that
how
going to
Koshek
cost
is,
it?
it
Although
can't really
Koshek
turn
can't
around.
really turn because of how wide it
There
is.
goes the
One of the
left
whole
side.
weapons is off now.
Oh, 2 more wheels.
Man.
What a hit.
What a hit.
Another wheel.
Dismantles
Almost
it.
got it over the wall, too.
Wow,
And
there it goes.
there it is.
What a match.
Fantastic.
What a fight.
84 seconds.
Just progressively tore it apart and then threw it out. And that is 2 points for the Mantines, who have won the match.
Yeah, they have won the
There
match.
are not enough points left in this final fight for
Yes.
the Spiderwolves to come back and win the match.
Yes.
But they can still get some points.
Leafeon just pointed out, both race car bots have won via ring out today.
Neat.
That's kind of neat.
We've had not a lot of ring outs, but a few ring outs this
We
stream
had,
so
I think,
far.
3 now, so that's not bad.
So
Race car Utas.
Race car Utas. Race cars are very good at flying over walls.
Yes, they are. Whether it's them or something that they hit.
Yes. So, super heavyweight points up for grabs here between the Moscow Mantines robot Bolshevik Barracuda. It's a big kind of angled double axe. It's got a lot of protection around the sides, narrow wedge on the front. The Night Vale Spiderwolves bring Glow Cloud, which is it's got 2 horizontal saw spinners and it's got 2 vertical saw spinners. It's invertible. It's very big. It tries to just outbig the opponent,
yes,
which is very useful.
Makes it hard to move around too.
Yes. What are the predictions for the Bolshevik Barracuda versus Glow Cloud?
I don't think, even though Glow Cloud is rather large and tall, it doesn't have the top protection for Barracuda. So if it can get some lucky hits on the axes or the motors, maybe, but
it might be able to just drive up the wedge and attack the extenders.
I just don't know if it'll last that long.
Yeah, we'll see.
Because Barracuda can put on some damage very quickly.
Yes. Still confused how the vert saws can be effective. They cannot.
They can't. That's the whole point.
And that's on purpose.
Yeah, not a
My
coincidence.
sister did it that way on purpose,
yes.
Apparently. Everybody going for the Bolshevik Barracuda, so let's see how it turns out. Can the Spiderwolves get some points back?
Glow Cloud is massive in comparison.
Absolutely massive. Not able to run up the wedge.
Interesting, kind of a stalemate here, despite Barracuda having the better wedge.
Yeah, those ramplate armor pieces protecting the front of Glow Cloud is doing a good job stopping them from going up the wedge.
Yes.
Stopping them from being in the range of the weapon, but they're being pushed back slowly to the grinder.
Just over to the grinder now. Oh, and there goes one of the saws entirely.
So it doesn't need to hit the chassis. The Bolshevik Barracuda could just hit the blades.
There's the other one as well.
The other effective saw blades. And now Glow Cloud has got its front wheels off the floor. It's lost the rear armor.
Rear armor's gone now, so that's going to be a big deal. Oh!
Oh, no!
What? How has Barracuda done that?
It's just turned around too quickly and overbalanced and ended up on its back.
Glow Cloud put it back upright, luckily.
Glow Cloud, being a good sport, has gone in and freed it, and they're going to continue the fight.
Not quite able to hit the other ramplate on there, but Glow Cloud is very quickly losing its armor and protection.
Yes. This is not going well for Glow Cloud, but maybe they can coax the Bolshevik Barracuda into immobilizing itself again. It's just chomping away on the front end of Glow Cloud.
Kind of with the way Glow Cloud's chassis is partitioned there, all the axe blowers are going right in the middle there.
Yeah, it's just going right down the center.
Well, Barracuda can be really uncontrollable when it turns.
Yeah, it's really top heavy.
The other thing you can't tell is there's 2 wheels in the center of Barracuda, so it's actually 4-wheel drive.
Yes. It's got a lot of power.
And a lot of weight at the back.
A lot of weight up high, so it can
yeah.
fall over pretty easily, apparently. This is Vanilla RA2. Yes, this is bare bones stock Robot Arena 2.
Stock.
We just changed a few AI modes, and that's pretty much it.
Oh, now it got to the side there, so that's some damage on the left side of Glow Cloud.
Smoke coming out of Glow Cloud. It's no
Glow
longer
Cloud is
glowing.
now Smoke Cloud.
It's a smoke cloud. Although it's pushing Barracuda back to the wall, and it's doing a good job dragging this fight
dragging
out.
the fight out even longer, yeah. Taking away points long term, even though the match is already over.
Yep. Long-term points are up for grabs here.
This could really come back to bite some teams like playoff time, is if they're not able to finish off some of the lower-end teams.
Yep. Ooh, there's
the
hits. They got a deep wedge on them now.
And
that's the KO with 32 remaining.
148 seconds.
So they were able to get the knockout and get the 3 points.
Took a lot longer than you were expecting.
That is we pretty sure it's a total shutout, but there's a judge's decision.
There's a judge's decision pending, so do not say so.
Yeah,
I also forgot to mention when we say Glow Cloud, all hail.
Yes.
We must all hail the Glow Cloud. Even if it just got eaten by a Barracuda.
That might be our most destructive fight based on totals.
I believe so, maybe. There was one at the start of the stream that was insane, I thought. No, I'm thinking something else. Oh, the Leslie and Gale and Jaws of Death fight had almost 10,000 for one of them.
Gotcha. Right, so match 10.
On to match 10. we move to Pink Chaos, returning from last season, and they will be taking on the Egyptian Legends.
Yes. So this is Brighton in the UK against Heliopolis, Egypt.
Yes.
Second Middle Eastern team.
Yes, it is.
So, we have, for Pink Chaos, they have drafted Firestarter, the asymmetric horizontal spinner that used to start off every stream last season.
Our good friend.
Pretty decent robot, can self-right. If it loses the spike on the end, it's way off balance.
And it has been upgraded a little bit more from last season.
Yes. The Egyptian Legends start off with definitely not Tut-Tut. In the lightweights, it is an overhead axe in a pyramid shape.
It is definitely not Tut-Tut.
It is definitely not Tut-Tut.
Still working on the copyright, right?
Still, copyrights take a while to get through.
We're trying.
It is Tut-Tut? No, it's literally called definitely not Tut-Tut.
I just saw Firestarter set off your alarm. Thank you, Blacksbird. That's what happened. Okay, they knew it was coming.
There wasn't a fire, though. What if it was the smoke detector that caught fire?
Maybe. Who knows?
That would be
Smoke
ironic
detectors have
and horrible.
LiPo batteries now?
Yeah. I have a side theory that the Egyptian Legends in-universe were created by a pyramid scheme.
Ghost might have to answer to that.
Well, chat is
Kind of
making
mixed,
puns
honestly.
more than they are predicting the fight, so we're going to get this one started and see how it goes.
Seems kind of mixed for the ones that did predict, but we shall see.
See how definitely not Tut-Tut does against Firestarter. Axes tended to do pretty well against Firestarter.
Yeah, it's going right against
Gotten the
wheel,
weapon
too.
stalled.
Absolutely bashing it in right now.
The last asymmetric versus axe we saw lopped the axe off, but definitely not Tut-Tut has definitely taken a wheel off of Firestarter.
And it's definitely high-centered
And it got
on it.
high-centered on it. Are you kidding
Can
me?
it get off of it? This Firestarter might be close enough to hit it? I think it just got...
Oh, wow.
So
it broke
close.
the count by throwing the axe, and now it's taken
the counterbalance.
counterbalance.
Absolutely beating down on Firestarter.
Destroying Firestarter.
That is a KO.
Look at that. 37 seconds. That was... I don't want to say conclusive because definitely not Tut-Tut got stuck on a wheel.
But, like, wow.
That was wild. And that would count as a TKO. Getting stranded on debris does not save you.
That's what would have happened if Cobalt was able to get off of the floor against Duck.
Yes.
But it didn't.
So that is 3 points for the Egyptians.
Starting off well.
Good start. Against a seasoned robot.
Yes, of course.
Middleweight time. Well now. Middleweights, we have Overthrown in the middleweights for Pink Chaos. It was one of the best middleweight flippers, one of the best middleweights last season.
Top 3 points, yeah.
I'm not even sure if it's been changed. It's
I don't think it does. No.
a really good robot. It's facing Toth's Wisdom in for the Egyptian Legends. It's a rammer. It looks like it could be a sit and spinner, but it's a rammer. It's got V-shaped spikes on all of the kind of pontoons of this H-shaped chassis. I think it's invertible.
It is invertible.
It's got protected wheels.
Because the wheels are protected, it can very easily get stuck on a side or on the spikes, and it's against the flipper that's going to throw it around. So, it'll be tough, but it could pull it off, because it has the weaponry.
It could pull it off, especially if Overthrown can't get deep enough underneath, because it's a front hinge flipper.
And I mean, depending on how fast it is, could theoretically Sledge Fest? Maybe? It'd be really tough.
We'll see how it goes. Chat is predicting Overthrown for the time being.
Can Pink Chaos get more than 6 points this time?
Blackbird
right
missed
now they
the
have
last
none.
fight. You missed. Definitely not Tut-Tut. Definitely getting stuck on a wheel.
Definitely did not do that.
All right. Chat is going with Overthrown, so let's see if the hive mind is correct.
We shall see.
Oh, Toth's Wisdom bobbled because of bouncing on the floor, and Overthrown's going to go
right
in
under it
and attack it and prop it on the wall.
very
It's come
close.
back down.
Minor
Physics was
that
angry,
okay.
but nothing changed, so we're going to let it run.
Now because of how low Toss Wisdom is, it's kind of even now.
Yeah.
It's kind of Overthrown's just kind of pushing it around.
Chassis Wedge isn't quite low enough to get underneath Toss Wisdom.
It's kind of pushing it into the wall.
Overthrown kind of really needs to get under the spikes in order to get a good wedge.
Gonna have to break the count here in a second.
Yeah, this is a pin, and both of them are going to break the count. They have. They're going to come back together, and Overthrown's going to get underneath and start tossing Toss Wisdom around. It's got it up on the wall.
And now it's propped up.
So if it leaves it there, this will be a TKO.
Will it go in for 3 points? Because they are behind right now.
They are behind by 3. It's going to take the guaranteed TKO, the safe win, which is a reasonable option to take. And that'll get them 2 points. They'll still be trailing, but they'll only be down by 1. That is 64 seconds. Okay. Pink power. Yes, the pink team is fighting back. Not quite the thing, but a thing. That is correct.
It's definitely a thing.
Overthrown was second in the middleweights last season. Definitely a threat. Absolutely.
For sure. I know how they do.
All of the robots on Pink Chaos are
seasoned veterans
from last season. So now we have kind of an inverse of the last fight.
Inverted from middleweight.
The heavyweights, Pink Chaos has Second Amendment, which is a rammer, 4-wheel drive, very fast, kind of pointed down spikes a little bit for some wedginess. And of course, by popular request, it now has bare arms. The Egyptian legends have the Nile King, a rear-hinged flipper, bunch of flipping arms, 2-wheel drive, powerful robot.
I believe it's only 3 flipping arms though, and there's 2 spikes per each. So not quite the same power as like Dysfunctional Stepsister, but it's still enough to really throw stuff.
If it's enough to get it up in the air, I mean, Second Amendment's a rammer. There's always a possibility of a sludge fest with rammers.
Definitely.
So, predictions for Second Amendment versus Nile King. Would like to see The Thing robot in RA2. Nile King. Lots of people predicting Nile King for the winner here. This does not like cheesy ass puns.
That's all we got here. Such a Gouda time.
That's nacho pun.
We're dumb.
We're dumb. That's just it. We're dumb. Let's start the fight. So, Second Amendment, will it stay in the ring? Will it fly off into the abyss?
It has flown off.
It has.
We have a sludge fest. It has happened.
That was a flip.
I mean,
it was an opening box rush ring out, though, so.
It was indeed.
That is a fast ring out for the Nile King.
It was still 4 seconds.
4 seconds?
Yeah, it was still 4 seconds, so. That's what all the other sludge fests were.
No, one of them was 5.
Yeah, because Sludge didn't know how to hit the floor.
Sludge wasn't very good at hitting the floor.
It was really good at hitting the floor, except for all the times that it didn't.
So that is 2 points for Egypt.
And that means Pink Chaos can no longer win the match.
Yes. It is 5-3, 5-2. It's 5-2, which means if Pink Chaos gets a knockout, they tie. It's a draw. So, we will see how it goes. And Pink Chaos has a flipper in the super heavyweights, so a KO is a little more difficult.
Indeed.
Tamabra says first sludge fest of the season. Yeah, we can call that a sludge fest.
I'm willing to say it was a sludge fest, yeah.
Straight up and over the wedge. So, Pink Chaos has Dysfunctional Stepsister in the super heavyweights. We thought it was going to be very good last season, and then the Smart Zones let it down.
Yeah, and it kind of wasn't that good.
It's got 7 flipping arms this season.
8. 5 on the bottom, 3 on top.
Okay. It's got 8 flipping arms this season, down from 10 because of weapon limit rules. it's got a little more defense for its sides, and it might need that against Anubis from the Egyptian Legends, which has 2 angled spinners, one on either side. Counts as both a vertical and horizontal spinner in our rules. Not invertible, but it has a lot of protection around the edges. And spinners put a lot of weapons to bear very quickly.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
What do we predict between Stepsister versus Anubis?
Definitely willing to say Stepsister has the ground advantage and will be able to throw it around. However, any sort of spinner is dangerous when it's upside down.
Yes.
Like you're running underneath it. So there's a good chance Anubis can even it out on damage and might be able to KO it from above.
Distinctly possible.
So DS is going to have to go for that quick Uda, which I don't know if they can do it.
Even if it does get a quick ring out, they lose the match.
Yeah. So
they need a knockout.
They need a knockout here. We'll see how it goes.
And if Anubis is upside down, the weapons are so tall they can't get to the chassis.
Yeah.
So
who knows?
A lot of people predicting Anubis for this one.
Let's see what happens.
Let's see. Comes down off the wall, and Stepsister tosses it.
Right under it, right away.
Anubis gets the weapon spinning. It's begging to be flipped back over, but it's so high off of the floor that Stepsister can't even really get into it.
It caught one of the connectors off the spinner in the front, and now it's just kind of parked.
It's kind of parked on the grinder and on the wall, and I think Stepsister might just leave it like that.
That's what it looks like is going to happen.
They're not going to risk going for the knockout. They're just going to take the points that they can get out of this match, which is not an unreasonable thing to do. It's a long season.
Points.
It's a very long season. Quora has posted a screenshot of my hair. Fantastic.
Love to see that.
Thank you, because I haven't seen my hair from the back. So that is Dysfunctional Stepsister with the TKO victory to start its season.
And it's still a 5-4 win for the Legends.
Yes, the Egyptian Legends win, but it's split for the
Pretty
fights.
close to a split for the points, though. So, and once again, Pink Chaos doesn't score more than 6 points.
Correct.
Wonder where we've seen that happen before.
Like all of last season.
Yeah, I think literally. I don't think they scored more. Might have had one, maybe.
All right.
Yes, Swin, I see you in chat. It is time for your team. As we move on to the next match. I think this is 10, I don't know.
Anubis is massive. It absolutely is. So, up next.
Will be the Magnums first.
Yes, the Wiltshire Magnums, the ice cream team.
Ice cream team.
Against No Beanie Robotics, the NBs.
The NBs have arrived. And they don't have beanies.
No Beanie Robotics, they don't sell beanies. They're out of beanies. So, the Wiltshire Magnums from Wiltshire,
England.
Wiltshire, England. No Beanie Robotics. Where's No Beanie from?
They're from
Sheringham Point in Canada. That's right.
They're in Canada.
Another Canadian team here. So the Magnums bring Acidic Lemon into the lightweights. It's a flipper?
Yeah, front hinge flipper.
Front hinge flipper. It looks so similar to one of the other robots.
Yeah,
on
it's
the
very
team.
close.
Confuses me because of my COVID brain.
Sure, yeah.
So Acidic Lemon's got the front hinge flipper. Very simple, very tidy robot. Non-binary star on the Nobini Robotics team.
Is a front hinge flipper.
Also a front hinge flipper.
Very similar designs here.
Very similar designs. Nobini, I think, has 2.
I believe they both have 2.
Okay, they both have 2. Nobini's wheels are protected.
Yes, they are.
But Acidic Lemon won't get stuck on its side.
So
here we go. Predictions for Acidic Lemon versus non-binary star.
Guggles is totally not going to the freezer to get ice cream. Go for it, bud. May as well support the ice cream team since they're here.
Razor 259 backs Ashland to win. Yeah, I think Ashland's got a good team this season.
Yeah, I'm thinking, because Acidic Lemon has a much steeper angle on the wedge, it might have a little harder time getting under non-binary. So
that's true. I think the wedge is what's going to determine.
But it'll ultimately come down to whichever one gets under the other first.
Yes. Or last.
Or last. Don't know.
Here we go. We're going to find out. It's a stalemate, but I think non-binary star might be up on top.
Yes, I believe Lemon has done it, but it is a little too steep to fully have it slide all the way up.
Yeah.
It's very slowly getting up there, though.
And they're going to back away and reset and have another stalemate.
Yep.
When everyone has a ground game, no one has a ground game. That's how it works here. Lack of drive power is
part of it for sure.
Part of the equation here.
Oh,
Neither of
boy.
these flippers able to get under the other.
Well, since it appears we might be here for a little while, how's everybody doing today?
Yeah. Have you guys gotten your ice cream yet?
I got your ice cream.
This is just a headbutt contest. I feel bad for the judges on this one if it goes to the judges.
It's going to be painful.
If it gets that far.
Oh, it's actually sliding up a little bit more now.
And there's a big
full
flip.
Front flip from Acidic Lemon.
Complete flip from...
And we're back.
Non-Binary Star landed it well.
Did land it very nicely. But...
Very skillful landing from Non-Binary Star. Razor259 has ice cream right now.
Yes, love to hear it.
It's a good time to have ice cream.
Oh, hello.
Non-Binary Star got right under, and it is just absolutely throwing Acidic Lemon around. And now Acidic Lemon's going to try and get to the side. Nope, they're going to reset to a frontal stalemate. Okay, so this is much more interesting than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah, because Non-Binary Star now has a 2 or 3 hits, whereas Acidic Lemon only has 1.
So, as steep as Acidic Lemon's wedge looks, the way that the game works is that is just a visual change to look like damage. The hitbox remains the same. So the wedge is still the same steepness that it was before.
Which is why it's still sliding up right here. Another hit there.
There's another hit.
Another hit.
Not
Put it all the way
flipping
over.
Non-Binary Star all the way over.
Not letting itself right either, just going wailing
Yes,
on it.
and going for...
Getting control board hits.
Control board hits, trying to get a KO.
He's going to go for one more? Might not, because it's
might just
up.
pin it to the wall and leave it there.
I want to back up to avoid a pin as well.
Well, Non-Binary Star can't get
move,
down.
That's fair.
And I think it's got space.
Yeah, I see space there, too.
It's got the space to get down, so this is going to be a TKO if... Oh, it got some traction on the wall. Is that going to be enough?
It's not. No.
Okay, 36 seconds left.
144.
That was a TKO for the Magnums. 2 points.
Acidic Lemon with 2 points. Very nice. That was very tactical.
Tactical fight.
Very tactical fight.
So there we go. You don't expect to TKO a flipper that can self-right, but sometimes it happens.
This is why you don't have enclosed wheels.
That's a sour win. This is why you don't have enclosed wheels. Yeah, don't protect your wheels.
That's a very sour win indeed.
Move to the middleweights.
Right. Middleweight time.
So, middleweights time. Relieved it ended in a KO. Technically, it ended in a TKO.
TKO, yes.
Difference in points between KOs and TKOs. So, in the middleweights, the Magnums have Mint Chalk Crusher. It is 2 vertical spinning drills.
Yes.
It's a little bit like Drillosaurus from last season, but
a little smaller.
Smaller and less weapon power. No Beanie Robotics has Remote Control, which is a piston poker. It's got 4 spikes that shoot out and do damage that way. Again, protected wheels versus exposed wheels.
Indeed.
And because No Beanie Robotics, or because Remote Control has the reach advantage here, that could be a big deal here.
What do you guys think? Who do you think?
Yeah, a lot of people predicting Remote Control.
As much as I would think Remote Control can just use the pistons to hit the drills from afar, it does have a lot of chassis right in front there, so it's still going to take damage when it goes in.
Yes.
So it's going to be a race to kill each other here.
Yeah, both of them have a lot of weapon power they can bring to bear here.
We'll see.
Minisaurus. Similar.
Kind of, yeah. It's actually, like, Mint Chalk is actually pretty large. Pretty large for a middleweight.
Remote Control is one of your favorite designs, says Nitro.
It looks really good.
Very good chassis skin on Remote Control. So here we go. Look how big Mint Chalk Crusher is.
Taking a lot of damage, Remote Control is.
Remote Control's taking a ton of damage,
and
but
a lot
it's
of
being
the spikes
the
are
aggressor
going in
here.
between that gap in Mint Chalk, too. So it's not really getting as many hits.
Yeah, it's not really hitting the chassis of Mint Chalk Crusher because it's going into a chassis gap.
Here, TKO count starting now. Able to
Chalk
back up,
Crusher,
right? Reset.
They both reset, and I think... Oh, it's going to get pushed back into the grinder. But it's going to be too little too late, I feel.
There it has 2 hits, and there it is.
There's the KO, 29 seconds. And it lost a wheel at the end.
Wow, that was really lucky then.
That was really lucky.
Just
they got
in time to get the
KO.
A fast, action-packed fight.
Yes, fast and destructive. Remote Control maybe could have been a little bit less aggressive. But
Very interesting.
They went for aggression since the last fight didn't work out so well for them. It cost them.
That is 5 points for the Magnums.
Yeah, they're 5-0 lead so far.
And now, we have one of the more hyped matchups of the stream. This is going to be the first multi-bot on multi-bot fight in the entire league.
Oh boy.
This is going to be chaotic as hell.
How in the world are we going to commentate this?
That's the neat thing. You don't.
You're probably right. First official Robot Rampage League fight with 4 mobile robots in the arena.
Let's go.
Okay. The Chalk Crusher can taste it even if it's not recommended. Nice.
Mint chocolate is my favorite kind of ice cream, too. I do like that.
I ate the last of my mint chocolate chip ice cream. I'm disappointed.
Oh, damn it.
All right. In the heavyweights, the Magnums bring Banana Splitter and Cherry and Creamer. Banana Splitter is an axe. It looks like a front hinge flipper, but it's an axe with a big wedge on the front. Enclosed wheels.
Yes.
Cherry and Creamer, the little mini bot, is just a rammer, just a pusher.
It's essentially a mini bot.
It's a mini bot, yeah. Multi-bot rules apply, though. Both of them have to be KO'd to get 3 points. On the No Beanie Robotics side, they have Phobos and Deimos, which are named after the moons of Mars. Phobos is a rear hinge flipper. Deimos is a 360-degree horizontal spinner. 2 different weapon types. We'll see how they do as teammates rather than as opponents.
We'll see.
And if the axes of Banana Splitter and the wedge that it has
are good enough.
Have anything for this. And we'll see what the Cherry and Creamer does.
Yeah,
because like
just distracting stuff.
Mini bots are very good at distracting the AI in this game.
Yeah,
so,
as long as it can get the opponent turned around, the big bot can come in for it. So
yes,
who knows?
Predictions, please, for Banana Splitter, Cherry and Creamer versus Phobos and Deimos. There's too many words.
I saw Nabi pop in with what fight are we at? The lads match will be in 2 matches. We have one more, and then the lads will come in. So it's a little time.
Court predicting Phobos and Deimos.
I'm willing to think so, because with Banana Splitter and Cherry and Creamer being more of a big bot and a mini bot, little worse when you have twins more or less. But it also has the weapon power, in my opinion.
Phobos and Deimos has a little more weapon power in terms of component number. I'm not sure if they'll be able to bring it all to bear, though.
I don't think so.
So
we'll see.
A lot of people predicting for Phobos and Deimos, though, so let's see how it goes.
Let's see what happens.
This is going to be chaotic.
Oh, boy.
So, Deimos attacking the mini-bot. Phobos is going to flip Banana Splitter.
Cherry Creamer just did a front flip. That was awesome.
And
Banana
Deimos is going to punish it. Look at
Phobos.
Phobos is not able to right itself because it keeps ending up on the wedge.
Banana Splitter's enclosed wheels are coming in handy there with Deimos hitting it in the back.
Yes. Oh, Phobos is turning its back on the axis, and it's under its teammate.
Now the teammates are stuck. Oh, no.
It's flipped its teammate over the friendly fire, and Banana Splitter is keeping it pinned to the wall and attacking it. What a turnaround. What a great combination from Banana Splitter and Cherry and Creamer here. And I think... It's killed Phobos outright.
Yes, I think it just did KO it. It's not moving
So
now.
it's just Deimos remaining, and it's kind of stuck behind its opponent.
It's also one of the arms is stuck in Phobos' chassis there. So it can't even
friendly
move.
fire has gotten the 2 stuck together.
And Banana Splitter
can just come in and cleave it away.
Tosses his little boy
Get the mini-bot out of here.
Mini-bot is now in control board hits 2. I think they're just going to leave it in the corner.
They're just leaving it in the corner.
It's going to have a hard time breaking the count here.
It can't because it's stuck to its teammate.
Yeah.
And that's not a pin by the opponent.
That's not. No.
Oh, they just broke the count.
Banana Splitter goes right back in.
Deimos is stuck to its teammate.
That is so unfortunate.
This is the most unlucky thing I think I've ever seen.
Another count.
Uh-oh, this is impeding. Nope, they've broken the count.
Broke it, okay.
So Banana Splitter trying to wedge underneath Deimos. It's gotten free.
It's gotten free now.
Now it can get its weapon up to speed, and it's lopped off one
Banana
of the
Splitter
axes.
only has 1 axis left now.
There's only about a minute remaining. It's got Deimos up on the wedge.
Banana Splitter's lost all of its axes now, but it has the pushing power.
And it has the wedge against the
just
horizontal
driving it
spinner,
around.
and it's just going to push it around. Less than a minute to go, so even if Demos tried to come back, it doesn't have much time to do it.
I believe it just KO'd the mini. No, not quite.
Minibot's still functional.
It has one more hit on the Minibot. Yeah, Demos is nothing for the wedge of Banana Splitter.
Although the wedge is taking damage
now. 30 seconds left.
Demos is trying its best. Lost one of the clubs
now.
There goes the Minibot done.
That could be huge if Demos is able to pull together a KO on Banana Splitter here.
Absolutely.
It's only got 20 seconds left, but it's still close.
It's going to matter when it comes to this judge's decision that's coming up.
Definitely.
There goes the... there's only one spiked club remaining on Demos.
It's really getting shoved around now.
And Banana Splitter's just going to push it around until the end to draw out the time and try to get a judge's decision win here.
Getting those control points. And that is it.
That was a remarkably back-and-forth fight.
Wow. That was very surprising.
Like, it was, like, completely one-sided, and then it switched all at once. It was very cool. And it's a judge's decision. Who would have thought the multi-bots would go to the judges?
I'll get the
almost
like
amount. That's their thing. Alright. Yeah, I got cherry banana. 1 plus... How did Cherry and Creamer get 83 points of damage?
You know, just running your face into stuff. I loved just watching Cherry and Creamer just rolling around with grip and everything. That was so
I know,
good.
it just threw itself upside down.
It would just reverse and just flip over. Fantastic.
So, I believe, regardless of the outcome of this fight, that wins the match.
That is
for
the Magnums.
The Wiltshire Magnums, because there's not enough points left for No Beanie to come back and win the match. Cherry bouncing around is one of the funniest things. Yeah. If you guys see funny stuff or entertaining stuff, use the YouTube clip feature and clip those out for us.
That'd be amazing. Minibot completely carrying. Yes, it did swing. Fantastic. Right.
Super Heavy's time.
This could get a little violent.
This is going to get very violent. Okay. So, Wiltshire Magnums have a super heavyweight called Ice Cream Sandwicher. It is 3 weapon types. It is side axes, and on those side axes are horizontal spinners. And then there's also a rear hinge flipper on the wedge.
Yes. It is one of our few robots that has 3 weapon types.
Yes. However, No Beanie Robotics brings Ace of Spades, which has 8 axes. 4 of them side axes, 4 of them overhead axes. Ace of Spades can bring a lot of kill power very quickly if it can get a robot in front of it.
Yes, however, it is rather slow and takes a mile to take a turn.
Yes.
So, we shall see.
But if Ice Cream Sandwicher gets in between those axes, look out.
Yeah, it's going to be dangerous.
So, predictions for Ice Cream Sandwicher versus Ace of Spades.
The only concern I have in this fight is Havoc's.
There's a distinct chance of that.
Maybe some issues. Between the motors for Ice Cream Sandwicher and Ace of Spades just being absurd.
Yes. Things getting jammed between spikes is a problem for the physics engine.
We'll see. It should be okay, but you never know.
Never know.
I mean, we didn't have... I think, like, besides the ones we had to take off stream last time, like, I think it was, like, Overseer and Heart Attack had, like, one of the longest restart chains.
Yeah.
Just randomly.
Just from getting spikes stuck between each other. Mm-hmm. Razor259 has made a fantastic reference to the green screen of death, a robot I built on my 5,000 subscription stream.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
Which had horizontal spinners on side axes.
Yeah, it's actually pretty similar.
What a fantastic reference, Razor. I appreciate it. All right, let's get this last fight of this match underway and see which robot comes out ahead here. Ice Cream Sandwicher much wider.
Already lost one of the motors.
Lost one of them immediately to Ace.
Ace is already over.
Thrown itself upside down. It has so much weapon power.
It can kind of self-right if it gets a good angle from there.
But Ice Cream Sandwicher is attacking
taking it right to it.
From above and from behind as it is trying to right itself.
Lost one axe. I believe it's on the side.
One of the side axes is off. One of the top ones has come off.
A couple of them now.
Ice Cream Sandwich is just kind of circling around and hitting with the horizontal, which has come off now too. So it's down to just the flipping arms.
And I hear a TKO count.
Ace cannot move.
It cannot move.
Ace is trying to move, but it cannot, and that is going to be a TKO with 2:17 left. That is another shutout.
That is a shutout for the Magnums. That is very impressive, actually.
And another shutout with 3 of the 4 victory types.
Yes.
Missed the cycle.
I was just glancing at the stats, and I was like, why was there a 4-second... Oh, yeah, there was a 4-second fight. I was like, that's a typo. No, it's not. That's what happens.
So that's a shutout. And the Wiltshire Magnums have... well, it's probably a shutout.
Probably. Well, we shall
But there's
see.
a judge's decision I forgot about. We'll see how it goes. Okay.
Now then, on to the next match.
I can't see what it is. What is it?
It is Powerhouse Robotics taking on Plan Z, except you'll never guess what happened.
First, we have
A word from our
stream
sponsors.
crash.
A word from our sponsors.
Welcome to the crash page. This crash has been brought to you by our Patreon stream sponsors. For $10 a month, you can support the Robot Rampage League and make these game crashes possible.
Yes. Welcome to the crash page. So that's 3 for the stream, which is about what we expected.
Yep, we're
3 to 4, yeah.
we're right on target for the number of
It's been pretty stable
game
so far.
crashes.
Even the Havocs have been pretty low so far.
That's true.
Which means I now just jinxed it. Sorry.
Yes, good job. Who is who?
Powerhouse is going first. We have Powerhouse Robotics taking on Plan Z,
Plan
our
Z.
free agent team.
The Zeds.
The Zeds.
So, Powerhouse Robotics, built by Liam in the chat here, is designed with all of the robots representing his real-life UK Antweight robots. It's not meant to be Robot Arena 2 style robots. It's literally meant to be his real-life robots,
Yes,
which
they
is
are
very cool.
accurate.
Plan Z also has a cool theme. It's all free agent robots. For signups, we had a free agency of pre-approved robots that could be drafted to any team. You didn't need to have Robot Arena 2 or play it or anything to join the Robot Rampage League. You just needed to draft free agents. And that is what Plan Z did. They have Geohash here, which is a rear hinge flipper. Powerhouse Robotics has Impact, which is a rammer. Invertible rammer, very cool looking. So, predictions for Impact versus Geohash.
Well, Geohash is going to have a little issue getting underneath Impact because he uses a snowplow rather than a flipper.
Yes.
However, Impact has plastic armor rather than the DSA we usually use, so if it gets into a grinder, it's going to get shredded very quickly.
Yes.
But it's also a 4-wheel drive rammer in the lightweights, so
Yes.
this could be interesting.
Yeah, chat is kind of split on these two so far.
It really depends on how much damage Impact can do.
It does, and I think Geohash doesn't have damaging components, so that might swing things in
That's what I'm thinking,
Impact's
but
favor.
It also depends on how much Geohash can move it around. Throw it in the air a little bit.
Yeah. If it can get control, it could absolutely win it. Let's see how it goes. So,
Immediately popped it up in the air.
got Impact up in the air, but that like slope on the back
Yeah,
allowed
allows
it to
it to
get
keep
its
going.
wheels down and drive back down. And it looks like that's going to happen once again. Excellent design by
Allowing it to still move around, yeah.
Voya, but it has gotten flipped over completely now, and Geohash's wheels are off the floor. Well then.
Could potentially be a pin unless Powerhouse can move. I believe it can. Or
It should be able to move. It
can indeed.
It's using the rear as a wedge now.
There you
Look
go.
at that. Doesn't have good traction upside down.
Not quite, but still able to move a little bit.
Yeah, that left side just doesn't seem to be getting traction.
Not quite, no.
And Geohash is just not able to get the plow into play. Now it
there we
can.
go.
Oh,
It's
it's
got
got
it
it
wedged.
parked on the wall. It's going for a ring out.
It got
Not
really
quite.
close. That could have been close.
Geohash being surprisingly effective with that snowplow flipper. Ooh, it bounced off of it there, and that's allowed Impact to get
Get under,
underneath
move it
and
around.
push it into the wall. This is a good back and forth fight so far.
And now Geohash has become a hat.
Yes, we have a robot hat. And it's mistiming, firing that weapon to try to get off, and it's just not helping it get down. And Impact is just going to leave it there on those spikes and just push it around and put Geohash into the grinder. Not quite.
Getting very close.
They're in that grinder zone.
Now just pinning it to the wall for some points.
Yeah, exercising control and aggression here. Anticipating a potential judge's decision.
Indeed. Definitely where it seems to be going. We only have a minute left.
Geohash does have a little bit of chassis damage. I see a dent in the front.
Yes.
So Impact is exercising a lot of control here. Just slowly and methodically controlling the pace of the fight.
Starting to run low on battery power too with how it's
Yeah,
moving.
it's getting really slow. Slows
Geohash kind of is too. Oh,
still got the power to throw it. And turn it back over once again.
There you go.
So that could be critical. As much as Geohash isn't really doing any damage, there's a spectacle point with the judges' decisions. There's 1 point for spectacle, which is the robot that put on the best show. And so, even though it's not doing damage, tossing Impact around could swing things in a close decision. And Impact is going to slowly push Geohash around. Geohash is going to get another lift as the final 10 seconds count down here to another judge's decision.
Oh boy.
I have a lot of judges' decisions to update everyone on later in the week. That one's going to be close.
Yeah, I total toss-up for me. That is our 6th judge's decision of the day. Although we're obviously going to have more than last season since we have basically double the amount of teams.
We've doubled the amount of teams, yeah. So not going to know the official results of this match until later in the week.
Interesting. Yeah, that's really hard to call with the control and aggression categories.
Yes.
But they were really going back and forth. Fight of the week candidates is Zester. I mean, I would say like it could be.
It was close. It was slow, but it was close.
The only issue is that it was slow.
It went back and forth, so definitely a candidate.
I'll add it to my list of candidates.
We haven't had any that have like screamed fight of the week yet.
Not yet. I feel like the one that popped my mind the most was the Phobos Deimos against Blanis Splitter.
Yes.
That one was pretty fun.
That was a pretty fun fight.
But of course, the fight of the week voting is up to you guys.
Yes. You get to decide it. You vote on Twitter. You can vote on Discord.
Thinking maybe throwing those polls up on YouTube might be good as well.
Yeah, we can do that as YouTube posts as well. Just get as many votes as we can for things.
Nitro Rosewater fight was good. Yep, I have that one marked down as a candidate too.
So, middleweight time. Powerhouse brings Side Strike with 2 side-hinged axes. Invertible Robot. Got a plow in the front for defense. Plan Z has Planetary Conqueror, a veteran robot from last season. It's been rebuilt. It has a little defense up front, and it's got the horizontal spinner over the top. Predictions, please, for Side Strike and Planetary Conqueror.
I think Side Strike's plow is just tall enough to stall Planetary Conqueror's weapon, which will obviously work in Side Strike's favor. However, it also has 2 iron spikes in front of the wheels, so I don't know if Side Strike can be able to get chassis hits easily.
Okay.
This could be close, or it could be a massacre.
Yes. Dis in chat says Side Strike to steal wheels.
It could steal wheels if it gets around it, yeah.
Distinctly possible. Team Smash lives on, says Razor259.
Yes.
Quite
Team
a lot
Smash.
of Planetary Conqueror predictions. A few Side Strike predictions, so let's see how it goes. I think Side Strike has the better ground game. It's definitely keeping Planetary Conqueror at bay.
It has gotten a couple of hits on the side so far. Like that, yeah. It's really getting in it now that Planetary Conqueror is trying to push.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
That was quick.
Wow, that was so quick.
15 seconds.
That was a stealth
like
KO. I couldn't tell if Planetary Conqueror was taking.
It was hard to tell
hits
from that angle how much damage it was taking because it was just compressing it.
That was amazingly quick.
That is, I believe, the fastest KO so far. I did not expect that. I will not lie.
That was just straight chassis hits.
Yeah, and using the plow just to stop the weapon right away. That was really good.
Just hold it at distance and then reach out and kill it. Fantastic strategy from Sidestrike.
And we know from last season, Planetary Conqueror's weak to side axes for sure. Like, Cycloid absolutely destroyed it.
Yeah, and now this one has 2, and so Powerhouse has a 3-point knockout. So regardless of the judge's decision, they're definitely leading now.
Oh, yeah. As we move on to the heavyweights.
Heavyweight time.
This could get silly. Not that it wasn't already silly. However...
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy.
Sidestrike reminds me a lot of Splinter from OG Robot Wars. That's on purpose, I believe.
Very simple.
So, heavyweight time. Powerhouse brings Death Grip with 2 spiked overhead axes. Got the chassis, the narrow wedge chassis shape. The robot can kind of mostly self-right. It's similar to Bolshevik Barracuda from before.
Very similar.
Except this one's more of an axe. I think the robot it's based on in real life is actually a gripper.
Yes, it kind of crushes and pulls stuff around.
But this is overhead axes.
Yes.
Plan Z comes in with Mad Train, which is a free agent that was submitted by, was it KJ?
I believe it was KJ, yes.
KJ submitted the free agent Mad Train. 6-wheel drive, high-speed rammer with axe blades on the front.
Yes.
There's a distinct possibility of a Sludgefest here.
We'll see. I feel like it's going to catch the top of Death Grip's axis. However, that could also pull it over to like a pole vault almost.
Yes.
Or, depending on how much it tilts it could actually pull Death Grip over the wall with it.
We've never had a double ring out.
Which would be incredible.
We've never had a double ring out before. If that does not happen and Mad Train stays in front of Death Grip, it has no defense from above.
No.
So, Death Grip could just stab it to death from above.
Yes.
People predicting Death Grip, people predicting Mad Train, people predicting Sludgefests.
It's possible, who knows?
Let's see which group of you is correct. Oh,
it didn't bounce. It just
bounced off of the wedge
That's
on the front and stayed in the ring, and now it's gone up the wedge and flipped itself over, and Death Grip is going
right
for
at the
wheels. Not quite able to get around and get chassis hits.
It's still pushing
Mad Train's
quite a bit.
Pushing. It's going into the weapon. It's trying to stall the weapon out, so it's just weapon on weapon hits at the moment.
Very, very close to getting the axes ripped off there.
Absolutely. Mad Train trying to
just
keep
press into it.
Trying to keep Death Grip against the walls and maybe push it to a grinder. Death Grip getting Mad Train to the grinder, but what
shoved
a
in turn.
Push. Mad Train effectively trying to keep its weapon in the path of Death Grip's weapon as it throws itself across the ring. Death Grip getting good hits on the chassis and wheels of Mad Train. It's got Mad Train's wheels off the floor there.
And now it's
been flipped.
Itself. Does a full flip over and everything.
And self-righted beautifully. And now Mad Train getting itself flipped. We've seen other robots do that. But using its battering ram well.
And the game just straight crashed. Huh?
We got a straight crash on impact. Very nice.
All right, that's interesting.
We haven't had a crash during a fight in the league yet.
Not this season. We had one last season.
One last season.
That was weird. I don't even know what happened there.
I think it was the chassis point getting damaged. Might have been it.
Like, that's interesting.
Very interesting.
Hoping that's not related to...
Doesn't count.
Does not count, so we redo. Huh.
Is it going to stay in the ring?
We shall see.
Is it going to go out? We're going to find out. Oh, Mad Train ducked to the side to avoid.
Ooh, it knew.
And it made the mistake of getting underneath the weapon.
Axes are just low enough to where it's not flying up Death Grip's wedge, so it can actually like stalemate a little bit, or do that.
Yeah, it's
taking some shots to the side now.
Mad Train's plow just kind of bounces off of the wedge of Death Grip rather than going up it, and Death Grip is just
shot straight to the wheels now.
It's using that wedge beautifully to just hold Mad Train in place while it attacks with the axes. Although it's taken a lot of hits directly to the chassis. As his Mad Train has gotten backed up near the corner grinder.
Quite a few times, too.
And it's pushing Death Grip all the way across the ring.
We're taking hits the whole way.
Taking hits to the chassis.
Hits.
This could be it. It is.
It is.
53 seconds. And Death Grip has managed to KO Mad Train.
So that is a confirmed match win for Powerhouse.
Yes. Because there's a judge's decision, so there's
Plan Z just cannot get more points this next match. So that was a very interesting fight. Kind of curious why the game just straight crashed.
The only thing I could guess is the point of the wedge was too narrow.
I mean, maybe, but
because I know that that's a thing.
It's weird. Because for a second I was wondering, because I know if you have more than a certain number of faces on the robot chassis, if it takes a control board hit, it just straight crashes every time. But I know Voya didn't build it that way.
Yeah,
so
I don't think they could get the chassis point narrow enough without using like BFE or something.
That's what I was thinking. So
who knows? But we're on to the Super Heavies, and Powerhouse have a match win. They can get some more points here.
Let's see what happens.
And depending on the judge's decision, they could get a shutout.
We'll see.
What fight is now? Caraboss versus Giant Enemy Crab.
I believe it's Caraboss.
Time for Crab. Yes, more Crab.
Yes. Everything is Crab.
So, Powerhouse Robotics has Caraboss. It is a rear-hinged flipper. It's a very big, tall flipper. It tries to outbig the opponents.
Yes.
It's very good at doing that. Giant Enemy Crab is 2 drum spinners. On the front, it has 4-wheel drive and that 2 sets of wheels in the rear set up. Not invertible.
No.
So, could struggle against a flipper, or it could take a lot of pieces off of Caraboss. Because Caraboss really doesn't have a whole lot of defense going on.
Not quite, no.
So, predictions for Caraboss versus Giant Enemy Crab, please. A lot of people saying Crab. Crab.
See, this will be interesting because the kind of drum spinner we had last year, Dramatic, acted more like a rotary lifter rather than a spinner.
Yes,
and
this is a very similar
design
weapon.
Here, so,
Voya saying he was not expecting to win the middleweight and heavyweights, and I keep telling everyone that's, making predictions about things being good or bad. You don't know what can happen.
You don't know what happens.
And your robots are better than you think.
Yeah, you never know. I would not have expected the Magnums to get a near shutout.
Yeah.
And here they are, pretty much getting one. So.
And the chat has sided with the Crab. So let's see if chat is correct. 2 red robots.
Very red.
Here. Which one has the ground game? It is
Caraboss.
And look at the flip right away.
However, Giant Enemy Crab is very dangerous with the drums in this position.
Yes.
Puts it straight into a grinder, though. If it can get a good leverage on here, it might be able to put it over the wall.
Yeah, we've seen Caraboss do that in testing. It's going to kind of hold Giant Enemy Crab against the wall here with it grinding away at the front wedges, which might not be a good thing for him, but one of the drums has come off. The grinders...
I believe there's a count right now.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a pin.
I would say that's a pin.
That's holding it off the floor.
It's holding it off the floor, and like it could move, so...
So, that is a restart. But things are looking good for Caraboss.
Yeah, not a good sign for the Crab.
So let's see how this restart goes. And
Very
Crab
similar.
bounces and gets up on top of the lifters, and over it goes once again. And Caraboss is going to pin it to the wall and use those horns on the top to hold it there.
Hold it there, yeah. Do a little bit of damage to the underside as well.
Yep. There's
another count.
A count, and...
Caraboss is not backing off.
Not backing off, so I think we might have a restart here again.
That's fine. That is a restart.
That's restart number 2.
Restart 2.
Let's see it again.
Let's see it again. All right.
Right up the wedge.
Again.
Flipped over.
This time going towards the grinder.
Yes, Giant Enemy Crab's weapon dragging it towards the grinder. It might have its rear wheels on the floor here.
It's very close.
Unless Caraboss lifts it off the floor. It's going to back away. It fired.
It flipped itself over.
Oh no, what a mistake that was. And now Giant Enemy Crab can come in and attack from behind. Caraboss has managed to get back to the front, but it's gone up
under.
the wedgelets. And
huge mistake misfiring like that.
yes, a driving mistake has put Giant Enemy Crab right back into this fight.
But Caraboss is right back under it and flips it over again.
And now the crab pushed into the wall. It's sort of righted and being held in place with those horns. Can it get down?
It's more of the same
see
here.
Ashlyn in the chat. Hello. You just missed your match a little bit ago. I think we have another pin.
We have another pin. Unlucky.
Very unlucky.
See, the problem with the horns keeping him out is that it's not in the smart zone for the flipper, so it's not going to try to do anything.
Yeah.
That's very annoying. Unforeseen for the robot as well. Like, it's not designed to just pin stuff.
Correct. This is restart 3?
Yes.
Or 4?
This is third.
Third. This is third restart out of 5. Wow, bounced straight up in the air and then flipped over for Giant Enemy Crab. Caraboss is going to lift it onto the grinder. Make sure that it gets ground away. That whole left side weapon has come off now. Giant Enemy Crab.
Backed off this time, although I think it might have broken the TKO count this time.
I think that other drum has lost all of its weapon components. So Giant Enemy Crab is now stranded.
Yes.
It's taking chassis damage from the grinder. And a TKO count is happening. Is this a pin?
I don't believe that Giant Enemy Crab can actually touch the ground with the wheels back like that. So on the basis that it's also stuck on the grinder and the debris.
Yeah, it's on the grinder. It's
thanks physics.
The top edge of that chassis was on the floor.
Yeah.
Caraboss was behind it and touching it, but not stopping it from moving because it wasn't moving.
Yes.
It like the previous ones, it was under it.
Yeah.
And this one, it wasn't.
What does chat think?
What is chat? Does chat think that was a pin or not? Should the bot be DQ'd for pinning 5 times? There's no DQs. If we get to 5 restarts for any reason, we skip the fight and we run it after the stream is over on our own time just to figure out what the winner is.
Is Caraboss's AI busted? I don't think so. Part of the problem is when a TKO count starts, the other robot just stops moving entirely, even if it's directly underneath it or by it. So
it just happens to be favorable geometry for that, I guess.
Crab really did lose its only means of self-righting. That's not a pin. Yeah, if it got off the grinder, it wasn't going to be able to go anywhere because its only mobility was taken away because of the grinder.
More of the chat that has spoken up has said not a pin than have said pin. We were already leaning towards not a pin.
Not a pin, yeah.
So we're going to go with official TKO.
Just TKO.
I'll check
on time.
Because Crab wasn't moving and Caraboss was not under it.
Yeah.
So we're going to go with a TKO win. Sort of lowest scoring fight so far. And that is a very conclusive win for Powerhouse. They have at least 8 points and maybe 9 with the judge's decision.
Yes.
We'll see how that goes.
36 seconds, by the way.
Yeah, Liam in the chat. I won a thing. Yes, you did.
How long? Shutout, too. There was 36 seconds. I put it in there.
36 seconds. Okay.
All right.
Now another possible shutout. Yeah, we've had quite a few. Last season, we had on average about 1 per stream.
Yeah, so...
And that was with half the team, so we're expecting 2 or 3 per stream.
2 or 3.
So, the next match.
Move to a very interesting match here. So now we have the lads out of, I don't know how to pronounce it, Czech Republic.
Yes.
And they're taking on Team Sanctuary, which is out of San Antonio, Texas.
Yes. So we have the Czech team checking the Texan team.
Yes. Very fun. So for the lads, in the lightweights, we have 1 o'clock, which is a horizontal undercutter spinner, very similar to X Factor, if you remember from last season. Only downside is it doesn't have quite a lot of battery power, so it runs low a little bit later. Still very destructive. Team Sanctuary comes in with Excavator, which is kind of an overhead axe that's kind of more like a crusher with its wedge.
Yes.
Has big swords going on the side for some wheel protection and everything. So, What are we thinking here, chat?
Predictions, chat.
Nabi, you are finally here to see your team compete.
Yes. Two Czech people in the chat get to see a Czech team compete.
I should say the lads was submitted by 4 different people. It's like a super team almost.
Yes.
So.
4 different well-known builders from the Robot Arena 2 Central Discord.
Yes.
Botbuster, Nabi,
Nikki,
and, Dusty Owl, I think is their full name.
Yes, and that Discord guy.
Yes.
So.
Most of the chat so far is predicting 1 o'clock to win.
Okay.
So, let's see how it turns out. Up to speed quite quickly. It's gotten
Excavator immediately gets in there.
The weapon around. It's gotten around to the back of Excavator, and is skipping off of the wheel protection.
But now Excavator's going right at the motor, getting very close to taking it off. Not quite.
Absolutely.
On the control board hits now.
The chassis damage is racking up, and 1 o'clock is getting around the wheel
lost
protection.
The sword now and the wheel.
So this is Excavator's fight coming apart piece by piece now. And they can't quite get that claw down into play.
Just
look at the
shape. Got it!
Wow!
No way!
No way!
It actually sniped it off.
They sniped the whole weapon off on control board.
So now
hits.
1 o'clock is completely weaponless. It's just a box.
It's just a fast box.
And now it's right in the jaw.
And it's in the jaw. What is going on?
Unreal turn to this fight.
Excavator's got 1 wheel. It's pouring smoke. It's on control board.
It can barely move.
It can barely move. They can both barely move. And 1 o'clock is just throwing itself into the jaw, saying, please kill me.
Only 1 shot away now.
It's been parked on its end.
It's been parked on its end.
It has no traction.
It has no traction. And it killed it with the sword. Oh, that is hilarious.
What a fight that was.
Wow. That is hilarious.
That is, I think, the most ridiculous fight we've had all stream. That is 3-point knockout with a wheel guard while down a wheel and on control board.
And I love whoever pointed out in there the snapper motor that's floating because of the chassis damage.
Yeah.
It looks so good. Oh, that was insane.
And again, you can see by the damage point totals, Excavator did quite a lot less damage points. But they did it to the chassis.
Yes.
And not to, like, wheel guards and such. So.
Wow.
Sanctuary barely pulled out the most clutch
They were staring a 3-0 deficit in the face and went, nah, Uno reverse.
That was awesome.
Legendary.
And we moved to the middleweights.
So, the lad's middleweight is Shock Therapy. It is a piston poker with 3 pistons, has razor tips, and it has swords kind of jutting out, similar to Excavator's wet wheel guards, if you remember. This one was built by that Discord guy, by the way. Team Sanctuary in the middleweights has RRL. I pronounced it right this time. It is a rear hinge flipper, very similar to Yeetus and some of the other ones from earlier. 4 spike strips come out of the center, do a lot of damage. Should be interesting to see what happens here, because RRL obviously has the ground game advantage, but Shock Therapy is just going to poke it to death.
It has the reach advantage.
It has the reach as well. So, like,
we'll
RL's really got to move it around before it dies.
Did you write down Fight of the Week candidate from the last one?
Yes, 100%.
Okay.
I'm not missing that for a second. That was insane.
Chat, RL or Shock Therapy?
What are we thinking? RL.
And right as I say that, we get 2 of each.
Yes.
The chat is split so far.
It's a pretty even fight, because Shock Therapy can do a lot of damage, but it's going to be glancing up a wedge.
Yes.
So, and Shock Therapy is invertible, so it's not going to matter if it's a
Well, middleweight piston poker was one of the best robots in the whole league last season.
Best robot last season.
Against the best flippers last season.
Yeah, so
we'll see how it goes.
This could be similar to create an explicit equation. Yeah, it could be.
And that was a close fight.
That was a very close fight.
So here we go. Shock Therapy against RAL.
Goes right up and immediately does a flip.
I like the PTO message.
Love that.
But RAL not firing the flipper with it upside down.
Now it is.
And it kind of mistimed it.
Does not care. It's just shooting itself in the air. Ooh, huge
nice
hit there.
Big hit.
A lot of damage
the whole
to the chassis now.
Shock Therapy is struggling to get down.
Now it's got on its side, taking a little bit of damage now.
RRL doing well.
Control board hit on the wall. Almost threw it out of the arena, and now it's taking damage to the side.
Trapped against the wall. Is that the kill shot? I think that's the kill shot.
Very close.
34 seconds.
That was very close because RRL was really running low on power and damage there, so it was not retracting easily.
Yeah, Shock Therapy, I think, was a lot closer to winning that than it looked.
Yeah, that was actually very close.
If you count chassis damage.
So now Team Sanctuary cannot lose the match.
Yes.
They're not at 6 points, which is insane considering how the lightweight fight started. What a turnaround.
I see somebody else is watching our spreadsheet.
Yes, somebody's watching our spreadsheet. It's not me.
Let's go to the heavyweights.
The heavyweights. Navi, it is your time. So the lad's heavyweight is Tuka Chad. It is a rear hinge flipper, has 2 flipping arms, and lots of defensive spikes and features along the wedge to prevent chassis damage. Also built by Navi, who's in the chat. Team Sanctuary has Fire Prince, which is a dual vertical spinner, very similar to Bioshocker from last season. Kind of pointed spike strips and everything for stabilizers.
Yes.
So
Team Sanctuary is the most Season 1 team we have.
They're the most Season 1 team by a lot.
It's a really cool team.
All right, what are we thinking?
What do we think? It's Chat, Toka Chad, or Fire Prince?
Navi's looking confident-ish. My time to shine or die. Who knows?
Navi, I believe in you. A lot of people feel like the lads are one of the best teams this season.
That's Ashland in the spreadsheet.
Yes.
That's what
It's a little surprising to see the lads starting out down by 6.
Yeah, they were. I was putting them honestly as division favorites. So this is a little surprising.
Kind of split on chat on what they're predicting. I think they might be leaning a little bit towards Fire Prince. Let's see how it goes.
This is the fight I was really looking forward to pre-stream.
Yes, this could be really good. Or it could be very short. Ooh,
immediately tosses it up.
Bounced and tossed.
Flipping it around a ton. But this is where Fire Prince's discs are the most dangerous, since they're still running at full speed on the bottom.
Yes. Tokachad's holding Fire Prince against the wall and just kind of like exerting dominance on it. Can Fire Prince get down?
Ooh, it can.
It's done the thing.
It got stuck.
Fire Prince has done the thing, and Tokachad is going to get a 27-second TKO.
Wow, that I did not.
And that is why you build flippers sometimes.
Yes.
You can sneak.
That's what you get for being exiled, Zuko.
TKO out of that.
I did not think that could happen. Its wheel is just high enough off the ground that it just can't drop down.
Yep. Balance between those stabilizers and the motor.
Interesting.
And yeah. Well, the lads have lost the match. They needed two KOs to tie and have a draw. They didn't get the 3 points. They got 2 points. Mm-hmm. So they've officially lost the match. But they can still get a lot of points back.
They still get high points in the last match.
Losing 6-5 is not that bad of a loss. They still get a lot of points. Points are what rank everything in the standings later. So, match win-loss record doesn't matter as much. So we'll see what they can do in the super heavies.
Okay, so super heavyweight time. The lads bring in Rhino, which is a huge overhead axe style. Very long axes to reach out and hit you. Very long forks to just kind of keep you at bay. Very old school style of building RA2 machines. Team Sanctuary comes in with Comatose, which is a 6-wheel drive rammer that doesn't know how to stop. Gonna be going headfirst into everything. So,
yes.
What are we thinking here?
Yes, Comatose with a tremendous amount of spikes on the front. Rhino with a lot of defense up front and can reach out and attack from above.
I'm thinking especially if Comatose can get a really good run-up, it could hit the motors directly on top of Rhino. However, Comatose does not have very good armor. It has, I believe, standard aluminum armor rather than the DSA, so
yeah,
it could get hit pretty hard.
I think this is going to be a short fight.
I think so.
Or I think it's going to be decided quickly.
Yeah.
So either Comatose is going to skip off of those front wedges and go right over the plows and take the axes off, or they're going to stay in front of the plows and the axes
And it's just going to die.
Yeah.
What match number is this? This is match number 13. We have 3 more after this. Gore. Thank you, DYS.
Yes.
Gore.
Chad is predicting this one for Rhino with the gore. So let's see if Rhino can pull that off. And what Comatose will do on impact. It has stayed in front of the
right
plows.
Away, and it's just getting absolutely caved in.
And that is a 6-second KO. Yep.
Yep. That's what happens when you get stuck in front of Rhino.
Poor chassis armor and no component protection.
Yikes. I can't help but think I've seen something exactly like Rhino before. That's because you probably have, because it's a GTM robot. It was built vaguely based off something from GTM, so...
Well...
Yikes. Either way, Team Sanctuary's won the match.
Team Sanctuary has won. The lads have lost, but the lads still got 5 points out of it.
That's the best loss you can have,
which is not that bad.
Not really, so...
So, there's a lot of teams that have gotten less than that so far.
Yes, so... Very interesting. Right. And it's time for my friends that I am repping.
Yes, your team is up.
We have Sinister Creations up next.
Okay. It's Rotterdam?
Taking on the Invaders.
Yes. Against the Rotterdam Invaders.
Right, so Team Sinister Creations, my own team I'm repping today. They bring Cavity Search and the Lightweights. It is essentially a lightweight just with a giant drill stuck on the top, but just designed to grind your teeth away, I guess. Rotterdam has Kang, which is a dual side axe with kind of a war pig style on the side. Doesn't have a lot of front protection, but Cavity Search doesn't have any side protection. So, very kind of, these two line up against each other pretty well, actually.
Yes.
So,
pretty evenly matched.
Yes.
Predictions for Cavity Search versus Kang.
Kang.
I gotta say, out of all the teams that are in the league this season, I think the Invaders might be my favorite theme for...
Yeah, I really like this.
Between the Invaders and the Egyptian Legends are just excellently designed.
Fantastic.
Logos and team themes. Horace says it's a DPS fight. Yeah, it's probably going to come down to damage per second.
Pretty much, yeah.
Rhino is Aberrant Incarnate. Fast killing axe.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
I see chat is split on this one between Cavity Search and Kang. So let's see how it goes.
Kang is just absolutely caving in the sides of it right now. Cavity Search can't really get the weapon
I don't
into
think
play.
Cavity Search is getting contact with the chassis. Maybe a little bit.
A tiny bit, but no, it just straight up died.
That was just straight up putting its chassis right into the mouth of Kang.
That was an 11-second KO. Wow. That was very quick and very painful.
Yes.
Cavity Search has been told to sod off for another day.
Well, that's a fast 3 points for the Invaders.
Well, that was quick. Right. Middleweight time. Sinister Creations brings back the returning Cycloid. It is a side axe, pretty much exactly the same layout as Kang has, except instead it has 2 spikes in the center and some ramp plates over the top, a little extra protection. The Invaders bring in Sleeve, which is a bigger asymmetric horizontal spinner, similar to the other ones we've seen.
It's the only asymmetric outside the lightweights.
Outside the lightweights, yes. It has a very interesting chassis shape that kind of protects the wheels a little bit too, so this will be interesting.
Yeah. Cycloid versus Sleeve 1.
Sleeve 1.
Exclamation mark, question mark.
Yes. I just call these Sleeve.
Lots of predictions for Cycloid. Cycloid is the better known robot. It did pretty well last season.
The only issue I'm seeing here is that Sleeve's, the end of Sleeve's spinner is a lot lower than some of the other horizontals, so it's just going to take out the side axe on whatever side it's hitting. So
that's possible.
It depends, but also Cycloid can just block it and just wail on it. So
yeah, and the more components that are on a spinner, the slower it goes.
Yeah, like its Sleeve is rather slow with how much weapon power it has.
So we'll see how it goes. Everyone's backing Cycloid in this one.
Even LOC, the builder of the Invaders himself.
Yes. So here we go with Sleeve and Cycloid.
Cycloid getting right in there to start.
And the weapon's still going, though.
Yeah, it's actually still going very well.
So Sleeve is...
It took off the end of it, too.
Taking...
And it's put
Cycloid
in the
apart.
grinder.
Sleeve's not able to get directional stability going, but...
Still doing quite a bit of
taking
damage
the axe off that side of Cycloid. Cycloid's trying to push Sleeve back into the grinder.
Got into the grinder now, the wedge especially. And it took off the end of the arm, too, so they're not going to take less damage.
So now they just have the counterweight with the hammers on it.
Took off one of its
and
ram
they're
blades.
Quite unbalanced. Very unbalanced.
He's going to take it off now. Cycloid only has one spike left on an axe, though. It's going to turn to a rammer here really soon.
Yeah, and that might be beneficial
to
him.
They got a wheel.
What a snipe on the wheel.
Good luck.
So I don't think that's made Sleeve any less mobile than it already was.
Absolutely flailing around now.
Even more of the spinner comes apart on Sleeve.
They're kind of stalemating a little bit.
Doesn't look like Cycloid has the reach at the moment.
Took off the tiny pointy tip that was at the front there.
Yeah, it's getting a little
there's
bit.
Some control board hits now.
Control board hits. And I think this might be it soon. The Sleeve is just falling apart and just can't get away from Cycloid.
And there it is, 145. That's 75 seconds.
75-second KO for Cycloid.
That was reasonably close for a while there.
Yes.
Wow.
Cycloid was really hurting.
I see a super chat over here. Team Quinault, if I can pronounce it right. 1999 saying, love your videos. Thanks for popping by. We very much appreciate the super chats.
Love your vids. Yes, I appreciate when viewers tell me that they like things, because usually people only comment if they don't like things. I'm glad you like the videos. I hope to have more videos coming out soon. For now, we're doing live streams for a few months for this season of the Robot Rampage League.
I just saw Blacksburg pointed out in there, your hair is basically the same as Cycloid's.
Yeah, it's about the same color.
Little did you know you base it off of Cycloid. That's not bad.
About the same color.
Pretty close. Dye your hair over a fictitious robot.
Yeah.
Love that. On to the heavyweights. So, as always, Sinister Creations comes in with Omnipresence, which is a sit and spinner with flails on the end. Very similar to Death Penalty from earlier, just scaled down to heavyweight more or less. Really good also when its flails come off, it has ramming spikes in the front. Pathfinder is a very interesting front hinge flipper. It has two swords that come out of the center, and it has these two kind of grinding discs that are on the side. Very bizarre shape and very interesting robot.
Yes. And the kind of grinding discs are attached to the drive.
Yes.
So they're kind of for like pulling a robot up on top of the robot and keeping it there.
Yes.
Very interesting setup for Pathfinder. We'll see if they can get into Omnipresence's radius. I just saw Ashlyn from the No Beanie team said, nice shirt, Mike. Yes, I switched my allegiance halfway through the stream. I was repping heavy metal in the first half, and I'm repping the Pride team in this half. Because it is Pride Month.
It is Pride Month. Fortunately,
everybody's saying Omnipresence. Omnipresence wins by dramatic KO.
Dramatic. It could be. Who knows?
Let's see how it goes.
Only bot to beat Drillosaurus, technically. Yeah, it is.
In the RRL, yeah. Pathfinder getting right under and stopping Omni and knocking a
took a flail right away. It has it pinned to the corner now a little bit.
Oh, Omni's got Pathfinder stuck against the grinder. Is it stuck under the grinder?
I don't know how it's wedged under it, but it's kind of tilted inward.
I think the wheel guard is wedged under the grinder and it can't move.
Yeah, the kind of axe on the side.
Can it get free? Pathfinder's
just got
free.
That was close.
Wow. That was a close call for Pathfinder, who tried to get under Omni, and Omni's gotten itself up to speed. And look at the parts coming off of it.
Absolutely tearing into it.
You got to have a fast, wedgy robot against these sit-and spinners. Otherwise, this happens.
This happens. 41 seconds.
Yep. Omnipresence with the dramatic KO.
Dramatic indeed. That was close for a second. That was real interesting for a second. Pathfinder got really close to getting under it and being able to throw it around. Ooh. Also very nice of Omnipresence to not glitch out this time.
Yes.
Very well known for just spraying debris everywhere.
So Sinister Creations takes the lead, 6-3.
6-3.
And
oh boy.
The Invaders need a KO to tie the match.
We'll see how possible that is here in the Super Heavies.
Oh boy, flipper time.
So, flipper
we
time
have
indeed.
every type of flipper in this fight.
We actually do. That's pretty neat. So, Sinister Creations brings Eldritch Horror, which is both a front hinge, a side hinge, and a rear hinge flipper. Our only other 3-type robot in the league.
Yes. 3 kinds of flippers in one.
All in one.
And then opposite of that is the Invaders Boolean, which is a piston flipper. It's got ram plates on pistons, and the whole thing
shoots it up
out.
diagonally.
We have all 4 flipper types in this fight.
That's pretty funny.
What do we expect is gonna happen, chat?
Boy. Boolean's front wedges stick out a little bit further than Eldritch's, so it might be able to get under it, but Eldritch also has the rear wheel sticking out far enough it could probably just back off of that.
That's true.
Something is probably going to go up, though.
Eldritch Horror, it has the risk of misfiring its flippers that
definitely.
Boolean does not have.
Mm-hmm.
So, and Boolean's a very tall, big robot. So, like, just having a robot on top of it, it's already halfway to being a ring out.
Pretty much, yeah.
So, it's possible for Boolean to take this one with, even with it lacking weapon power.
We'll see.
Most of the chat siding with Eldritch Horror.
I want to see Boolean yeet stuff. It actually can.
Yeah,
it's impressive.
It's
actually.
a pretty decent piston flipper. Let's see how it goes. Eldritch Horror and Boolean. And Eldritch Horror kept at bay. It's misfired the flippers, but it's got them underneath.
Oh,
Booleans.
now Boolean's under it.
Now Boolean's underneath.
It's moving it around quite a bit.
Gotten
it over to the wall in the grinder.
Eldritch to the grinder.
And
now,
just leaving it there right now.
It's taken a little bit of damage from the grinder, but it's also firing its weapons into Boolean, trying to self-right. Boolean might be at risk of taking some grinder damage here. I think it took some chassis damage. Eldritch Horrors can't self-right.
No.
It's struggling. And Boolean is in the way.
It is indeed in the way. It looks like it broke the count,
broke the count enough, so it's just going to hold Eldritch Horror against the grinder.
Is it going to try to shoot it up for the Uda? Because that's a good position for it.
It doesn't look like it's going to go for an Uda. It's going to try
and I hear it count.
Damage it, mainly.
Fortunately, I believe that is a pin.
That's a pin. It was holding it
Eldritch
up there.
was able to break it upside down before. Unlucky.
So let's try it again.
Let's see if Boolean can actually take advantage of getting in the corner and just straight up throwing it out.
Oh,
this
wow.
time Eldritch
Boolean went straight up on top of Eldritch, and now Eldritch Horror is just
destroying
clawing at the underside. Can Boolean even get down from there?
It's too large. It might just be too large to get down.
Maybe. This could be really bad for Boolean.
Jeez.
It's already on... No, that killed it.
That was a whole KO right there.
That was 3 control board hits in one.
Wow.
15 seconds.
15 seconds.
And that's why it's an Eldritch Horror.
Yes. That looks like an abomination. But, intentional.
Very unfortunate for Boolean.
That last hit there almost threw Boolean out of the arena, too.
Yeah.
Yikes.
And that's a 9-3 win for Sinister.
Good start for you boys.
Yeah. Well.
And not Cavity Surge. That had probably two of the fastest KOs we've had so far in it.
Yeah.
Between Kang's KO and that one with Eldritch.
Unfortunate that the pin was there because Boolean was doing well.
And that was a pretty good fight to start, too.
So, the next match. Permanganate is up.
Team Permanganate is taking on the C4 Circus.
Team Permanganate.
Dumb.
I had to make the joke because Cora made it earlier. Against C4 Circus. Cora's time has come, yes. Alright. Team Permanganate comes in with Chloe the Crustacean in the lightweights because all robots eventually evolve into crab. It's a side axe, and it has eyes, and it's fantastic. The C4 Circus has the clown car, which is very long rammer. Rather than being wide, it's long.
It's a whole stick of butter.
It might be too long for Chloe to get in the axes on it.
It might be.
We don't know. We're going to find out. We haven't seen this matchup happen yet. So, chat, what do you think is going to happen here?
Either way, Clown Car is fantastic, purely for the fact that it rolls a lot. Fail Race would be proud.
This is a fail race robot, yes. Chat is kind of split, actually, between Clown Car and Chloe. And Cora says honk.
Honk.
So let's get the fight started and get the match underway. Oh, so it was a little bit off center there for Clown Car. And Chloe,
it
Chloe
can't
doesn't have the
quite
reach.
It's only hitting the spikes. But if those
it's
spikes go,
pushed
it's a problem.
Clown Car back into the grinder, and its wheels are getting
Yeah, it's already lost the right rear wheel.
torn up.
Like.
Chloe doing an excellent job of controlling the uncontrollable.
Oh, it didn't lose the
No,
wheel. Okay.
the wheels are still attached. Just a little bit cut up, and
that
a
was
big
hit.
ram.
Lost one of the spikes in the front of Clown Car now.
So Chloe is doing the
both of them
damage.
now.
And now it can get to the chassis.
No problem. And it just completely ate
there's
it up
the
in a
KO.
couple of hits. 33 seconds. Wow.
Yes.
That was very interesting, actually.
Yeah, interesting that Chloe was the one controlling the fight.
Yeah. That could have also been because Clown Car was trying to reverse to get a ram, but, there's a wall there.
It shouldn't do that. I set the radiuses in the AI so that they avoid the walls.
I don't know. That or it was just straight up pinning it. Who knows?
Yeah, Chloe might just have better drive power than the four-wheel drive rammer. We move on to the middle weights. So, Team Permanganate has Quasar in the middle weights. It is a drum spinner, but instead of spike strips like the drums that we've seen before, it's sword weapons. So it's got this very long, kind of tapering drum on the front of Quasar. C4 Circus has Noise Bomb, which is
both a rear hinge and a front hinge sword.
Yeah, double flipper type of, kind of bitey flipper type of setup on Noise Bomb. Quasar, I think, is invertible.
It's very similar to Siege, where it just kind of throws its wheels at the ground and sees what happens.
Yeah. So, Quasar can do the damage here, so can Noise Bomb. What do we predict, chat?
See, kind of the way with Noise Bomb's weapon, both going upwards and forwards, it can really throw robots rather than doing a lot of damage.
Yeah.
So it could actually UDA Quasar pretty easily.
It looks like most of the chat's going with Noise Bomb for this one.
We'll see what happens.
See if Quasar can get underneath Noise Bomb.
It cannot.
It bounced straight up over the top of it, and Noise Bomb is
absolutely throwing it around,
smacking
right
it away. But Quasar going to the side. But that stabilizer's in the way, and they're not able to make the turn they need.
I believe we have entered the microwave.
We have, but Quasar has a damaging component up against Noise Bomb's chassis, so
it is doing a little bit of damage, it looks like, but
it might be doing some damage. We'll see if either of them run into the wall, what happens. We've seen microwaves break in previous fights, and interesting things.
I mean, if they get close to the wall, they'll definitely break. But there we go.
Here we go. Quasar to the side
of it,
underneath Noise Bomb with the drum,
grinding it away now.
And Noise Bomb can't get away from this. It's struggling.
It might be able to catch one
drum's
of the wheels
hitting the tire here. Occasionally hitting the tire. Noise Bomb's going to fall off the backside of Quasar. Quasar going to have to drive out from under it, and both of them lost control briefly. Quasar's underneath again.
Under it again. Wow, I'm surprised.
Wow, Noise Bomb turned straight over.
It can self-right with the swords, but Quasar is not allowing it. There is a wheel now.
Taking a wheel and put Noise Bomb on the grinder.
The other now.
What a fantastic display of controlled aggression by Quasar. And Noise Bomb is going to be left there to die on the grinder.
Counted out.
What a fantastic fight. And that is official. 97. And that is a 5-0 lead for Permanganate.
Kind of surprised at that one.
Over one of the teams that you thought was going to be one of the division
Honestly,
leaders.
yeah, I was expecting that. So, and that's a fight I would expect Noise Bomb to win a little more often than not. So, interesting.
Yeah, very interesting result there. Noise Bomb became Smoke Bomb. Indeed.
Interesting.
We will reward you by not making fun of you for 5 minutes. Fantastic, chat. Excellent. Well, heavyweight time.
Heavyweights.
Roadman.
Roadman.
Permanganate's heavyweight Roadman. It is a wedge. It is also multiple saw spinners.
Yes.
Vertical saw spinners.
I think it's 4.
it's fighting Random Acts of Violence, which is side axes, and a horizontal saw spinner.
Yes. And oddly enough, this is the only saw spinner fight we will have in the entire league.
Yes.
There are only 2 in the heavyweights and only 1 in each other one, so...
Yep. Chat's prediction for the saw spinner matchup.
This could get ugly with Havocs.
There's a lot of motors on Roadman.
And they're not the most protected, and Random Acts of Violence doesn't know how to chill out.
This is true.
So...
It's like a heavier, saw spinnier Cycloid.
Yes.
Chat is split. Yeah, chat's pretty split. People predicting Roadman, people predicting Random Acts of Violence.
We'll see. Who knows?
Let's see how it goes. The only saw spinner on saw spinner fight of the season. Random Acts of Violence got thrown over and is now on Roadman's back. Can run upside down and is attacking those saw blades. Two of them have come off now. Actually, the saw blade on Random Acts of Violence is doing a lot of damage too.
That's all of the saws off Roadman.
Roadman is just being torn apart.
That really didn't affect anything, I don't think.
They just reset right back to where they were, so we're going to let that continue.
All the front extender work on Roadman's doing a good job at holding Random Acts of Violence at bay at the moment.
And keeping it away from the chassis, but they're getting there, and now the wheels are gone.
Yep. Looks like Random Acts of Violence lost at least one of its axes.
One of the side axes.
Lost the disc now. Oh, and there goes the last wheel.
Random Acts of Violence has pretty much wrapped this one up. We just have to hope there's no physics bombs.
Please don't break things. Look at all of that debris. Wow.
Going for the KO by the looks of things.
They really use it to get back in this fight. They just need to get
they
there.
need 3 points. Oh, no,
what are you doing?
Reverse into the grinder. Look at the damage they took from reversing into the grinder. And then coming back and going after the chassis of Roadman, trying to get this
Still having a really hard time getting in there.
That's it.
No, it got
138 left. Wow. Most destructive fight of the season, the young season so far.
Jeez, 12,000 damage. That's shades of Drillosaurus damage right there.
That was a very destructive fight, as the Arena Roombas have a lot of cleaning.
That's going to take a while to clean up. Good thing those Roombas are ready to go.
And so now it is 5-3.
It is 5-3.
So, the C4 Circus can win the match with a KO.
I can definitely get back into this match for sure.
A KO here can win the match for them, or they could draw with a ring out or a TKO. So, Razor259 says highlight reel fight.
I marked it down for one. That was pretty good, honestly.
Very destructive. So, super heavyweights. Team Permanganate has Permanganate, which is a chemical of some kind.
Yes.
Involving manganese. This one is a massive armored plow on the front with an overhead axe behind it. There's a lot of defense on Permanganate. This is the kind of robot that wins matches by controlled losses.
Yes.
The C4 Circus has Freak Show, which is a vertical spinning drill on a piston. A little bit like Tantrum if the weapon was turned 90 degrees.
Yes.
It shoots out the drill. It can do damage. It also has pretty powerful four-wheel drive. It's got good wedges. It's got defensive components on the front of the robot. Kind of a good all-around robot.
Kind of a control bot versus control bot here, almost.
Yes.
Very interesting.
You know, C4 Freak Show has maybe a little bit more weapon power, but Permanganate has way more armor.
Yeah, like it's really going to be a stalemate here.
Yeah, predictions are going wild right now, and lots of people predicting both robots here. So we're just going to get it started.
I think this is going to come down to whoever goes into the grinders first.
It might. It very well might. So here we go. It looks like Permanganate went up the wedge, and
now Freak Show's
going at the wheels. But not able to take full advantage yet. Both the robots kind of trying to maneuver without exposing each other or exposing themselves to the other's weapon.
Freak Show kind of getting to the side now.
Freak Show's gotten to the side.
And it's just
stabbing the weapon into the wheels, but kind of ineffectively at the moment. Permanganate's gotten away. Oh, but it hit the wall and got stopped briefly. And now it's stuck on the wedges of Freak Show's going into that side armor.
Yep. This is what Freak Show does, is just push stuff around and just hits the drill consistently, chipping away over time.
Yeah, and they need a knockout. They need to knock out Permanganate in order to win this match.
Got a wheel.
They got 2 minutes left to get a KO, and Permanganate's doing a great job just avoiding that weapon. Again, this might be a controlled loss for Permanganate.
Yeah,
honestly. It might be just, okay, let's just push a judge's decision.
Oh,
no.
Now they've just completely pinned themselves to the wall.
And Freak Show is just attacking that rear corner with that
just the one exposed spot they got.
Had to break a pin, but now
it gets right under it.
Permanganate's off balance with that wheel missing, and they can get right underneath and stab the drill into the underbelly.
Doing damage from the bottom for sure.
Look at all the smoke coming out of Permanganate.
Oh, lost both right side wheels now.
That drill acting like a lifting device.
Yes.
Getting Permanganate up in the air.
Took out the wedge in the center of Permanganate.
Oh, but now they're getting the axe into play finally. Ooh. And Freak Show's going to shut that down immediately.
I hear a TKO count.
1 minute remaining in the fight. And it's restarted.
And that's a pin. Unlucky.
Unlucky. So here we go. Permanganate bounces into the air. Oh, Freak Show shoved it back into the wall.
Already took out the wedge in the front, too. That's going to be huge.
And
it's just pinning it straight into the...
It got wedged under the grinder.
Oh, no.
The front stabilizers are wedged under the grinder.
They need to hope that breaks so they can get out of there.
Oh, my goodness.
Freak
Show backed away. Oh, no.
Oh, if they have to hope it breaks off. It's slowly getting lower.
Nope, that's a TKO.
No.
That's a TKO.
Oh, that's unlucky.
And that means the match is a draw.
We have a draw. Is that? No, I think we had a draw earlier. Never mind.
That is a 2-point TKO for the C4 Circus, and that is a 5-5 draw.
Unlucky-ish. Interesting.
That was an interesting matchup. Now, unfortunately, I have to go use the bathroom.
Oh, I have to move?
So you have to move.
God damn it. I don't like doing that.
Yeah. I will be back. You can get the next match started. Yeah, don't flip stuff over.
Gotta do this jabroni's work. This weird-ass mouse. The ergonomic one. So, our next and final match of the stream, we have the NYC Pride. And the game has decided to shit itself. Crash number 4. Very funny game. Once again, thank you, stream sponsors, for sponsoring our Crash page. Righto. Arena. Okay, anyway, what was I talking about? So we have the NYC Pride and the Perth Hellrazers. Where are you? I passed you. There you are. Okay, so the NYC Pride come in with Bicerabot. It is a rear hinge flipper with 2 spikes in the center. Pretty simple fork-shaped robot, mostly for getting the non-invertible lightweights. The Hellrazers come in with Stone Imp, which is a vertical spinner with 4 razor tips on there. It kind of has like a backlash style setup with the wedge. It kind of props it up in the air to go through it. Who do we think is going to win? It could be interesting because Bicerabot could tip over the Imp pretty easily, but the Imp obviously has the weapon power advantage. Seems kind of split at the moment. Woo, NYC Pride, be gay, do stuff. Yes, the Pride team is for all of you Prides out there. All the LGBT fans. Aha. I have to move now.
Thank you.
You might be welcome.
Okay. I have returned.
Headset. No, Nightmare, don't do that. Be gay, do crime.
Okay. Back just in time for the Pride match.
Yes, I've already introduced them, so
Let's go.
let's get into it. See how our LGBT friends do.
Ooh. Stone Imp tossed by Bicerabot, but Bicerabot is now upside down and is being attacked from the rear. And unfortunately, it struggles to self-right, so
Has that spike about the back.
I think this is going to go very badly for Bicerabot here.
Yes.
Yep, that is a knockout.
24 seconds.
Basically came down to who was under who first.
Seems about right. Is that just a flat board of plywood? Yeah, maybe.
Particle board, I think.
Particle board, yeah. We just call them flat wooden things. Ah, yes. Of course, the Perth Hellrazers are run by Razor259 himself.
Yeah.
He has
Thank you
taken
for
first
watching the whole stream, Razor. We appreciate it. We know
Very
it's
nice.
late at night where you are. We move to the middleweights. We see a sort of familiar face.
Indeed.
We have Panther on the NYC Pride team. Lost a little bit of weight. Moved down to the middleweights, representing the Pan Pride colors. And the Hellrazers have Marauder, which is an angled horizontal spinner. Can kind of like flop around to self-right itself. Panther's invertible, of course. What does chat expect is going to happen here with Panther and Marauder? This says it is 3:52 in the morning there. Oof. Panther in its new Technicolor scheme, yes. Chat's kind of split on cheering for Panther and cheering for Marauder. Why do Panther and Grismo have almost the same everything? Well,
I mean,
because
when you're a four-wheel drive box in the same division,
four-wheel drive box with paws on it, yeah.
just one's a Panther, one's a bear.
Literally, the only thing I did with Panther is take off the white spikes and put on black spikes,
Yeah.
and then take off the tail. So, most of the chat on Marauder's side. So let's see how it goes.
Could be some Sledgefest shenanigans.
We could have some Havoc shenanigans depending on this impact.
It just pole vaults right
over the top. Excellent job,
Fantastic.
Panther.
A+ content. That could not have been funnier, honestly. Just fucking.
Marauder has a ring-out victory.
Congrats, Marauder.
Did you predict that, Razor259?
That's a bingo square for somebody, surely. That is 2 points. So, however, that does not lock up the match for Hellrazers as of yet.
No, because NYC can get two knockouts and win.
So we shall see what happens. Or in the case of like a C4 Circus, only get a TKO and tie.
Yes.
We shall see.
Heavyweight time.
Heavyweights.
Tamaris, are you kidding me? No, we are not kidding you.
You don't need a wedge to Sludgefest.
Welcome to the Robot Rampage League, Tamaris. Where have you been?
Oh, this is so dumb.
That's going to be every week from some robot.
I should submit that to Fail Race.
You should.
See what happens.
Submit Sludge rolling over and having a grip roll. Okay, heavyweight time. The NYC Pride have Transfusion with 3 front hinge flippers, 4-wheel HPZ Tech drive, pretty decent wedge on the front of it. Should be pretty good at getting the ground game here. The Perth Hellrazers have Revenant, which is overhead axes. I think it's just overhead axes.
It's just the overheads. The side ones are static.
It's got claws that are kind of stationary to keep robots
kind of helps
where they
corral
belong.
stuff.
If an iron wall can get an Uda, so can a spinner. You're not wrong. Chat, what do we expect from Transfusion against Revenant in the front hinge flipper versus axe matchup here? Most of the chat is actually predicting Transfusion for this one.
I'm willing to agree because it has the ground game. I'm honestly wondering if Transfusion can get a good enough early charge. Can it Uda it on the first hit?
Driving it myself and testing, I've been able to do that, but can the AI do
That's
that?
what I don't know. We'll see.
Let's find out.
Slides right under.
Well,
a huge hit.
Got it almost over. It's the second toss. 6-second ring out.
Over. Right. The Pride see your 4-second Uda and raise you a 6-second Uda in the heavyweights.
Yes.
However, that is only 2 points.
Yeah, so now the best they can do is tie.
Pride are going to need a big KO here to win.
Absolutely.
Or at least tie, sorry.
Well, at least they're not shut out.
At least they're not shut out. That would be slightly embarrassing.
And we go to the super heavyweights. Razor 259. Fair.
Fair.
Right. The Pride bring Friendby Fire, representing the NBs with the color scheme. It's a double vertical spinner. It's 4-wheel drive. It's got ramp plate protection up front. It's got a ground game. It could do all right. We'll see. The Hellrazers bring the Baron of Hell, which is technically a front hinge flipper. It's got one little weedy front hinge flipper, but it's mainly a rammer.
Yes.
And it's got all kinds of claws up front for that. It's 6-wheel drive. How's Friendby Fire going to do against a rammer flipper thing? I don't know.
Ooh, who knows? I'm honestly expecting Friendby Fire to fall over on its face.
Yeah, it's got a lot of weight up front. Just a hard collision could throw it over.
Yeah, just...
We've seen that in a lot of other fights.
Yeah, we'll see.
So...
The main thing is the Pride need a KO here to tie the match.
Yes, they have to have a KO, and the Baron of Hell could just control the fight and push around.
Yeah.
And get anything other than that. So... Chat is predicting it's kind of split.
Yeah, hashtag justice for non-binary star. Yes.
Yeah.
The NBs will revenge.
So here we go. Friendby Fire coming out hot and going right into the face of the Baron of Hell, which is kind of keeping it at bay with those
horns. Yeah.
Horns on the front. Although one of them's come off.
Definitely taking hits to the front,
and it's
though.
pushing Friendby Fire back into the grinder.
Something came off at least from the back.
Yep. Oh, wow. Friendby
wow.
Fire's ripping the front of the Baron of Hell apart. Smoke's pouring from the motors in Baron of Hell right now. And Friendby Fire's just not letting up. Oh, but it got underneath. Baron of Hell with the ram and the push into the wall has gotten underneath Friendby Fire, and it's kind of...
see, this is where the Beanie went, Ashlyn.
Yes, this robot has become the Beanie. Look at the front end of Baron of Hell being caved in.
Ooh, that was a big hit there.
A very big hit. The flipper arms come off. And Friendby
that
Fire has gotten
the
the KO. That ties it. It's a draw.
5-5 draw yet again. Very interesting.
Well, Racer259 was worried about Hell beating the Pride team, and it turns out it's a draw.
They drew. We'll call it a draw for today.
Yeah.
See you in the playoffs.
Well, there we go. That was our 16th and final match.
That was our final fight of the stream.
So, one more time, I would love to thank our Patreon stream sponsors who contributed their hard-earned money to make the Robot Rampage League possible, as well as all of our Super Chat donators as well. We literally pay the internet bill with your money and your donations that you send in, and we really appreciate it. You can join Patreon at the $10 a month tier to get your name featured on here as our Patreon stream sponsors. So, let's go to this view and wrap up the stream. What did you think this week?
That was a good start to the season, I believe. We had some shenanigans, we had some pretty good fights. Had a couple of surprise wins. I was not expecting some of the wins that we had there.
We had some fantastic come-from-behind fights. Excavator's win.
That was ridiculous.
Was so cool.
I was surprised the Magnums almost got a shutout.
Yeah.
Like, it's pending a judge's decision, but, like, it's looking really good for them to get a shutout.
Like, when we balanced all the teams at the start of the season, we kind of made a prediction 1 to 5 scale of, like, how good we thought a team was going to be. We didn't value the Magnums as high as we probably should have.
Really, no.
Because, like, they got a pretty convincing...
That was really convincing.
...match. Once again, we have judges' decisions that we do not have the results for yet. Yes. We need to get with our judges when they have free time. Mm-hmm. They will send us their scores during the week, and we will post the results of that to Discord and to Twitter. You can follow us on Twitter at Robot Rampage. You can join the Discord, which is linked in the description, and chat about the Robot Rampage League there, as well as any other robot fighting content that you want. We will have polls coming out for Fight of the Week later.
Yes.
Whatever you think the Fight of the Week was, you'll be able to tell us, and we will see, and that will be in the highlights video.
Yes, will.
So,
I believe we can wrap up the first week. That
was pretty good. We had some good fights. We had some fun moments. We had a fire alarm go off for no reason.
Yeah.
So thank you everybody for making this a very successful first stream of the season. We're looking forward to seeing everybody right here next week, next Sunday at the same time, 10 a.m. Central Time, which I think is 3 p.m. UTC, for the second week of competition in the regular season. We have all of the schedules for all the teams already posted to Discord. You can find it in the pinned messages and see what matches are coming up in what order, so you can figure out what part of the stream you want to watch. And we really appreciate everybody for being here in the chat. I'm just going to read out a little bit of chat for a few minutes.
Yes, I caught Guggles. When is the next one? It is going to be next Sunday. We're trying to do these every Sunday.
Yes, it'll be every Sunday from here on out. How many judges' decisions were there?
I think Voyak popped in and said 8. So that sounds about right. 6 to 8-ish, somewhere in there.
That's not bad, because like last season we would have had like an average of like 4 or 5.
Yeah, so it's pretty on average.
So pretty close to what we expect the average judges' decisions to be. Great start to the season, says Zester. Yes, we agree. 5 hours of excitement. Has it been? It's been 5 hours.
It's almost exactly, yeah. So that's.
Look at that. We were predicting 5 hours, and we got 5 hour stream. Cool. Thank you all for being here once again.
Absolutely.
And for supporting the Robot Rampage League. And we will see you next week. We are going to leave you with your schedule for next week so that you can predict whatever you want to predict. See you then.